Olá, bom dia a todas, bom dia a todos, bom dia a todos. Eu sou Rodrigo Nesme, diretor de educação da SaferNet Brazil, e com muita honra e satisfação eu queria dar aqui as boas-vindas e iniciar essa nossa atividade hoje da 14ª edição do Dia Mundial da Internet Segura no Brasil. Saudando já a todos os nossos parceiros, correalizadores que aqui estão e apresentarei em detalhes em seguida, mas em nome da SaferNet Brasil, agradecer novamente pela possibilidade de a gente ter essa celebração hoje, 8 de fevereiro de 2022, num formato ainda 100% remoto, pela segunda vez, diante do contexto da pandemia Covid, que ainda nos assola. Mas aqui hoje, né, estamos na 14ª edição no Brasil, desse dia que é um dia global. É o Dia Mundial da Internet Segura, uma celebração que acontece nesse mesmo dia, hoje, em mais de 200 países do mundo, juntando os esforços dos mais variados setores da sociedade, empresas, sociedade
together companies, civil society, third sector, governments, and together we are here to consider a safer internet, a more positive and health environment to address digital tools. Therefore, I believe we are going to have a very fruitful day with a very lively and cultural agenda. In addition to that, we'll have not just activities today, but throughout the whole month of February, where several events will take place all over the country. So you still have time to register, enroll yourself, and participate to those decentralized events. We have around 30 events of those, and that is a national movement. It's high time that we step forward in 2022 and set a digital citizenship in order to protect mainly our children and adolescents. Let me now thank our organizing committee, CETIC.br, NIC.br, CGI.br, and also our supporters that thanks to them, this event was possible to be held. We have Google, we have Meta, we have TikTok, Twitter, as well as YouTube. And we have the phone carrier Vivo and many other sponsors and supporters, including the federal ministry that is also supporting this wonderful event. After this brief opening remarks, I would like to give the floor back to Professor Dem Getsko, who is the chairman of NIC.br, and he's the guy. He was the pioneer of internet in Brazil. Once again, Professor, on behalf of SaferNet, it's a great honor to have NIC and CGI once again helping to organize this celebration. So I give the floor to you and thank you so much for your participation and help. Good morning, everyone. It's wonderful to be here again, to see friends that physically we are not able to see, but thanks to internet, we do not feel isolated because we can intensely see each other. This celebration has been taking place for quite a while, actually since 2009, and this is a complementary activity to what SaferNet does, and this event is a type of activity that includes SaferNet content in addition to some additional content that we developed at our department. At NIC.br, we foster internet safety for children, adolescents, adult population, and also seniors. We have a bias that can be sometimes rather technical or social. And we have also a site, internetsegura.com.br. You may visit and access it. I was just taking a look at Kids Online, which is an ITC that assess children that connect themselves to the internet. And there is a very interesting detail. 90% of the children, they accessed internet in the past 3 months, and 60% of all households, they are connected. What is that? There is a great share of children that they access the internet, but not from their households. Where would they connect the internet from? Well, this is a quite optimistic approach because it makes us believe that they may access internet from anywhere. But how about the content that they access if they are not navigating from their homes? Where are they? What are they seeing? What are they after? So we have to be cautious about that. In addition, we should see internet activities as part of a collaborative activity, not a separated activity, but rather a much more collaborative activity. We have to try to improve this environment, which will include the possibility to know to whom you are talking with transparency, freedom, and navigate throughout the network with no problem of whatsoever, and also to promote activities with the responsibility, liability to frame your activities. Well, I am a generalist in this area, and my suggestion is that you would visit all the content and materials that we have made available at our website. We have another website that is another initiative with very interesting hints about safe internet, and I hope that this wonderful celebration keep happening for many and many years. Thank you.
Excelente, professor Demi.
Wonderful, professor. Next, we have Tiago Tavares, who would also like to greet all the participants that are here today and also share some opening remarks. Tiago Tavares, he is the founder and chairman of SaferNet Brazil. Hi, everyone. Can you all hear me all right? Well, I just would like to greet you, to send a big hug to all of you, and to say how honored I am to be able to celebrate this 14th edition. Good morning to those of you who are at the Americas part of the globe, and good afternoon for those who are in the African continent and European continent, and good evening for those who are following us from the Asian continent. I am at Berlin, that is a city that fosters innovation, reconciliation, and I feel so proud to be able to open today's activity, and also to let you know that we have 18 women addressing here today, and around 12 men, and 7 international speakers from the US, Mexico, Ghana, Mexico, Portugal, Belgium, Hong Kong, and Japan. And I am pretty sure that the different insights and outlooks that we are going to hear today will help us to improve our goals and help us to reach our challenges, to reach our goals and maybe to overcome our challenges. We had a very significant increase in 2021 about sexual exploitation for children and adolescents. In the first year of the pandemic, and that was replicated in the following year. even when we compared to the prior year that was considered to be a high number of announcements in the network. And last but not least important, we also had a great number of cases related to neonazism is still very incident and persistent. 60% of growth in the number of reports in relation to 2020 that already was a very significant high number of reports, and that number keeps increasing. So this past decade is responsible for reaching the highest number of complaints and reports, and this has been very persistent, where we see this huge increase in the percentage of reports, and where the hate speech mainly promoted by those extremist group of people, those who deny the value of the diversity, those who deny and do not accept to live with those who are different from them. This sort of hate speech is no longer just over the screen, but they became concrete and real problems, and they put many people's lives under risk, and they became violent episodes throughout the country. And we, as part of a society, should think about what sort of country are we after if we are not able to react against this horrible hate speech that is taking place and is trying to dehumanize those groups that have their stigma, and they do not respect people, society, about those basic notions of citizenship and how to live with those who are different and to respect diversity. But I would like to close my opening remarks with a more positive approach, which is, despite our obstacles, and as Mandela used to say, no one was born hating anyone, and if we learn somehow to nourish hate, they will also be able to value respect, diversity, and love to others. And the city of Berlin, considering everything else that has happened here, is a synonym and a testimonial that it is possible to surpass the horror and to reconcile with the rights, values, and principles that are part of our civilization and that pushes forward towards progress, a plurality, diversity, and moreover, inclusion of all. And by that, I mean Black people, LGBTQ+, people with disabilities, women, indigenous, quilombolas, everyone who is part of the unique, diverse matrix of our Brazilian society. I apologize for being a bit long, but I believe that was a very necessary approach. And I also would like to make a comment to a very special group of ambassadors, 30 youngsters who are part of these activities of SaferNet, and they are participating here today. They are all based at NIC.br's office right after they took place at a 3-day workshop where they met each other, they connect for the first time since the beginning of the pandemics. And you indeed prove the resilience and the ability to adapt and to renew throughout youth. And we feel very proud of you guys. Thank you so much. I wish you all a wonderful and profitable day. And now I give the floor back to you, Rodrigo. Thank you.
Excelente, Tiago, obrigado. E definitivamente a gente sabe que.
Thank you, Tiago. We know that this is a topic regarding digital safety, and this is a very urgent and alarming topic to allow a peaceful and fair society. With that, now I would like to invite Dr. Christina Schneier, who is a representative of the Federal Public Ministry in São Paulo. She's a procurement and she's fighting against all this horror, and she's fostering education. Now I give the floor back to Maria Cristina. It's an honor on behalf of SaferNet. I would like to thank you for this partnership, and we feel honored with that.
Thank you very much, Rodrigo. Good morning, everyone. I feel thrilled to be here. And it is also an honor, a pleasure, and a joy to be here, because when we work in this area, our partners become friends. So I'm very pleased to greet all of you. As Rodrigo said, the Federal Public Prosecution Office is concerned not only in fighting, but also preventing cybercrime. I say that although we have improved a lot along the years, and especially because of the partners like SaferNet in fighting cyber crimes, I think that the best way to prevent those crimes, to fight those crimes, is by preventing them. So I'd like to congratulate SaferNet and the other partners who are here for organizing this event, and not only this event, but the whole month of celebration. We participate in these events since their creation. SaferNet, year after year, improves in the organization of these events. They were already good, and they become even better by bringing Brazilian and foreign speakers. So I'm very pleased to be here in this partnership. We also have a partnership of almost 2 decades, because way back in the first visits when Viago Tavares to the Public Prosecution's Office, that dates back 20 years. So it's a lot of work, and along these years, the Public Prosecution Office has improved its operation. So we work with the national group that provides support to cyber crime prevention in training with technical notes and in improving the legislation. And we're also present not only with the prosecutors, but also officials that require more technical support. And we also operate locally. I'm going to give the example of the São Paulo group that has been operational the longest. It also has a technical group that provides support to the whole country, prosecutors and officials across the country, with technical analysis, with technical opinions, with instructions, because legally we have not moved so much. We need the support from the specialists, and both the Public Prosecution Office and also partners have access to a hotline. And here are some figures related to this hotline. So a few years ago, we established an agreement with SaferNet, and then specifically in São Paulo, where our technical group is, we were able to establish a hotline to report crimes. And that's SaferNet's hotlines. So it's important to say that citizens can go to a website that she's describing that's specifically for Brazilians. That's a website from the Public Prosecution Office where you have access to it. www.mpf.org. And here you see on the screen that portal. And that's very important for you to use these portals and SaferNet's website for those reports. And you see that the number of reports have increased significantly because we have had a higher number of reports. But it's important to say that every time MPF or the Public Prosecution Office or SaferNet gets a report, it is analyzed. And we apply some filters to our analysis. So you see that this list is already a summary. If there were duplicates, they already investigated. If there was some sort of report that's already been investigated, we also remove it from this list. And if it is under the responsibility of the state level, we already send that to the state level. And we have this list that needs to be investigated. And also, if it needs to be investigated abroad, we also take that to the attention of international authorities. So once a legal process is open, we can analyze, and in the past, people thought that internet was a lawless place, but this is not true anymore. It's not only a lawless place, but also it's not a place where investigation is not conducted. It definitely, we investigate all reports we get. So that involves hate speech, pornography posts, and we also need to investigate until we get to the perpetrator of that crime. So in addition to the combat of those cyber crimes, and our officials have been doing that very well, it's also important to say that we work in prevention. And in prevention, we've been working with SaferNet that holds wonderful projects that are very successful, such as the projects at schools. And before the pandemic, we used to go to schools and to make students and teachers aware of the misuse of the internet, because it's important for us to ensure freedom of speech. But of course, freedom of speech is our right, but we cannot violate someone else's rights. Otherwise, there'll be consequences. There was this project called MP at Schools that was very successful, that was then improved to another project that was held by and led by Rodrigo and other fellows at the MP. So we made aware of how these teenagers and these children were approached. So educational professionals and also social security professionals were trained on these methods to understand how those perpetrators were able to reach the youth. So here I'd just like to highlight and some of the posts in the media about our work. We are constantly looking for the perpetrators. We are looking for people who make misuse of the internet, not only for neo-Nazi speech, for example, but also other discriminatory practices. So the cyber crime group fights these crimes and also child pornography crimes. And I'm very happy to say that this partnership, if that depends on me, will last as long as possible. And now we're also implementing a digital literacy training to vulnerable communities so that not only they will know how to have access and how to navigate on the internet, but also to be aware of its dangers and be able to avoid them. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I hope I didn't take too long, but I'm very thrilled to talk to you today. Thank you very much for organizing this event. This is one of the most important events in the world about digital awareness. Great, Priscila. It is an honor to see that the Public Prosecution Office is very operational, not only in imposing the laws for these crimes, but also in preventing these crimes. And I hope that everyone can use internet and its potential regardless of their age and respecting diversity and human rights, and also in the new technology-mediated settings. Now I would like to turn over to a very special person, Maria Cristina Capello. She represents Meta, and she's been working as a leader in digital security and well-being for Meta in Latin America. And throughout the day, she's also going to have another moment to talk. But once again, I would like to thank Meta and for allowing the implementation of the Safe Internet Date, but also to help the Brazilian population to have more opportunities in digital security and well-being. Thank you, Rodrigo. I'm very grateful with Tiago, CGI, NIC.br, and SaferNet teams to be able to say a few words in this opening ceremony. We are committed to people's security and to this concept you have touched upon several times today and that we're going to talk more about today, that has to do with the positive use. It has to do with well-being. And once again, this is a great event. It's the 14th edition of this event, so it's wonderful to see that the community can hold it and keep holding it. It is an honor for us to be here with you today and to be able to tell you how we focus on promoting the well-being and security of people while navigating in our platforms, but also the importance of us being able to contribute to the internet as a whole so that it can be safer, so that we can promote a positive use of the internet for people. So we do that in Latin America and other areas of the world. That's very important to use digital technologies in a safe and critical way, because internet can be used for communication purposes, learning purposes, or connection purposes. And now that we are going to hold this event, it's important to focus on that. Not that we can say that we are happier online, but we also need to see how much time do we spend in the networks? How are the connections we establish here? We don't want people just to be content consumers, but also content creators. Content that can inspire us and connect us. I'm also very helpful that we can work in partnerships like the one with SaferNet. And last week, we launched a new chapter of the internet we want. So these are going to be talks that we are going to promote to foster this discussion. On our side, we maintain our commitment to design products that will allow people to control their experiences online, to learn more about digital citizenship, right from their infancy, from their childhood. I am very happy to say that in the Safe Internet Day in Brazil today, I will be the moderator of Mimi Ito's speech, and she is the director of Connected Learning Lab and professional of the University of California. I'm sure she is going to talk a lot about well-being and digital technologies. And it's a pleasure for us at Meta to keep working with you for a safer internet, especially for those who want to have more connection and support through the use of our platforms. Once again, thank you very much for this opportunity of being here, and I hope this is a very enriching day for us today. Thank you, MC, Maria Cristina. It's wonderful to see various companies and also organizations from civil society like SaferNet, NIC.br, or CGI to be here connected for a safer, positive internet. We are familiar with some of our challenges. We know that designing technology, thinking about protection and well-being is a challenge, and there are several challenges we face in the development of disruptive technology. But the fact that we are joining forces towards that indicates that it is possible to transform this reality. Now I would like to turn over to Marcelo Lacerda, that for over a decade is familiar with the Safe Internet Day in Brazil and supports it. He represents Google Brazil today. He was also involved in several special initiatives to strengthen this topic in Brazil. So Marcelo, once again, it is a pleasure to have you here with us, and I turn over to you now. Thank you, Rodrigo. Like my other fellow panelists, I second that it is a pleasure to participate in this event today. First, I'd like to greet Tiago. I think he's the one who lives farther from us. So Tiago, it was very good to see you here and even through video. I'd like to greet Priscilla, Professor Demi, Maria Cristina. Going back to what Rodrigo said, I think that this is the spirit we have at Google. How can we provide technology development associated with a safe experience to people so that they can make the best of the internet? And as usual, every year we use this day to share news, and it's not going to be any different today. We are launching the data of a new research on how familiar parents are to online safety. And also this, how confident they feel about their children using the internet. After 2 years of pandemic and social isolation, it is clear to us, based on the data of the research, online safety has become increasingly important, and that's very good, and that it's becoming a popular topic, especially because of prevention. And we can have better prevention measures if knowledge is higher. And that's a very important topic for children and their parents. Let me just share with you a specific point of the research. 82% of the parents who were respondents in this research said that they talked to their children about that. That's a very positive point to us regarding a more positive use of the internet, as is our focus today. So this study was conducted in Argentina, Colombia, Mexico, Peru, Chile, and Brazil, and it was conducted with over 3,000 children and parents with ages ranging from 5 to 17. And you will find more data about this research at Google Brazil blog. It is already there. I'm not going to give any spoiler, and you can just check this out. We're also announcing a new partnership today to help expand this knowledge about online safety. We'd also like to reinforce how important it is for you to keep abreast of that. And that includes all resources and tips that companies provide to help users to make a safe use of the internet. This is a partnership with Khan Academy with free online lessons for people to keep safe. We are going to support Khan Academy to provide content to its over 18 million monthly users all across the world. And why are we establishing this partnership? Last year alone, research on how on how to avoid online theft, those searches on that have increased over 110%. So by being more knowledgeable, people can protect themselves better. So we want to provide safer experience to people so that people can use the internet on a day-to-day basis. That's Google's commitment, and this is why we are so pleased. And you will have the opportunity of learning more about what we are doing. Flavia Libeg and Arizo will participate in panels and will be able to talk to you more about this topic that is important for us. Thank you, Rodrigo.
Marcelo, nós que agradecemos.
That's perfect, Marcelo. We would like to thank you, and it's great to hear about news. Soon we'll be able to share the links so our participants can follow lively all these trials and essays based on evidences. Now I'd like to turn over immediately to Handemba Poli, who is the director of TikTok for Good. He's part of the global team for public policies of TikTok, and he's a partner of Safer Internet in Brazil for the second year. And TikTok is a very significant environment for sharing experiences, social interaction, and this is a proof that throughout fun entertainment, we can also address safe internet, and it's a great honor to have TikTok as a partner to make this 14th edition of Safe Internet possible. Hello, everyone. Good morning. I greet you all, Rodrigo, Tiago, my fellow panelists, Marcelo, Tiago, Priscilla. I am so glad to be here. On behalf of TikTok, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to be part of this panel. I also would like to congratulate SaferNet, NIC.br, and CGI for putting together another edition of this event, and to see how important this topic of consolidating a safe internet is. It's a very relevant topic which has to be discussed to allow safety throughout the web to all. Internet safety is a consequence and a reflex to what we are experiencing in our society, and to be able to understand our real issues, to have a communication, a dialogue. Internet, it is indeed a place that encompass different people, different ethnies, races, conditions, forces. Therefore, if we are united via a positive internet, becomes a much greater commitment to allow a free, safe catalyzer environment to allow its use. In addition to it, we have to be connected to this common goal, which is to promote online plurality environment to a greater number of people. We have 6 principles, and 3 of them are fully connected to the goal of this event. First, to be open to new ideas. Second, to be a reference for inclusion. And third, to be realistic and brave enough to go after after the best solution with impact as our main focus. With all these principles, TikTok is open to talk to all players, all stakeholders. We are a young platform, but among our challenges, we have to grow in sync with the society. It's key that we are all together, companies, civil society, governmental agencies. And this is exactly what we are all doing here today throughout this multi-sectorial or multi-stakeholder, better say, debate. We at TikTok, together with my friend Maria Monteiro, who will also share some other aspects about our actions. TikTok, despite being a young company, we are very clear about the impact that we represent in the social life of our users. And we know how liable we are to protect our community. We are an entertainment platform that people use to create their videos and to inspire others from that same community. Our mission is to inspire creativity, to bring joy, and that is steward to protect and to promote well-being for those who are our platform users. As part of our perception, we keep building up our technology to support our commitment to allow a very safe and embracing environment to our users. We have multiple uses in our platform where we make available several tools for people to better control their experiences, to develop those technologies that will be able to understand what are the main issues, problems, and also to detect future partnerships. Despite being very young, we feel so proud to be able to adopt different standards, patterns to different age range, respecting their wishes and desires. We are just starting, we are crawling in our collective efforts that they had never been so important as now. We are committed to online protection. So once again, on behalf of TikTok, we are very thankful to all of you and great success to all of you. Thank you, Handemba Mutana. It's great to have TikTok here and to hear your kind words. And you said pretty well, all our joint efforts, they are key. And together we'll be able to face challenges regardless which company you are here representing today. We have to address safety, confidence based on these technologies, which are now part of our society. So I thank you deeply, each one of you. And let's now proceed to our panel with a keynote speaker, Professor Mizuko Mimito, who is Japanese, but she lives in the US, and she's an expert in digital technologies, well-being. She's a researcher in the use of digital technology in the learning setting by children and adolescents. She's a coordinator of the Institute of Connected Learning, and she's also an anthropologist and a professor at the University of California, Irvine, and she's here to give us some insights about the different ways to consider policies, to consider internet use, researches, and what are we willing from those adolescents? What can they do? And how about diversity? Platforms, sometimes they are the same ones and they are used by different countries, but they use that differently according to their cultures, and each country has its own singularities and diversities. They are important because they make us think outside the box to search for other tools. Now, this talk will be addressed in English, but there is simultaneous translation into Portuguese for those of you who'd like to benefit from it. And due to the time difference, our keynote speaker, she has recorded this talk that you'll be able to follow now in real time. So there is a link over the chat for today's full agenda with several talks, many speakers, and right after Professor Mimi's talk, we are going to proceed to a panel where 4 continents will participate, sharing their insights to help to inspire our 2022 agenda. So let's keep it together throughout this journey.
Hi, everybody. I'm Maria Cristina Capello, or MC. I am the head of the
Hello, everyone.
For Latin America. And it is my pleasure to have here with me Mimi Ito. In a second, we'll go and introduce her properly, but I did want to first welcome all of you. Thank SaferNet for yet another stellar production for Safer Internet Day and for having this opportunity to chat about youth and kids and well-being. And I think you will very much appreciate the conversation that we have for you today. As for me, what you're seeing, I'm wearing long hair and it's brown. My glasses are bright green. I have a little collar necklace in a white shirt. And behind me, you'll see a cacti painting that my mom happened to do. So now that you've seen my description or that you've heard my description, I'm ready to jump in. So welcome, Mimi. Mimi is from the University of California, from the Connecting Learning Alliance. And I'll read a little bit about her bio. She is a cultural anthropologist, learning scientist, entrepreneur, and an advocate for connected learning. What is that? It's learning that is equity-oriented, centered on the interest of youth, and that is socially connected. Her work focuses on decoding precisely digital youth culture for parents and for educators, and offering ways to tap interest in digital media so that youth can be more engaged in learning, so that learning becomes more relevant and socially connected. As I said, she's the director of the Connected Learning Lab and professor in residence and John D. and Catherine MacArthur Foundation Chair in Digital Media and Learning at the University of California, Irvine. She's also co-founder of Connected Campus, which is a nonprofit providing online learning experiences for kids in all walks of life. Mimi, welcome, very much welcome. I will throw a couple questions at you first, but maybe if you want to just say a few words, do your description, and we'll dive right in.
Thank you for that lovely introduction. And I'll start also by just giving my visual description. I have medium length, mostly black hair with some white pandemic era white hair showing through. I have dark glasses and I'm wearing a minimalist dark suit. And my background is mostly white with sunshine from Southern California streaming through.
Wonderful. So Mimi, thank you for joining us over in Brazil. Brazil is one of my favorite places in Latin America to learn and to deep dive on this. We have a lot of very lively discussions around the use of technology among youth and about how they are actually becoming very much digital citizens. And so my first question for you is the following. We have a lot of discussions here around screen time. That's been especially the case during the pandemic, and as I'm sure you've seen around the world. And one of the things that comes up over and over in our conversations is the use of digital media and well-being, of teens, of kids, and some concerns that all of us have from different perspectives as parents, as a parent myself, as educators, and as society between sort of the highlights, right, that come with the use of digital media, and how do we focus on this debate beyond just the use of beyond just screen time, right? Like how much time are teens and kids spending online, and some of those more deterministic conversations. How do we expand those to take account of the educational and health and well-being debates that are happening around the world? So if you could help us with your research and your understanding, I think that would very much help us in our debates in Brazil.
Yeah, thanks for starting off with sort of this big issue that I think is in people's minds when they think about technology and young people. A lot of how our concerns and worries about our children and our students have use of technology have been filtered through this idea that screen time is generally bad, and our role as parents and educators is to limit use, and we're often judged in our parenting about how good we are as a parent and how effectively we manage screen time, and we sort of implicitly judge the families who are letting their children have an iPad at a dinner table and other things, or letting their kids play video games while they get some work done. So I think it's really important first to acknowledge that, those concerns, the fact that, we worry and don't always have access or understanding about what our kids are doing on their computers, are really deeply motivated in positive ways. Often when we have generational experiences, we didn't grow up with iPads and with immersive video games. And so there's a really, new kind of parenting challenge that arises when our generational experiences are quite different from our children's. And it's natural that we have sort of concern and anxiety that is focused on that actual device and the kid looking at a screen. But I do feel like it's gotten to the point where that notion of time on screen itself is really getting in the way of us really understanding, appreciating, and being able to positively support young people in their engagement with technology. There's two real problems that we see, and it's not just me. Most researchers doing work in this field, I think, would agree that the first problem is that an exclusive focus on the actual device really detracts from attention to what the real drivers are for young people's anxiety, stress, social problems. And there's a long-standing tendency, whether it was television or whether it's screens today, for us to fixate on the new thing because it's unfamiliar and a bit scary. And while that's valid, as I've described, the problem is it tends to detract attention from the things that are actually causing stress, anxiety, and distress to young people. So when we talk to, so the research is really clear that what drives mental health issues is fairly well known. It's things like poverty, racism, big structural issues, economic disparities, and then everyday issues like, conflict within the family or drama among friends, the stress of having to do well in school. When we talk to young people, it's like, what stresses you out? It's like homework, school, the fight I had with my friend, the fact that my parent won't get off my back about X, Y, and Z. These are the drivers of stress, right? Or lack of resources, hunger. And trying to position technology as both the cause and solution of those fundamental problems is really has an unfortunate side effect of us silencing or ignoring those broader drivers. Now, it is important to look at how technology can amplify some of these problems. It's also, and this is where our work at the Connected Learning Lab has emphasized, it's really important to also look at how technology can help support young people. So when we talk to young people, they say, oh, I was really stressed out about school. And they may be scrolling through a TikTok video because they're procrastinating or feeling anxious. And then their parent comes in and yells at them for being on TikTok instead of doing their schoolwork, and they take that phone away. Or say there's social drama and a kid is anxious about their friendship and they're online texting with their friends to try to get social support. And then again, you're not doing your homework. Let's take the phone away. In both of those cases, the phone is providing actually a valuable source of social support, distraction, calming, and it's not the source of the anxiety or the problem. So I think that's where it's like, you know, take a step back and really, parents know their children, so focus on those underlying drivers rather than the technology. And then the related problem is that focus on screen time leads us to bad solutions, as I've described, like the solution being to take the phone away when a kid is having anxiety because of schoolwork is not an appropriate solution. And parents have been advised for quite some time that they should be focusing on time. And what that does is it puts the parent in the role of a time monitor and cop, like somebody who says no, rather than as a media mentor who may be involved in your young person's digital interests, may have genuine curiosity about the games they're playing or the social accounts and influencers that young people are following. And it creates this sort of negative and judgmental dynamic between parents and children around their technology engagements that really sort of makes conversations difficult. It's a focus on quantity rather than quality, but I think it's had a quite negative side effect in creating a rift between parents and children about technology use.
This is very enlightening. So I'm taking away, I am stealing your media mentor reference here. I have a 5-year-old, or it's actually, he just turned 6-year-old sitting around here because COVID closed schools again for a while. And he's on his iPad. You must have seen him. So I sometimes am like, I need him to be like there for like an hour. And I feel bad about it. And you're right. It's not so much about the time, right? I'm hearing that this is about how do I become a better mentor for him when he's actually using the apps that I allow for him. And how do I accompany him through that journey? I also am hearing that fixation is not helping us have the better debates about underlying issues and about how social media can, or not even social media, that's not what I meant. Internet platforms or any of the services that they can access can be drivers for even better conversations sometimes. Here he is. So the next question is actually, I'll do a twofold here for you. So one of the findings of your report is precisely thinking about social media and youth well-being, and you've highlighted some of the uses of these social media apps that promote well-being. You were mentioning a couple, and I would love some of those examples and those surprising engagements that you found with digital media in the positive outcomes for teens, especially, right? Like, how can we think of instead of, like you say, becoming sort of the time screen police, how do we enable these positive outcomes for teens? And then after that, I'm going to move on to a different kind of audience, which is teens that don't have yet enough access to all of these technologies, right? And vulnerabilities. So let's go with the positive examples, and then we'll move a little bit over to that other conversation.
Sure. And I love that your son is making a cameo in this. this talk. It's very appropriate to the times of the conversation. So, yeah, so I think a lot of the work that we do at the Connected Learning Lab is really, starting with young people and their engagements. And that's sort of the connected learning model, is rather than like swoop in from the outside and say, adults have the solution and here's how you do it. We really try to take a beat and work in partnership with young people and really listen and learn from the positive engagements that they already have. So I've been inspired, for example, by the positive deviance methodology in public health, where rather than, in international aid efforts, swooping into communities and airlifting resources and technical knowledge, they sit with communities and try to find folks who are thriving within the same ecosystem and elevating the voices and approaches that young people, or not in my case, young people in public health, different communities are doing, and empowering leaders within those communities to spread those positive practices. So that's sort of the approach that, especially around technology, is quite important, because young people have a skepticism about adult fluency around technology, and all these screen time issues have made it worse, because not only are adults clueless, they're judgmental about technology use. So there's an inherent skepticism about learning from adult authority in these spaces. So this work, the messenger matters. And we know it's not just youth, it's peers who are influential for us, for young people, but especially for young people around technology use, because they see their parents doing all the same, behaviors and being judgmental of them on top of it. So what we did in our report is, we reviewed the research, and, my research area before before I was doing this work on well-being is really around digital youth culture. And we tried to look at practices that young people were doing already, which were super awesome from a well-being perspective. And we found that it was already happening, that they described how, when they're having a bad day, they might put things out there and they get social support from their friends. One of our co-authors on this report, Candace Odgers, and her team has studied how helpful it is for young people going to college and leaving home for the first time to be able to text their parent when they're having a stressful day. And that's just amazing. It's pretty commonsensical, but it's like, you're having a bad day and you're away from home and mom and dad, and now they can actually text in a lightweight way at the moment that stress is happening. A lot of young people in more vulnerable or stigmatized identities, like queer youth or youth in sort of religious or racial or ethnic minorities, talk about how incredibly important social media and influencers online have been to be positive sort of leaders, advice blogs of how to navigate some of the complexities and challenges of queer identity or being in a minority identity. These are all things that young people have described as absolute lifelines to promote a sense of positive identity, body positivity, influencers. These are other examples. But even if it's not, a person directly who's giving you direct personal support, the fact that the online and social media world is so vast and diverse has meant that young people can find role models, online mentors who can speak to their particular identities and issues in ways that might not be available in their local environment. So those are just a few examples of things we've learned from young people.
That's wonderful. And I especially like the component of asking them, that you as an explorer of digital youth culture, right? And it's not what we find useful, it's what they find useful. And how do we integrate those experiences? Give me 1 second. Hay una caja allá atrás. Búscala y después hablamos. And dealing, with how do we enable those experiences? And I liked that you point something out. We usually have the same behaviors. Sometimes we avoid our emotional reality by going online and doing, some shopping or whatever. So it's more like a human behavior thing, and how do we connect to each other? And so you also mentioned now the importance of these online connections that can then become presential or in presence or not. But for different communities or different youth that belong to different communities and are minorities themselves. And so one of the things that we saw in the pandemic, and this is especially true in Brazil, in Latin America, is we could really clearly see social and economic inequities and inequalities reflected in how youth and kids actually had access to the internet. So just not just the equipment, right? But services, the types of interactions, sometimes the languages that resources were out there in to support, right? In the most difficult moments. So especially for educators who work in public schools, and is there anything that they should be considering that's different in terms of the different vulnerabilities of their students, or for parents as well, right? And how do we move forward in creating some of these resources?
Yeah, no, this is such an important issue. And, I think when it comes to technology and equity, but new solutions in general, I think the general rule is that if you take a kind of universalistic one-size-fits-all solution, it will generally tend to advantage the most dominant groups. And this tendency is particularly strong for solutions that rely on technology and novel technologies. So there's a tendency first to want to have like a universal platform that is about equality rather than equity. And there's also often the desire to have the most technically sophisticated solution. And those are both tendencies that will, by definition, default to the dominant norm and give more. It's not that it doesn't give advantage to less dominant groups, so it will give more advantage to groups that are already well connected. There's work that Carmen Gonzalez and Vicky Katz did in the US context around some, digital divide efforts of giving laptops and connectivity to low-income, immigrant families, families of color. And they found like really problematic dynamics where, especially in the US, where we have a large undocumented immigrant population, even when families were offered laptops and free internet from schools, because the schools hadn't addressed the concerns about safety and privacy effectively, that those families just opted out of these resources. And that's sort of an example of, not tailoring the solution to the needs and concerns of the most vulnerable groups. So if you're really concerned about equity, it has to be about equity and not equality, and that really starting with the needs of the most vulnerable groups. And the work, it's also really clear that that starting with kind of the more tailored solution for vulnerable groups is more likely to advantage everybody than starting from like really fancy technology and the more powerful groups. So I'll give an example of a pilot that one of my he's a professor now, but he was a postdoc with me when he did this, Alex Cho, where, we were trying to solve the problem of why it was so hard for lower income families to access out of school learning opportunities, even free ones, right? It wasn't an economic problem. And we found that while there were a lot of clearinghouses that relied on kind of web and email communication to get information of this kind out to families, the lower income families in our community really didn't have the bandwidth to be accessing like visually intensive emails and web pages. And he designed a text message system that was specifically around opportunities that were free or below a certain cost threshold, where it was communicated through text messaging. And that just took off. So it's a very simple solution, a solution that can work for everybody because text is now the common denominator. So those are the kinds of design mindsets that I think are really quite important if you're focusing on equity. I think the other dynamic in like a racially fraught and unequal context like the US is that more and more we're seeing that young people in minority or stigmatized groups are not finding that the open internet is a safe space for them and are moving into sort of more private, safe spaces of refuge one of my colleagues, Tara Tanksley, has been doing a lot of work on young Black women and their experiences on the internet and how they create spaces of healing and safety and refuge online. And we have a series called Spaces of Refuge that talk about some of these design moves of creating kind of more safe spaces of psychological safety and the platforms, how they can support them in different ways. So I think it's like, you know, Black women and girls within the US-centered internet often encounter a really hostile environment. And while it's important, obviously, that they have access to these broader, you know, open internet resources, it's also really important when we have a focus on things like safety and well-being that we support and create spaces where they feel more protected and safe given the hostility of the broader ecosystem.
That is fascinating and very rewarding. And I know me working on the safety team here at Meta, that's one thing that we always look towards, right? What are the things that are being inadvertently highlighted, right, by the technology? And in this case, it's unsafe conversations for some people. And then what are the simpler ways that, and the simpler tweaks that sometimes will take us to much better, more safer conversations, but also spaces, right? That the ones that you were mentioning. So I'm very eager to learn more about these projects that you've mentioned. And that's very, yeah, it just presents much more learning opportunities. And so one thing that I wanted to take from this and ask you a little bit more about is not only more of these successful experiences, the more examples you bring, I think the best for our community. But specifically youth participation, right? I think you've mentioned this a few times. It is part of the work that you all do. And I'm very interested in understanding, how would you recommend for educators, for policymakers, for companies, for developers, for anyone working in both the tech and the well-being spaces, to integrate direct participation for youth? One of the goals, right, of Safer Internet Day in Brazil and you know, today with SaferNet is to highlight precisely new digital strategies that can support the well-being of youth, but by directly highlighting youth participation, right? And how can their participation be a game changer for programs, for policies that we're designing, for tech that we're designing? And if you can help us and guide us through investigations where you learn more about young people's insights and how can those be better integrated into processes, right? As opposed to just talking about what happens to them, bringing them in the whole process safely.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think, you know, I've already mentioned some of sort of the pitfalls with a very top-down, adult-driven approach when dealing with youth. So I think, you know, at the broader level, at a cultural level, just, you know, the mindset of young people as an asset and a source of solutions rather than problems to be fixed. Like just shifting that mindset, because we're always looking at children like as adults, how can we fix them rather than they are the source of the solution? So that's like a big kind of design and mindset shift. The number one complaint that young people usually have about adults is they don't listen and they're not curious and they don't ask. So approach young people with a spirit of open-mindedness, less judgment, and more curiosity. So I think that mindset is the first thing. And then recognize also that young people are incredibly diverse and have different interests, different strengths and dispositions. And there's leaders and young in these spaces and young people who don't really care to get involved. And so just like you would seek talent within the grown-up world, don't assume like just because you have one young person on your design team or you've done one focus group that you've checked the box. I see a lot of that tokenistic stuff. It's like, no, you need to engage with young people just as you would look for a collaborator or partner who's a grown-up. They should be a respected part of the design team and not just being asked to represent young people as a category. So I see a lot of that. I'll be sitting around a room and there'll be like one or two young people, or there'll be a panel at a session. And you feel like, okay, you've checked that box of youth participation. It has to go much deeper than that. It has to be the same kind of relationship and respect that you would bring to another person on your design team. And ideally, the advanced version of this is that you actually empower youth and communities to make those design decisions to create spaces on their own. And that's where I think, for platforms like Facebook and Meta, or whether it's Discord or Minecraft or all these other platforms that young people are on, to the degree that you can create tools and openings for communities to set their own standards, create their own spaces that might be different from the norms, the community guidelines, from the open internet part of it. I think that is very empowering. And there's a reason why during the pandemic, platforms like Discord and Minecraft took off, because they are spaces where communities can set up their own servers, manage their kind of membership and privacy in ways that are really specific to the needs of those communities. And I think as the internet just gets bigger and more diverse and more polarized, it's important. Like, the open part is also incredibly important, but it's a both and. Like, it has to be always counterbalanced by the ability of young people or any other non-dominant group, right? It's like age is just one other form of oppression among many other forms of oppression, to be able to set standards and create and grow their communities. Like, that's really it's kind of this big sort of balancing act that the internet always has to is always going through. And we're in a phase where it's like, you talk to young people, it's like, oh, I may be following influencers on Instagram, but I would never comment. I would never actually participate in the open internet because it doesn't feel safe. Participation happens in my text message group, or maybe in my Snapchat, or places where I know exactly who is in that group. And so as the internet gets bigger and more toxic, those spaces of refuge are even more important. So again, I've been plugging our Spaces of Refuge series, but some examples of how, organizations and groups can help young people mediate that. We did a co-design process with a computer clubhouse in our region called Disco America that serves Latinx teens, and worked with them to co-design. Well, they really did it. We were kind of there to watch and learn. A Discord server that became their sort of social hanging out space during the pandemic. But it was really something that was kind of driven. It was their idea, their interests, and it's a model that they are being ambassadors for other community-based organizations. Like, what does the digital, not the like online learning, but what does the digital social space of our learning institutions look like? Most attention of educators has been on like academics and like continuing to push content. But where are the playgrounds? Where is the hallway? Where is the place that kids are hanging out when they're stuck at home? Like, that's the part that hasn't been addressed. And then I'll give a plug for our own nonprofit, Connected Camps, where during the pandemic, we've always had a free Minecraft server for kids to hang out, but we expanded the hours of that server during the pandemic. And we work with, like, the grownups don't actually moderate or teach within our programs. We hire college age gaming nerds to mentor 8 to 13-year-olds. So again, we provide sort of the resources and support and training for young people to do kind of the adulting part of it. But they're the ones that actually bring the assets and expertise for how to create safe and enriching online spaces. And of course, a 13-year-old is so much more excited to hang out with an 18-year-old than a 50-something, professor. So I am never at the front lines of, the work with the young people, but I'm just really proud of our young adults who are really the face of the programs for the children and families.
I love hearing this. I am going to emphasize this, and you're going to see it in the comments, Spaces of Refuge. And I know that that we'll be providing the links, but I love hearing about this, and I love hearing about the balance, as more of like big picture thinking. This is not one company's issue. It's not one educational institution's issue. It's not one country's issue either, right? We should look at it and how does everything complement, but those of us who are working to understand youth, or educators and parents who are working directly with them, is also understanding the myriads of offers, right? And the possibilities that they need, and what they can use each tool for. They're not going to use one tool for everything, and that's as it should be, right? You mentioned something with the spaces of refuge at the end that I am very keen on honing down on, and this might be like leading to the end of our session, but peers, right? And peer-to-peer communication and the power that brings. You just mentioned that with the mentorship opportunities that you're all creating, or that they are creating. And it's true, right? All of us look to our peers for reference, and that's especially true for teens, and it's especially true for teens who are looking to feel safer, or for safety situations, right? They not only want to feel like they share the social and emotional developmental, stage at that moment. They also look to their same peers as influencers. You mentioned that too. And so what's the balance, and how do we help balance and amplify access to qualified and appropriate mental health, well-being resources and services, while also amplifying the importance, right, of this and the power of this peer-to-peer communication? What are the tools that we as adults, or as companies, as educators, as researchers, can provide to help them form that space, that safe space?
Yeah, no, I really appreciate your bringing this up, and also, just your participation in these conversations as, somebody who is on the front lines of this at the platform level, which I think is incredibly important. And, I've been highlighting the power of young people and their agency, but frankly, this is one of these areas where it's really important not to make it an individual responsibility. Like you said, it's a systemic, ecosystemic responsibility that's not just one platform. And it's also includes policy and educational organizations. And one of the big missing pieces that I see in the ecosystem, I see young people doing all of these amazing things, like given the limited kind of agency and tools many of them have. But what I don't see is sort of trusted intermediary organizations like you might have within, the traditional educational space that are kind of like, it shouldn't be up to the commercial platforms to solve all of the issues of the public sphere either, right? I mean, we all have to stay in our lanes to some extent, but I think the slowness of policy to catch up with the changing of technology is one thing, but there's actually, like, if you look at something like historic interests, like in the US, we have little leagues around baseball, and there's these sort of networks of community-based organizations that help scaffold adults to mentor kids in baseball, and that have a set of standards for what good sportsmanship looks like and what to do when there's like a big problem. And these are sort of networks of community-based organizations that make parks and baseball fields safe spaces for kids. It's not like there's a commercial industry around baseball. There's a little bit of public policy, I suppose, but there has to be, like, the people have to be participating through these intermediary organizations that make the internet a good place for kids. And that's where I haven't seen a lot of investment. Our little nonprofit Connected Camps is one example where we're a nonprofit, and we work with big platforms like Roblox and Minecraft and Discord, and we create a set of standards for a range of organizations and programs to localize that into a kid-friendly, educational, connected learning environment. I think it's quite difficult for the platform providers to do all of that work, and it's not really their place to do it. So that's the part where it's like, there has to be, like, of course, I really appreciate anybody doing design the big platforms involving youth. So this is not to say don't do that. But I do think there's really a role for, whether it's research or nonprofit organizations or community-based organizations, to have more power in this space to mediate between the interests of diverse youth and communities and the big platforms. I'll give a plug to some other organizations that are doing this within the gaming space, which is, the space that I've been most focused on recently. So Raising Good Gamers is an example of a coalition that's sort of building positive gaming standards. There's organizations like Take This, which is around mental health and gaming, Fair Play Alliance, which is around inclusion. Cartoon Network has done a really interesting Play Positive campaign. And of course, Facebook, Meta, Google, all the big platforms are doing more and more work in this area. Sort of the professionalization of roles like yours, I think, is really, really important to continue to elevate and amplify the needs of youth and diverse communities within the context of these very complex companies and platforms. I mean, this is the struggle you face every day. And I really just appreciate, the good work that I'm sure you're doing within the context that you're operating in.
And I'm sure there's tons more to do. And what I really appreciate is all the feedback, right, that you're bringing not only to us, but with SaferNet, bringing us together here today for Safer Internet Day. In a minute, you guys will hear, everyone will hear from the youth themselves, the ambassadors from the Digital Citizen Program in Brazil, which has trained over 90,000 students. And so you'll hear their ideas, you'll hear what they're coming up with. And so I think spaces like today's and what, thank you, Rodrigo and team at SaferNet is doing is actually bringing us all together so the lessons are finally taken from one place to another, right? There's a role for platforms to listen and to develop certain tools, but there's also a role for very community-based thinking, right? What is important and what is resonant and, in the local language, in the local culture, right? For youth to get involved, and what are policymakers, what can they learn, right, from all of this interaction so that the policies are forward-looking, like you say, stop what needs to be stopped, but also think forward about how do we design better, not only spaces, but in general, better possibilities for interaction online and offline. So Mimi, I very much thank you for all these wonderful examples, for sharing your wisdom with us and the wisdom of all those who work with you, especially the youth who've shared through you their cultural learnings and everything they want everyone else to see. So I don't know if you have any final remarks. I would love to close down this session by thanking you and thanking SaferNet for this space.
Yeah, so I'll just, echo that I think conversations like this and organizations like Safer Internet that are bringing people together are kind of essential in this day and age, and really appreciate the opportunity to be able to participate in this conversation. The last just sort of wish or hope for this group that I'd like to leave you with is, during the pandemic, all of us had the experience, grown-ups who are not tech savvy as well, to live the life of young people, of being highly reliant on digital technologies for essential social connection and play. Remember that we've limited young people's ability to do a lot of things in physical spaces even before the pandemic. So we lived the reality of teens for a significant period of time. And I know we're in a moment where we're just in a rush to get back to normal, whether it's in education or social life, and we're aching for those in-person connections. But as we return to real life, hopefully soon, please don't forget the lessons and experiences of the pandemic, and don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, and carry forward those positive experiences even as we return to the life that we missed.
Better said, impossible. Thank you so much, Mimi.
Hello, good morning for those who are following us in Brazil, and good afternoon or good evening for those who are in other areas of the world. I'm Rodrigo Nejen with SaferNet in Brazil, and we are celebrating the 14th edition of the Global Safer Internet Day in Brazil, in sync with over 200 countries in the world, addressing issues related to digital safety, well-being, positive use, and healthy of the internet, so that we can together build a more positive internet. On behalf of SaferNet, and also together in an initiative with NIC.br and CGI.br and our other partners, we will now move to a very special panel, a global panel, very diverse. We have representatives from 4 continents of the world that will share their perspectives and experiences on this topic that is crucial, and where it is crucial to consider the diversity of not only regions and countries, but also individuals, so that we can provide well-being, as we saw with Professor Mimi Ito's. And we will discuss some lessons learned related to digital citizenship and inclusion in the pandemic, as well as some of the issues. So I will talk to Fabio Seni, who is the coordinator of research at Citizenship.br, who coordinates crucial research as ITC in education, and to give more evidences of internet habits in Brazil. He is going to hold this panel in English, so we will have original audio, and we also have translation if you want, and you can follow the translation into Portuguese if you prefer that. Once again, I would like to thank Fabio for accepting this invitation and for the possibility of leading this panel. Fabio?
Muito obrigado, Rodrigo. Queria primeiro agradecer.
Thank you, Rodrigo. First, I would like to thank SaferNet and NIC.br for this invitation to participate in such an important event. I will switch to English to make the interaction with our guests easier.
Thank you very much. As part of the Safer Internet Day, I would like to welcome you to the panel Lessons Learned and New Challenges Around Digital Inclusion and Citizenship During the Pandemic. I'm Fabio Seni, I'm Survey Coordinator at Citizenship.br, NIC.br. And I'm joined by a great group of speakers coming from different regions of the world, as Rodrigo mentioned. So in the next minutes, we will draw on different expertise and regional experiences to reflect on how the COVID-19 affected digital inclusion and citizenship, but above all, to see what are the perspectives for the future and how can we really engage children and young people in this debate. So we're going to have a very good round of speakers and perspectives around the world. And please be aware that you can find more information on the speakers in the events website. So for the sake of time, I will let them present themselves and highlight any information from their activities they want to share with you. And so to start, first of all, I would like to give the floor to Awo Aidam Amenash from Ghana. And consider your really impressive work on Child Online Africa and having the African perspective. We would like to hear from you what are the main lessons learned in this particular period, and what are the new challenges for digital inclusion that you envision in the near future? So what did we learn in your region, in your continent, and what do you envision for the near future? Please, you have the floor for the next 10 minutes.
Right. Okay, thank you, Fabio, and thank you to SaferNet for the opportunity to join this discussion today. So my name is Awo Aidam Amenash, rightly said. I lead a team at the Child Online Africa, which is an African organization with focus on advocacy and research, but advocating with and for children. So what that means is we involve children a lot in our designs and our programming, just to hear the first-hand information from them. So we have a number of programs, but for this particular discussion, we are focusing on what we call the Africa Digital Leaders Program. So the Africa Digital Leaders Program, it's a hybrid sort of fellowship program for young people. The goal is to help them hone their skills, those who might have gotten the skills already, and those who have not, acquire the basic citizenship skills before they venture into the space online. What we've realized is that most of our communities and schools are largely offline. So we've had to find a way of bridging that conversation, getting some of them hard copies of information just so they will be abreast with things. So as part of the Digital Leaders Program, we've decided that we're going to sort of incorporate the digital intelligence set of skills. So the 8 digital skills which are taught in DQ are introduced. So DQ program is used as an entry point for the Africa Digital Leaders Program. Our goal is to have about at least 5,000 young people by 2030 who are with the requisite skills and can boastfully say that they are indeed Africa, the digital leaders for Africa. So that's our goal. We haven't achieved much yet. We started this just in 2020, this particular program. We are on, and it's a reality. In 2020, with the coming of the COVID-19, in fact, we have realized that the infrastructure support, which is talked about in most reports, are not real. They haven't gone far, actually, because people try to connect from places and they have difficulty connecting. This one is not about data issues, but it's about connectivity issues. So you see your device with full bars of network, but you are not able to connect. And other times you need to be switching from one network to another because of the instability in the network. One other thing which also came to the fore has been that so many people are without the right skill sets to engage. So we started here getting reports about sextortion, among other things, because by virtue of the fact that people have access and they are bored at home, they are forced to connect with the wrong people, and one thing leads to another, and there's so many things come to the fore. So that is also one of the key things we realize in our space as far as the use is concerned. The other thing has to do with the fact that we say data is affordable, but to what extent? The ordinary person there hears about that, and the peri-urban areas cannot afford basic data in order to connect to even their classrooms. So it became a source of worry for us again. The other thing has to do with even electricity in some areas. Just for them to connect to needed platforms was nowhere to be found. Some were relying on solar, but then that one too was not regular. So it's been so many issues here and there, but then by way of trying to even address them, which I'll highlight on later, I wouldn't say much has changed, but we just had to find a way of adapting to the situation and then finding other ways of engaging. One prominent thing again has to do with assistive devices for persons with disability. These young people with disability some of them seem to have devices, all right, but citizenship contents are not getting to them because one, it's either difficult for them to translate from the speech to text as they would have to relate to, or from the text to the speech which they will have to connect with. So that also became a big issue. So most of them have the devices and they are able to do normal things, receiving calls and co, but they are not able to put the devices to use by creating content or making use of available content on that. Challenges, access to tools, as I've mentioned, was one of the key challenges. Even the government tried to come in, but it wasn't sufficient enough. The increase in unacceptable behaviors of young people. So some of them are engaging in the unacceptable behavior, knowing very well that it's wrong, but the fact that they're going to get social media likes for it, they engage or they indulge all the same, and then they go with that. Now, so one thing which also became a huge challenge for us has to do with the language needs of the people. Most of the young people are able to read basic stuff, but when it comes to the terminologies and jargons that they are confronted with in English language, we would have wished that we have those done in a local language for them to be able to relate to properly. So the skill set to even make those ones available was a huge challenge during the pandemic, because everybody is now forced to go online to do one thing or another, but then you don't have the solution. Age appropriate content was also another thing. Some of the contents which are churned out to the people, we realize that they are above them, and so they find it very difficult to relate, and we want to break it down for them. And at that point, you are also wondering, okay, what about the other people? Because we haven't thought about the age disaggregation at the initial stage. It was difficult having people of different economic backgrounds, different age groups, and all of that come into the program and then be effective at what we were doing. The other thing has to do with the fact that I have realized a 14-year-old child in Singapore who is able to complete a task cannot be compared to a 14-year-old child in Africa. Clearly, you have to be looking at a 16-year-old or 18 in order to catch up on that. So DQ program is targeted at age 8 to 14, but then we had to open up the bracket a bit, make it available to 16 and 18, because we saw that no, people at 16 could not easily manage the task of the 14-year-old. So that also became a bit of a challenge in our implementation of the Leaders program. But we're trying. So instead of completing a task for a year, we are looking at they completing the same task for 1.5 years or more, at their own pace, at their own consumption level. Maybe the last thing I will touch on will be maturation. So I think I just spoke about that indirectly, but then yes, so maturity for most of the young people is also key in some of the things that we do. So when we go, for instance, when we go to a community where you realize that people have enrolled on the program, they have their skills intact, but then interacting with them, you realize, no, something is missing somewhere. Then you now start to probe what is happening. But then in the course of that, we realize they have adults who have assisted them in tackling the tests. So in that case, there's no fairness, but because their age is up there and they want to belong to the program, they resorted to cheating, and adults are aiding that kind of process. So we're thinking around how we can actually work with the DQ Institute in order to tailor-make some of the programs for our audience, just so we'll be making the most of whatever it is that they are being engaged on. How do we address some of these situations, or how are we tackling them? We are calling for collaboration between parents and teachers, because when we have the support at home, it will go a long way to supporting the classroom situation. When we have the support from teachers to parents at the community level who serve as the frontliners, it will help them in addressing some of the challenges that we are confronted with. And then role modeling, because sometimes we have engaged on citizenship and stuff, but then because mommy and daddy are sitting at home, coming to the dining table with their devices, it's difficult for the children to comply with the rules of engagement. So clearly, role modeling is key. And we also working at training for teachers, parents, and the children themselves. So today, for instance, we're taking part in the digital citizenship test, assessment test, just so we know from the index where our countries are and what can be done in order to help push the process forward. And we also have to be intentional. We are telling the teachers they have to be intentional in engaging with the young people. If we are disengaging the ICT lessons from lifestyle or citizenship lessons, it wouldn't augur well for us. They might think that they're still living in two different worlds, but we want a situation where they know that, oh no, there isn't much difference now. So whatever I'm doing offline is a reflection of what I'm doing online is a reflection of what I'm doing offline, and vice versa. So essentially, yes. And then we've also made a case for teacher preparation. At the teacher training level, most of the teachers have no idea what online safety or responsible internet use is about. All they know is, okay, you need to connect to the computer, do ABC, send emails and all. All the other things are silent when it comes to their curriculum. So we're trying to influence that to see how best that can go. And the fact is that the Africa Digital Leaders Program is helping us to sort of influence a number of policies and frameworks that are in existence. Because hitherto, yes, we are influencing policy, but based on government's own policies. But this time around, we take the content of schools and measure them as against the standards. Are we meeting them, or we are far behind? And when that happens, then we start the engagement to know how to retrofit some of them in order to also meet the best standards which are available. So I'm sure I've touched base on what I'm supposed to speak on. I don't know if you have questions. What
no, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Howell, for your very interesting presentation. I think adaptation is one key word of your presentation that I think is very important, and also this dynamic interaction between skills and connectivity. So how each one influence. And this gives me the opportunity to call Sabrina Vorbol and João Pedro. Sabrina is from the INSAFE and in your peer in SchoolNet Belgium, and João Pedro from Youth Panel Portugal. And Sabrina, as part of the organization that created and globally coordinates the world's Safer Internet Day, we would love to hear from you your reflections on the lessons learned during the pandemic, and also the importance of youth participation as protagonists in this debate. And also from João Pedro, we really want to hear you about the challenges to increase children participation, as Alvo said, not just working for children, but also with children. So how can we really improve youth participation in this debate? So you have the floor for the next 10 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Fabio, and the colleagues from SaferNet Brazil for inviting us today, and happy Safer Internet Day to everyone. I'm Sabrina Vorbau. I'm a project manager at European SchoolNet. We are based in Brussels, and we are coordinating the InSafe and InHope network of European Safer Internet Centers as part of the Better Internet for Kids project. And we're doing so on behalf of the European Commission. I'm here today to talk a bit more about what we are doing, how we're ensuring youth participation. I'm also the coordinator of the Better Internet for Kids Youth Ambassador Network. And I'm sharing a specific best practice example with you, as we have been working and coordinating on behalf of the European Commission a consultation throughout last year, where we, of course, try to put children and young people at the heart of this process, because children and young people are the future. And we believe that they should sit around the table when Europe's digital decade is being shaped and built. Because young people growing up in time where being offline, of course, and we all know this, is hardly an option anymore. And this new generation understands and embraces the digital world in a different way than older people do. And sometimes as well, these includes policymakers and other stakeholders who are sitting in the driving seat when rules of the internet and its governance are being shaped. So we do believe that youth engagement cannot anymore be a nice to have. It must offer genuine possibilities for meaningful participation, so that policy making is based on the real needs and has also effective and a positive impact of the young people's life. And this have been, so to say, the guiding principle in this Digital Decade for Youth consultation process we coordinated. This, as I said, this has been also acknowledged by the European Commission, with the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen declaring this year, so 2022, as the European Year of Youth. The outcomes of the Digital Decade for Youth consultation offer, in our opinion, valuable data and evidence to ongoing processes at the European Commission that both currently looking into Europe's digital future. On the one hand, the consultation outcomes are helping to shape a set of principles, which also include child online protection and empowerment, and on the other hand side also lay the foundation of a new European strategy for better internet for children, which is due to be launched this year in spring. Almost 10 years after the first strategy was adopted. So how does this look more or less in practice? The consultation exercise is, of course, done by the input of many people that worked really hard and were very enthusiastic of being involved. So we at European SchoolNet, on behalf of the European Commission, organized consultations with children and young people from March to August last year. And we did this with the support of the InSafe network of European Safer Internet Centers and also other European online safety and child rights organizations. Over 17 consultation sessions were carried out. So overall, the voice of more than 750 children and young people across Europe were taken into consideration and were being heard, which of course sets a very high standard in how to ensure meaningful child and youth participation in digital policy making. Also to ensure that the protocol we developed for these consultations with children was fit for purpose, we created a youth advisory board that validated the approach. that was taken, and Joao, who is with me on the panel, was one of the 8 young people that were part of this youth advisory board. So I let him, of course, share best practices and some experience he had being part of this group. Everyone in this group was between the age of 15 to 21 years old, and they are involved in our Better Internet for Kids Youth Ambassador network. And we met with them throughout the process of putting the protocols for the consultation together. So we really involved them at an early stage in this policy-making process, which I think is a really important thing to do, to involve young people right from the beginning and not only at the end when the resource or the activity is done and then hand it over to them and let them work with this. In addition, it is also important to say that we wanted to make sure, because we're talking about the digital decade of Europe and the future of the internet, to also make sure that all EU citizens had their say, and especially also other important actors that play a very important role when making sure that the internet is safer and better for children and young people. And this, of course, at one hand are teachers and educators. So we also found it very important to, of course, get their feedback. So we organized a massive open online course last spring, specifically for teachers and educators. And through this online course, we consulted them as well on similar questions that were posted to the children and young people in the consultations. In addition to this, to make sure that literally everyone could participate, we also launched a public survey and promoted it on social media channels in order to reach, for example, parents, social workers, and other important stakeholders. Then we looked at some of the preliminary findings, and these were then at a second stage also presented to other stakeholders that are sitting in, are more involved in the decision-making processes. So we also held close consultations with industry representatives, policymakers from national ministries across Europe, and also we sat together with the research community. So we really wanted to also assure a full multi-stakeholder approach in this whole consultation process. To conclude, I would like to highlight some of the findings from this Digital Decade for Youth consultation. There's a full report that you can find on the Better Internet for Kids portal with all the outcomes. So if possible, I will share the link in the chat after my intervention, but just some takeaways is that, of course, we know that children and young people spend a lot of time online, and of course, the pandemic made the digital interaction even more excessive. Children, and especially younger children, might be more naive in relation to the bad things which may happen online. Nevertheless, children and young people tend to have a balanced and critical view on risk and opportunities they are confronted with. For example, they understand that social media companies are driven by business interests, which may result into data privacy risks. However, it is worrying to see that after so many years, cyberbullying continues to be flagged as a systematic problem where more needs to be done, and that hateful content or advertising also continues to reach the screens used by children and young people when it clearly should not. While leisure time has largely moved from offline to online environment, parents don't seem to sufficiently be aware still of the problems that children and young people may encounter. They often lack the required knowledge and skills. And in some cases, young people also felt that some of them simply don't care that much. The fact that so many children and young people also in Europe are still not fully included in the digital world is troublesome. And this is something which needs to change, also keeping in mind the European Union's 2030 digital targets. To conclude, I believe this was a very eye-opening process to work on the Digital Decade for Youth consultation, and the report clearly underlines once more the importance of children's rights to be heard in any decision-making processes that affects them. And with this said, I'm happy to hand over to João to share more about the work that he has been doing and share his experience in being part of this Youth Advisory Board and the whole process. And thank you very much.
Okay, and I'll take it from here. Hello everyone, bom dia a toda a gente. João Pedro speaking here. I'm from Portugal, and I'm really happy to be here today with you all. So happy Safer Internet Day, everyone. To present myself a little bit, and as Sabrina already kindly mentioned, I've been Better Internet for Kids Youth Ambassador for almost 9 years now. So besides my professional role of data scientist, I've taken an active role on online safety, digital literacy discussions, and best practices for or since an early age. And it's actually nice to revisit the SaferNet team, because when it comes to internet governance, I'm happy to say that my first experiences were actually through with the SaferNet team. I can also say hi to some colleagues also on the panel today that I met in person already a while ago, and hopefully we'll visit or meet in person soon in new forums. But when it comes also to the internet governance field, I've been also interested in joining on different initiatives, from the Youth IGF movement to the UREAD Youth Committee, and several partnerships with ISOC and ICANN that I think that are interesting to mention. When it comes to the engagement and participation, in this case from youth perspective, I would say that being inclusive is a very important word to use. When it comes to the consultations, I think it's very easy to admit or to recognize the importance of doing youth consultations on online safety. But the consultation is important. I would say that the consultation process is also as important. And here is where I'm really happy to say that joining Sabrina team on the designing sessions of the Digital Decade for Youth consultation report is really a best practice to talk about. Going through the different points of the process, making sure that it was on the right tone and using the right language to be presented and worked with young people could only be done by having this inside information of working alongside young people on the draft of the process itself. So I'm really happy to say that from the beginning, there was this effort to make sure that young people's voice was included, and I think that's also it was therefore a little bit also reflected on the feedback reported from the consultation. So from the points that we saw from the survey, there was also some policy priorities. Sabrina kindly mentioned a little bit on the findings, but there was also important points in terms of policy priorities. And I have a few here. So there was a need or a sense of necessity for having access to the digital world for all children and young people, and this need to be taught and given accurate information on how to use digital technology in a responsible and positive manner. At the same time, it was also important to bring adults to the conversation for this accurate information and knowledge transmission, because to some extent, the online behavior and experience of older people from the family perspective and broader community, this shows how important it is to create awareness for everyone to empower young digital users. And this ruling and teaching by example, it's something very important that sometimes we disregard. And is also a note for the policymakers that need to agree together with industry, therefore on minimum standards when it comes to children's and young people's digital media experiences, and to make sure that the rules are being enforced. So of course you don't set the rules if you're not able to enforce. And these were several points that came out from the survey and from the young people themselves. A few points that I have here to mention is, of course, the strict balance between engagement and participation. And here, throughout the years, I think there's a lot been done on both sides. It's always easy to recognize where young people are participating, and you can identify several programs, several processes. I would say that it's much more difficult to identify where they are being or they are engaging properly and they stick around. And here I give again a big kudos to the Better Internet for Kids initiative, because from what I've experienced and from the newer generations already that are part of the process and the program and involved at the different levels, from the Safer Internet centers to the big youth ambassadors network, that it's a program that makes young people stick around and continue making a continuous contribution to a better internet. So I'd say that's really, if else, I'm a great example of it, of this continuity of the process. And I speak for myself, of course, but also hopefully for the rest of the group, that this experience, it's also in some sense life-changing, not only for me, but hopefully for other young people.
Thank you very much, João. Thank you, Sabrina, for your impressive presentation. I think you both mentioned the idea of involving or having the participation of children in the beginning of the process. I think this matter of time is very important, and this gives the opportunity to call an Asian Pacific or Asian perspective, if you like. And I would like to invite Jennifer Chung and Jenna Fung, both from .Asia, Hong Kong, and they can develop more on this perspective, especially as a member of a very important institution on internet governance. I would like to hear from you. How do you assess the importance of programs and actions that promote citizen safe and responsible use of internet among children, but considering the scale of those projects, if they can be in adequate scales and among multiple stakeholders, né? So how multiple stakeholders can be involved in the process. So please, Jennifer and Gina, you have the floor for the next 10 minutes.
Thank you, Fabio. First of all, happy Safer Internet Day to everyone. My name is Jennifer Chung, and me and my colleague Jenna Fung, we both work for the .Asia organization. We are a not-for-profit organization that's headquartered in Hong Kong, and we are the registry operator for the top-level domain .Asia. So not only do we do that part of the work as part of the critical infrastructure of the internet, we actually do a lot to give back to the Asia Pacific regional community, especially in the form of internet governance activities and different programs. And Fabio mentioned, there is a lot of programs that we have pioneered, a lot of things that we've done in the past. One of which we actually did for our 10-year anniversary, celebrating, the top of Asia. We did a youth mobility index in 2018 just to take a look at the opportunities and mobility of young people in the region in terms of education, in terms of work, in terms of entrepreneurship, and all of that. And I feel like it's time to update it now, 5 years on, looking at, especially in the pandemic world. But I really do want to focus on a couple of our key programs, especially when we're talking about capacity building for youth and training youth to teach other young people what it's like and what internet governance is. One of the events we do have is netmission.asia. You'll hear a little bit more about it from my colleague Jenna, since she first went through the program and now she's my colleague at .asia and she is coordinating the program entirely. And then there's also some regional activities that we do with other regional partners in Asia Pacific, such as the ICANN Asia Pacific Hub, ISOC in Asia Pacific as well, and then KISA, which is the Korea Internet Security Agency. And that part of the program used to be an annual intensive, a 1-week intensive course that is held in South Korea in Seoul. And it is to bring together tertiary and also younger youth participants who are interested but do not participate currently in internet governance. And it's very interesting to try to translate something that's supposed to be a 1-week intensive kind of a summer camp, a summer school for these young people into something that's virtual. And it's quite challenging because for these young people, they don't particularly know what it is. They are digital natives, but to be sitting in a space where they are discussing policies to do with the internet, discussing, decision-making policies is something quite difficult to translate to online. So from a 1-week intensive course for last year in 2020, at the end of the year, we translated this to an 8-week program, and it was still quite intensive because it was twice a week, 2 hours, so 4 hours a week, and we had all the mentors from all the supporting organizations. So we also took the time to do a one-on-one with all the participants in the course, because it's very hard to replicate the sense of community and the sense of building that network when we are looking at each other through the screen, through Zoom. So taking more time for mentors to do one-on-ones with mentees is one thing that we had to translate to. And then when we're looking at retaining the young people, to not only just drawing their interest into participating in these programs, but retaining them to keep them in the internet governance ecosystem is definitely a challenge. I'm so happy that we heard from Joao earlier, and we'll probably hear from Jenna afterwards to see how we looked at this challenge, particularly in Asia Pacific, since we are a region where, of course, the bulk of the population is, and the bulk of young people there also rely quite heavily on the internet. One more thing I wanted to bring out before I pass the floor to Jenna is that we are also the Secretariat for the Asia Pacific Regional Internet Governance Forum. And this regional NRI, we switch host countries every year, but obviously since the pandemic, this has not been able to be done. Last year, we were able to do a hybrid version together with our host country, Nepal. But even then, it was quite difficult because with the changing landscape of travel restrictions, pandemic restrictions, and all of that, even for local participants in Nepal, or even in the more localized region of South Asia, it was very difficult for participants to actually travel to the physical location. So that also had to be translated to a virtual program. Now, our fellowship program every year for this is quite a valuable opportunity for young people and young professionals to be able to, get a first foothold into the space, to understand the policies, to understand the issues that are surrounding all the discussions that we're having, and to make this more valuable both to the youth and to, I guess, the continuing community. We had to redesign a lot of the parts of the fellowship programs because there's competing interests right now. For a lot of young people, a lot of students, all of their classes are online, all of their social life is online. So why would they, think about joining yet another online program about a topic that they haven't heard before, internet governance? So I would like to now pass the floor to my colleague Jenna, and she actually will tell you a little bit more about our marquee program, netmission.asia. It is a program where we train youth to teach youth about internet governance. And she's also newly elected in the steering committee of the YCIG of the global IGF, so it's the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance. So maybe she'll tell us a little bit more about that as well. So I'd love to pass the floor now to Jenna.
Thank you so much, Jennifer, for covering most of the things I would like to talk for an introduction. So I'll just quickly skip that and might just give you guys a little bit more insights about the youth program, netmission.asia, and the youth initiative that I mostly take care of, which is the Asia Pacific Youth IGF. So NetMission Academy, it's some online academy that we provide trainings about internet governance to young people in Asia Pacific. And we have been doing it virtually since 2019. Then I think 2 years back, then we have this pandemic hitting us. And I think the first year, the young people are excited about virtual events or training. So many of them get signed up and getting involved. And especially with this global crisis, I think many of them getting to be more aware of the internet issues because people start to care more about privacy or the data protection. So it is a good opportunity for us to actually teach them how young people could do to make their cyber experience a safe one and what they could do to educate the next generation all together with our power. So NetMission Academy provides regular trainings and about some internet governance issues, not only cybersecurity, but other things, including digital inclusions. And nowadays, we talk a lot about sustainability and how internet or technology affecting the environment. So this is like a training session. We hope to cover most of the fundamental stuff. And so this young people who go through this training can go back to their own community and educate their peers in their own way. As you might know, Asia Pacific is a really diverse continent, and many people from different countries might be facing different issues from their own perspective. And so we hope this kind of capacity building can help them to achieve more and close the gap and digital divide in the regions. And going to the regional events that we offer to young people in Asia Pacific, that's Youth IGF. I think we have it everywhere, especially in the past 2 years at the Global IGF. The Youth Summit has been a great success to actually gather young people from all around the world. So that inspired us to do a little bit more in the Asia Pacific regions. Also, we had some different innovations in the program design in terms of using some mixed language for particular session at the event, and through some interactive games, we get them introduced to internet governance itself, because we believe if we want to create a safer internet and a more inclusive cyberspace, we need the young people to get engaged, and that's one of the way. But of course, we didn't expect that the pandemic actually prolongs for a little bit more right now. And then, of course, we don't get to meet in person and collaborate a little bit more. But taking the opportunity that we get access to all this education opportunity or this collaborations opportunity, just like today, we don't have to be in person in a particular country, but we still get to talk to each other, sharing our experience and network with one another. That helps us a lot to understand our weakness and do the improvement in the future. And so we also consider some of the things that we could be improved in the past, and hopefully the coming year we could provide more support to young people to participate in internet governance in long run, because in the past they might not have enough support, not only on financial but in so many other ways. For example, they might not feel inclusive enough because things that they are facing in this internet governance world is just a little bit too difficult for them to continue. And so our goal this year is not only to teach them and get them join training session, but we hope that they could stay joining the youth IGF, then the regional one, then the global one, taking advantage of my role as a coordinator of this youth initiative and a steering committee member of YCIG for the coming year. I hope that the young people could do a little bit more in their own roles, and so we could bring young people together at not only the regional scene but at international level, that we can do a little bit more for the community. So far, that's the thing we could learn from this pandemic in our region, and I hope that with the sharing today, we can learn from each other a little bit more and know what's exactly the situation is in different regions of this world. And I believe with all our work, effort, and power, we can finally make our internet safe and inclusive to the expectation that we hope one day. And so that's all from me. If Jennifer, you have anything to add, feel free to jump in. If not, that's all from us today.
Thank you very much, Gina and Jennifer, for your insightful presentation. I think you both raised one question very interested on the idea of translation, the debates of that there might be technical or very difficult, and how we can translate and innovate in engaging these people. And I think that our last speaker, Guilherme Alves from SaferNet Brazil, could also comment on that. So what are the challenges to engage adolescents and young people in those types of issues that might be perceived as very technical or difficult to understand? So how you can translate this in the context of Brazil, especially where SaferNet acts in the last decade, promoting the cautious in safe use of internet in the country, and if you think there are some differences in the moment nowadays because of the pandemic in terms of the vulnerabilities that you perceive online, and also especially because in the context of Brazil, you have a long period of remote education and children dealing very closely with screens. So I would like to hear from you, how do you see the change in this period, and also what can be done to translate this to the young generation? So please, Guilherme.
Thanks, Fabio. I'll be speaking in Portuguese, but first let me say it's good having Jenna, Jennifer, and João here. We've been together in many other internet governance forums. So it's great seeing you guys and being able to understand what you're doing, what projects you've been doing over the last year. So thanks for the invitation. Okay, now in Portuguese. Bom, eu vou falar pouquinho da nossa...
I will talk a little bit about the perspective and our experiences during the pandemic with projects that focus on the engagement of children and adolescents. There have been many changes, many expectations of changes, and difficulties in follow-up processes. I will talk specifically about a project that we conduct with SaferNet, supported by Facebook. During the design of this project, since its onset, we wanted this project to be adaptable and flexible. We needed to make a lot of changes to be able to follow up changes in remote learning, hybrid learning, on-site learning, and to be prepared for these challenges was crucial in this project. An important point has to do with a very specific case in Brazil that is connectivity. There are regions in the country where connectivity is very poor, the quality of connectivity is very poor, and that has impacted how the participation of youth in activities. We had some young people who were ambassadors of the program. They were trained by SaferNet. They were encouraged to think creatively about new activities, and they held activities with the youth, with other adolescents remotely. And along these 2 years, we needed to create a project that would be adapted to schools that lacked connectivity enough, like that could not have a video conferencing like the one we're having. So this is a challenge because we need to be prepared for different situations that might have place in different scenarios we may face. In our program, it is important to leverage active methodologies that will engage adolescents. And that is aligned with what João mentioned about putting children and adolescents to actually be part of activities. So through the use of an active methodology, we did that, and we used that even in the training session we had for our ambassadors. So we not only conveyed messages and knowledge, but we wanted those young people to be engaged and to think about it, to be engaged in building the program, so that in the field, as ambassadors, they will be prepared for the various situations that might face, and they would be prepared to engage other adolescents in this conversation. So because of that, we're going to have a very specific channel of conversation. Sometimes it is difficult for teachers or for parents to talk to young people, but when we have adolescents talking to adolescents or to children, it is easier for them. They can use their own language. They feel free to ask questions and give opinions. It's very important to have an open channel among the youth, and that was crucial to our program. There are also the pros and cons of virtual education, remote education. Of course, we are tired of being connected at all times, or Zoom fatigued, or we're connected to meetings all day. And this is true for adolescents and children who participated in our activities. But remote setting has also made it easier for some people to communicate. Those who are shyer, usually in a face-to-face activities, they could participate through the chat. They could open their microphones or not. They could open their cameras or turn on their cameras or not. So it is a way of establishing an environment where they can communicate and they could participate in the way they wanted. And sometimes we are in a remote class and all you can see is the teacher who's just sharing the screen. But this does not mean that students are not reflecting on what is being said or not participating or listening. It's important for them to feel comfortable. I think that accepting that was important during our project as well. Another point I would like to raise has to do with the diversity of those who participate in the project. Brazil is a very large country, very diverse, so it is important to be aware of those diversities. We should be aware to the fact that there are ambassadors from different areas of the countries with different backgrounds who operate in different settings. Some ambassadors are law students, some ambassadors are journalists, journalism students, and we have people with different interests and with different backgrounds and professions. And by doing that, we have a constellation of talents. In their regions, they also take into account regional perspectives. We shouldn't have a project that would only take one single perspective on what digital inclusion and citizenship is, based on the perspective of one place or one group of people. So it's important to encourage young people to think about what are the challenges in your city, in your region. Internet is a network that connects everyone, but it connects people differently. So people's expectations, what they want to do using the internet, they're different. We should take that into account so that we would not have a top-down project or program. This is why I said it should be adaptable and flexible. And that was important throughout the whole program. And to wrap up, I'd like to say that we got directly in contact with schools. Schools involve students, staff, teachers. Teachers were challenged in the pandemic because everything took place very quickly. In the case of Brazil, in a couple of months, remote classes were not used in the past for teaching to teach children and adolescents. So teachers for the first time had to conduct a virtual class or activity, and it was very difficult for them. So it was important to support teachers in this process on how to guide them so that they themselves could guide their own students in the good use of the internet. And that's a cross-sectional approach, talking about safe use of internet, talking about privacy. This is not a specific subject in the curriculum. This is something that we touched upon in different subjects. So it's important that all sorts of teachers are prepared for that. We should support and respect teachers in this process. That was very important for us. If you run projects that work with schools, this is a crucial element in the approach. That's the only way you will be able then to reach the youth. So these are some of the challenges that we faced. It was challenging, but at the same time, it was very exciting to follow up what happened remotely, then in the hybrid model, and now we also, now that we're going back to the on-site teaching, we want the project to be there too, and we want adolescents to be able to continue the project themselves, to be creative, and to maybe create a marathon, to create something that will be engaging in their school and their community. That's what we've learned. And it was nice to hear from other panelists, their perspectives, their regional experiences. And it's interesting to see that we have some common challenges among us. And we are in different countries and different continents, but there are some challenges that are common to all of us. And at the same time, there are some challenges that are different. It's very good to have a space like that to see what went right and what didn't, so that we can move on together. It's very good to have an opportunity for discussion like that. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'll turn over back to Fabio.
We are out of time, but we have time for a quick round of questions. I think this is very important. I'll pass the floor to the group of youngsters that are ambassadors of the the Digital Citizen project here in Brazil. They are together here in São Paulo for the past 3 days working on issues related to this digital citizenship. So I'll pass the floor to Wilson Guilherme, which will do the first question to the group, and then we will have some questions from the chat. So, Wilson, are you there? The group from...
Obrigado. Saúdo a todos.
Yes, here I am. Hello, everyone. and I will speak in Portuguese. Okay, this is part of my political needs. A digital citizenship program was created in 2020, and we have to face pandemic challenges. In the past 2 years, we had to cope with the new alternatives to guarantee a digital critical environment. In Brazil, the access inequalities and internet access, they are giant, as Guilherme has well said. Therefore, we have to consider not only the big centers, but also the suburban areas and those remote Amazonic areas. And that is clearly stated in a document of one of our ambassadors, which says about the multiple voices which are excluded. And they were excluded not only from basic rights such as education, work, and professionalization, but also they were excluded from the digital means. They were the main means to mitigate inequalities. But my question is, based on your experience, which strategies would you consider effective to be implemented as political measures that will mitigate those inequalities that are experienced in some regions, such as the Amazon region in the case of Brazil and some other suburban areas? I would like to close my talk mentioning a Brazilian rapper. I see on TV what they say about youngsters. Youngsters in Brazil are not taken seriously, but we, Brazilian youth, will design a new speech to guarantee that each child, adolescent, will be taken seriously to have their rights kept and guaranteed. Thank you, Wilson, and to your team. Great intervention and question.
In right the same direction of, I think, in the right direction of thinking about policies. So what are the perspective for scale projects like this to policies in considering the remote education? And if you think that you can include this type of intervention in the public policies of education, beyond going into small pilot projects, but how to really build this into the educational policies within the context that you have in each country or region. So I'll propose a final round of interventions from our speakers. We don't have much time, so I'll please be very brief in your pointing to this discussion, and I'll propose to do the opposite. So I'll start by asking Guilherme to do the same, and we end with the opposite direction here. So please, I'll pass to Guilherme, very brief in 2 minutes. What can you consider from the questions?
Bom, eu acho que primeiro a gente precisa pensar.
Well, first of all, we have to think about a representative type of public policies. There are those which still exclude some players, and in addition, countries, they see their public policies different and they might exclude different players. So first of all, we have to consider public policies from a national and global perspective, and not to embed a foreigner policy which will not encompass our diversities. In addition to that, we should include not only those experts such as decision makers or those who have a background on that, but rather to include others, educators, citizens, common regular citizenships to participate, contributions that may be given by those who are far away from the decision tree process that can be extremely relevant and effective, and they are usually not considered. And that can be applied not only for connectivity policies, internet policies, but by any sort of internet policies that would like to include social policies. It's important to have a participation environment that will be bureaucratic, accessible, and that will be friendly environment to all. Moreover, we should be able to follow available technologies that will guarantee high quality connectivity. Connectivity that we had 20 years ago is totally different than the one we have nowadays. Internet access nowadays is different from the one we had in the past. So we should not make use of outdated sort of technology. We should have a minimum quality internet access that will follow current patterns in terms of internet access. For instance, low broadband internet quality or low velocity quality. How can someone participate at an online Zoom discussion? We in Brazil, but not only, there are those who have internet access just via their mobile phone with a very limited data access. There is a high level of limited data usage, and they are not able to freely navigate it over the internet to access different content, because that would require more broadband or velocity or content distribution. So that should be considered in the middle to long run to allow better quality access to all.
Which both mentioned this question on how to scale the projects and to include in the educational system. So I'll pass the floor to Jennifer and Gina, if you can make your final contributions on this.
Sure, thank you, Fabio. Really important question. I guess speaking from the Asia Pacific perspective, it is very difficult to kind of sum up in such a large region, because in our region there are countries and states that are very resource rich countries, and then there are countries who are not as resource rich. And we also, especially during the pandemic, there's been some political upheaval in certain countries like Afghanistan, like in Myanmar, and even internet shutdowns, of course, happening everywhere. So not just due to, connectivity, in that kind of bandwidth setting, but just, from a country top-down policy, it is very difficult. I think lessons learned, especially when we were discussing during the Asia Pacific Regional Internet Governance Forum, we saw some e-education case studies from Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan, which looked at strategies in Central Asia to deal with the challenges of education posed by this pandemic for the rural communities. It is very difficult to get, of course, connectivity there at all. And they combated this with doing offline libraries of education materials, which is very interesting. So, trying to continue this education with children in the rural setting in this way. And even when we're looking at economies like Vietnam, there is a big lack of devices. Lack of devices is a big problem for children and youth to continue education online, because if they don't have a device, they can't do any education on their computers, on their laptops, or connect and continue that way. And there's a lot of strategic public and private partnerships happening, and it's scalable as well. There's, of course, the big tech companies, and of course from the government too. And there was a big push, I think, in Australia to look into connectivity when we're looking at libraries. It has become kind of like a focal point for a lot of communities to continue to access digital services, citizen services, government services, and of course, education services for people who are not able to connect. And then finally, I just want to end a little bit with, a project that we're looking at .Asia. We're the stewards for the policy setting for the top level domain .kids. This is an internet space that's supposed to be kids friendly. And I think that is also kind of the next step, to have youth and to have children to sit at decision-making tables to influence the policies that affect them, not just being passive observers, to be able to make the decisions, to kind of set the policies on how this space is supposed to, evolve and grow. And I think that is one of the most important things. We need to include them in decision-making roles. Thanks.
So Jennifer basically given already a lot of examples from the Asia Pacific. So I guess I won't be repeating it, but I would like to actually provide some first-person examples from some interactions with some net mission ambassador in the program and how they're coping with this kind of like connectivity or social factors or political reasons for not being able to connect it to get their educations or get connected with us for many reasons. Because some of our ambassador, they are from Myanmar, and I think given the political reasons, they have regular shutdowns right now. This does not only limit their chances and access to education, but also for some people who are in our community trying to solve problems and help people in their own country. Smallest participations like youth engagement in internet governance got affected. So let alone some other engagement with other parts of the world if they are trying to let people know. So I think if us in some other parts of the world having the privilege to have of good internet access and connectivity, we should not leave them alone. And I think while we are trying to save provide a safer internet and an inclusive cyberspace, we should also be aware of what is happening in other parts of the world and knowing what they're facing in their own country. And so we could help them in that kind of way. That's the only thing I would like to add. And that's what I directly learned from some other youth ambassador volunteer throughout this program when I'm trying to coordinate. And I would like to share with all of you here today. Yeah, that's it for me.
Thank you, Gina. Now Sabrina and João, what are your perspectives on this debate?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question and putting a spotlight on this, because I think it's clearly time that we not only think global, but also truly act more global, and just bringing in a bit the European perspective. And of course, a lot of people might think that connectivity or accessibility to devices, it's not such a big issue here in Europe, but this is actually what I mentioned during my intervention. One of the results of the consultation with the children and young people showed that it's still an issue, that there are still a lot of remote areas also here in Europe where there is no accessibility and also not given even the possibility for children and young people to connect. Of course, having a device and having the access is one thing. I think another important thing that we need to improve is also to put a much more focus on awareness raising and participations in the different regions across Europe. So a lot of activities or, for example, events are happening in the capitals, for example, and of course this limits access for some youngsters. So I think what we are also trying to do and what we are, our colleagues in the Unsafe Network have been doing also with the consultations, also to really go out in the regions, to go where the young people are. We know that a lot of safer internet centers take the opportunity of holiday seasons to go to different areas of the countries where they know that children and young people spend their vacation there, or visiting youth camps, to really go where the young people are. And this needs to definitely go beyond the capital. I also personally am very happy always when working with the young people for our annual youth panel to really see that we are able to bring people and connect with young people from across Europe, and of course the EU bubble and the decision-making activities here in Brussels seem very far away from them for a youngster who, for example, connects from a more remote island in Malta or Cyprus. But I think initiatives like Better Internet for Kids and the Big Youth Ambassador Program trying to bring young people who are from these remote areas, give them an opportunity to more actively participate and also connect them with children and young people who may have more possibilities. But I clearly think that when it comes to awareness raising and participation, we need to do more to go to the rural areas. For example, as I said before, making sure that if we go back to hosting face-to-face events, they're not only happening in the big capitals, so that we really ensure that everyone who's interested gets an opportunity to participate.
Yep, and not to echo on everything else that has been said already, I'll just have two quick points. So when it comes to access and quality, I think this is, of course, a multi-objective problem that you cannot solve with a single strategy. Of course, there's different problems of accessibility and quality of access in different places. So instead, I think to tackle this self-reinforced issue, you need to have parallel strategies for the different spaces. Of course, I don't bring magic recipes for this, and I think it's an ongoing conversation that has to involve not only governments but also other stakeholders, many times private sector based. But I'm more focused on the second question, and I think it's really interesting how to scale small projects into bigger policies. I'm biased probably because I'm part of the Better Internet for Kids, but I think here is really the example of local action under a broader strategy. And this might provide a hint to the question raised, meaning that I think small projects are indeed necessary, again, because of the local perspective of the internet, the network of networks, meaning that you'll face different problems and issues regarding different communities and the places that you're addressing them. But this doesn't mean, of course, that you don't have a common and shared vision of where you want to bring the internet to. So again, echoing the vision and the work done at the internet governance space and ecosystem, I think this is a great strategy and a great way to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. And now, Albo, we would love to hear your final remarks.
Right. So much has been said already. The few I could add to it is to emphasize the participation in the internet governance forums, if only they are being organized at the country level, because participating in such forums help a long way to making your voice heard and your needs identified. And you could even be part of the solution process. As a civil society, I might go with a crazy approach, but then that is not for this platform, because we want you to be decent and engage appropriately in the space. So I have shared two documents as well in the chat. Those could give you an idea. For instance, the one you could engage with directly as a private citizen is the Partner to Connect initiative by ITU. When you connect with that, there are partners on board that you could leverage on their initiatives and bring that to the local level for your local use. For Africa, most of the countries now are engaging on the ITU Giga project as well, which is meant to deploy internet to the schools and give young people devices for them to engage with. So those are sound initiatives that I thought could be helpful in your situation. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all of you, for your very insightful and interesting discussion. So we are out of time, so I would like to thank you, the organizer, and thank you all for participating. And now I'll give the floor to Rodrigo to set the next steps for the event. So thank you very much for your participation.
Uau, obrigado, Fábio, pela excelente
Thank you,
moderação.
Fabio, for the
Painel
excellent
muito
moderation
rico
in
e,
this panel that
efetivamente, a
was so
diversidade
enriching.
e as
It's
desigualdades
interesting
são
to see
desafios globais, né?
how
A gente tem
diversity
desigualdade
is
não apenas
really a
no
common
acesso aos
challenge
equipamentos, que
and
foi muito
accessibility
debatido,
as well. Not
mas
only access on
também
itself,
desigualdades
but
entre países,
also
desigualdade
inequalities between
entre escolas, do
countries,
ponto de vista de
inequalities
capacidade
between
de
schools
aproveitar as
in
tecnologias
terms
de
of
maneira
abilities
responsável.
of
E com novas
using
tecnologias vindo, né?
technologies
Inteligência
responsibly.
artificial,
And now that
internet
we
das
have new
coisas,
technologies such as
essas
Internet of
desigualdades
Things,
parecem
artificial
ganhar
intelligence.
escala,
So it seems that
seja
these
nas periferias,
inequalities
mas
gain
também nos
scale,
centros das
not
cidades, na
only
própria Europa,
in
como
neighboring
Sabrina
regions, but
trouxe,
also
o que
in
nos
the
faz
center of cities.
manter essa
And that happens even
agenda
in Europe.
durante o ano
And
todo,
this is why we
diariamente,
need to keep this
usar as
agenda throughout the
tecnologias
year,
digitais para
using
enfrentar as
digital technologies
desigualdades
on a daily
antigas e as
basis
novas
to
que elas
face
mesmas acabam
inequalities, both
produzindo.
old and
E
new.
acho que fomos unânimes em ver
I
como esse
think
processo
that
só pode acontecer de
all
maneira
of us
efetiva,
realize that this
envolvendo
can only
diretamente
take
as
place
próprias
if
crianças e
we
adolescentes
involve
e os
children and
jovens,
adolescents directly in this
não apenas
process.
ouvindo, mas
Not
envolvendo-os
only
diretamente.
listening
A
to the youth, but
construção
also
de
engaging them
respostas,
directly
na
in
avaliação das
building
respostas e
responses
no
and assessing
monitoramento
those responses.
dessas ações que
We
todos
also
nós
need to
aqui
monitoring
fazemos.
the
Então,
actions that we are
muito
implementing.
obrigado, Fábio, e eu queria só
Thank you very
rapidamente
much,
pedir
Fabio.
intervalo.
I
Faremos um
would
intervalo
like
de 5
to
minutinhos só para troca do
announce a
painel. Em seguida,
5-minute
teremos um painel
break
com alguns anúncios
because we are
de
going to
ações,
have
projetos
another
novos.
short panel
Teremos a doutora
announcing new
Neide
projects. We are going
Cardoso,
to
do
have
Ministério Público
Neide
Federal, falando sobre
Cardoso
ações
from the
importantes
Federal
do
Prosecution
ponto de vista
Office
de combate
that
à
is going to
desinformação
announce some
no
interesting
contexto de um ano eleitoral.
programs and initiatives
Teremos
about fighting
também a
misinformation
Miriam
in an election year.
do
We are also going to
SET-BR, do
have
NIC.br,
Miriam
falando de
from von
materiais
Zuben
importantes de
from
educação e
Search.br,
de
who will talk
sensibilização para a
about
produção de segurança
interesting
digital. E nós da SaferNet
materials
também vamos
for
compartilhar
digital
novos
safety
projetos que
and
temos feito
security.
do
And
ponto de
also
vista
we are
do tema
going to talk
bem-estar no
about
contexto digital. Então,
SaferNet
5 minutinhos,
initiatives.
voltamos logo
So
em
we will
seguida.
be back in
5
5
minutinhos
minutes
para dar continuidade
to
desse último bloco
continue
antes do
the
almoço.
last
Até
panel
já.
before lunch break. Thank you.
Transmissão encerrada, tá?
Thank you.
Tá no ar, Rodrigo, pode falar.
Olá, estamos de volta.
Hello.
A
We're back.
14ª edição do Dia
This is
Mundial
the
da Internet Segura no
14th
Brasil.
edition of the Safe
Eu sou Rodrigo
Internet Day in
Nesme,
Brazil.
sou
My name is
rapaz
Rodrigo
branco,
Nesme.
careca
I
completamente,
am a
porto
white,
óculos
bald
marrom,
man.
tenho
I
ao
wear
fundo de mim
brown
mapa
glasses.
antigo e
Behind me,
algumas plantas.
there's an old
Bom, dando
world
seguimento à nossa
map and some plants.
programação, a gente
Now,
tem agora
continuing our
bloco de
program,
anúncios
we
de
are going
ações,
to have
programas
a
e novidades
panel
que
with
temos para o ano de
announcements, new
2022 em
programs and
relação aos temas
initiatives
que a gente vem
that we are
debatendo
going to
durante
have
esse
in
dia.
2022 that are related to
Então,
the
para
topics we
iniciar de
discussed today.
imediato, eu convido
So,
a
to
nossa querida
begin, I
parceira, a
would
doutora
like
Neide,
to turn
que é
over to
procuradora
Neide
regional eleitoral do
Oliveira,
Estado do
the
Rio de Janeiro
regional
e também coordenadora adjunta do
prosecution
Grupo de Apoio
officer
ao
for the
Combate a Crimes
electoral
Cibernéticos do Ministério Público Federal,
department in the state of
que
Rio
é
de
parceiro
Janeiro
do
and
Dia da
adjunct
Internet Segura,
coordinator
da
of
SaferNet, e
GACC,
uma instituição vital
a
em tudo que
partner
é
of SaferNet
combate a crimes na internet.
that fights
Então, por favor, doutora Neide,
cyber
uma
crimes.
honra termos a
So it
sua
is an honor to
participação.
have Ms.
Compartilhe
Oliveira with
conosco, por
us.
gentileza,
I would like
os
to turn
projetos
over to
e
you, and I would like you
propostas
to tell us about the
que o
new
Ministério Público Federal
projects
tem para
and
2022.
initiatives that the Federal Electoral Prosecution Office has for 2022. Good afternoon, Rodrigo and everyone. Thank you for this opportunity of being able to bring in our prosecution's office, the Electoral Prosecution's Office.
Já está na tela?
I guess you can see my slides. So let me tell you about the support group, a support group for cyber crime. I am the adjunct coordinator of this group called GACC. And also I'm going to talk about the launch of a project in a partnership with SaferNet in the electoral setting. This national support group was created in 2011. There are 8 prosecutions offices in the federal level, 2 in the regional level, in the appeals court, as in my case, and we are spread in the country. We are responsible for an institutional policy of training and operation for members of the Federal Prosecution Office to fight cyber careers. So this is for those who join us in this career, and also refresher training for those who already work with us, for the new prosecutors. We also establish partnerships with the American Consulate, with OEA, with the Council of Europe, through our International Cooperation Secretariat, so that we could expand this training to other institutions. We also present technical notes on several topics related to cyberspace, and we provide that as support to legislators. The first edition was organized, and the second and third editions were updated related to cyber crimes and electronic evidence. Last year, we prepared this training. It is distributed to the judiciary and to the prosecutor's office and other officers. We also prepared some articles on the topic, and we prepared a handbook related to investigation and fight and combat to disinformation on the internet related to COVID-19. This was published in 2020. There was an increase on cyber crime and also misinformation, and we decided to publish this handbook to help our colleagues. We also prepared talks, participate in international forums. We are present, for example, in the first editions of IGF, of UN, of OEAs, their events on cyber crimes, Cyber Red, also on cyber crimes, the Octopus Conference on the Budapest Convention that I'm going to talk about later. And on a national level, we participate in public hearings, in some investigation committees in the National Congress about bills related to cybercrimes. We also hold social campaigns and provide interviews to raise the awareness of the population how serious this is. And we also participate in the Safer Internet Day as today. And our major deed in 2021 is that we created a portal called e-Evidence. It is a digital platform that is accessible to the members and also officers at the Federal Prosecution Office, so that we can combine in a systematized and user-friendly way information related to how to collect electronic evidence, bring in all the guidance, and also talks about features on the internet, such as social media, email, instant messaging, and so on. This portal was established based on a collective effort from the Organization of American States, Foreign Commonwealth Office of the UK, and we also established a partnership with other national groups like the Legal Secretariat of International Cooperation, GACC, also the Technical Nucleus to Fight Cybercrime in the state of São Paulo, the Secretariat of Social Communication, and other secretariats. This is what the e-Evidence portal looks like. Here, by clicking on each one of these quadrants, you'll be able to see data, contacts, information. Everything is here in this field. You see manuals and scripts. Everything is available digitally. Legislation, jurisprudence related to this topic. It also includes international conventions and treaties. There's also a tab for prevention, for training, many training courses, some that we are yet to provide, and all materials that were prepared for these training sessions, and also link with topics that are associated with cybercrime. As you can see on the left-hand side, on the right-hand side, you see some templates. And there you see all templates used depending on the activities of the prosecution office, whether they're judicial or extrajudicial. This is a very important tool because the use of templates makes it easier for prosecutors who are not so familiar with this topic or who do not work with that frequently. So how you take reports, how you have some different documents to be provided. So we find different templates that can be used by the prosecutors here. And also, in this area of the portal, you find the tracks. By clicking on these tracks, the user will pick what he is investigating among the main features of the internet, whether the investigation has to do with social media, with email, and what is the purpose. Are they trying to find people, or what are they trying to find in terms of information? So what are you investigating? And there are several options. So for example, if you click on social network, social media, the portal will suggest a line of investigation. So the specific provider that is involved or from which the prosecutor needs data. That was a very important initiative. And this is why the Convention of Budapest was approved it is the Budapest Convention for Cybercrime. Brazil joined the Cybercrime Convention and late last year because of an intense work that was conducted with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs so that Brazil could be a signatory of this convention. And we were able to complete the process last year based on the technical notes we presented. And this is important for the benefits that this convention will bring to Brazil. And also there was a comparison between the Brazilian legislation and the convention itself to show that they were compatible. We know that the benefits of the Budapest Convention will increase our work. And this is why we created the portal, because we were considering that once the Budapest Convention is adopted in Brazil in 2022, we realized that we would have more work. Some of the benefits of the Budapest Convention are the harmonization of legislation in international cooperation. We don't have a specific laws on cybercrime, and by becoming signatories of the Budapest Convention, Brazil is committed to make changes to its legislation to adapt it so that it becomes more similar to the other signatories. There are meetings on specific topics, like committees on cybercrime. They are very interesting. Currently, we are discussing about electronic evidences, and we are discussing on that. This allows an efficient and reliable cooperation between partners through a 24/7 network. This network has members from the Public Prosecution Office and also the police and or other law enforcement agencies. And we share our experiences in our training programs. As part of partnerships, we train different officers, and we also provide training to other institutions in Brazil. There are over 10,000 state-level prosecutors, over 1,000 federal-level prosecutors. So this is why we plan to train more people. And by joining the convention, there are more training programs that will have access to, because there are some programs that are targeted at Latin America, and there are specific resources to countries that are signatories of the Budapest Convention. So we are working on organizing these training sessions for various Brazilian institutions that work with cybercrime, whether law enforcement officials, prosecution offices, or the judiciary branch. So now, let me talk about this electoral setting initiative that we plan to launch this year. That will be a partnership with SaferNet. This is a project called First Vote to encourage students to vote for the first time when they range from 16 to 18 years of age, when voting is not mandatory for this particular age group. So we want to encourage them to vote and to participate of the country's political life. In this project, we plan to show how important voting is and to show them the electronic ballots, how safe they are, that the electoral process in Brazil is very safe, to fight fake news, because unfortunately this has been part of our political scenario, a lot of disinformation. We need to show them how they need to check information to be better informed and not to share and disclose fake news. News that are not authentic or they're not in context, or whose publication date is out of context. And also we teach them how to get the voters document and what it takes to be a vote, somebody who can vote. So the content of this project involves a video on this topic that will be presented by a young person, something that is self-explanatory with appropriate visual communication language for that teen audience. Also, there will be videos and slides, a channel with practical guidance and where people can clarify their questions. This project will be done by video and supporting slides. That's going to be done in a virtual environment. We no longer can go to all schools face-to-face right now. So in the Rio, for example, where this project is going to be launched, we are going to take this in a virtually, and in the countryside, this is going to be taken a hybrid form or face-to-face, depending on the city. We are going to implement these projects in March and April, very short time, because people can enroll to become voters until May the 4th. So that's what I had to share with you in this brief presentation. And this is my email for contact. So that was very good. Those are very relevant actions for this year, especially with the challenge of being an electoral year, an election year. It's a pleasure to work together with the prosecution office in these educational and awareness initiatives to promote civic engagement and also safety in the elections. There's so much misinformation, disinformation, and attack to our democratic process today. So this is why this is so important. Before I turn over to Miriam, I would like to share some information related to what we plan to do in 2022. First, we have a website at dia.internetsegura.org.br. We have some materials that were mentioned in previous panels, and also some news that are new to everyone. They're going to share later on. And there you can find a lot of material you can share, whether it is in a social institution, at a school, whether you are a public manager or a player in an advocacy system. We have materials in different formats and different languages. So visit our website. You will see that there are a lot of materials that can be used and in different formats. SaferNet invites all of you to test the bot chat that has been run on WhatsApp that has to do with mental health. We also have another bot called Bot Coda. You can talk to the bot through WhatsApp. And to help some of you who are around you that go through difficult times and using technology, bot technology, so that you can reach more people. I would also like to share with you an initiative that is called The Internet We Make. This is a new initiative we've been working on with some partners. We've been working with the Vitarelli Institute and supported by Meta. It's a journey, not exactly a campaign. And I would like to extend this invitation to you so that we could have more people there participating in this journey. It's called The Internet We Make. This is a set of experiences and some invitations we can make to think about our well-being relationship with digital technologies. We listened to Professor Mimi Ito's speech, and this goes way beyond to a discussion about how much time someone spends in front of a screen. But what happens to me while I'm in front of a screen? What am I doing in front of a screen? Who am I talking to? What kind of experiences that provides? And what kind of impact does that have on my mental health? And also, what could inspires me? Or the opposite, what kind of discomfort or loss do I have? So this is a very interesting and provocative material, good looking. I like the drawings and everything, the graphics part of it. We've been asked some personalities and celebrities. And DJ Alok, which is a very famous DJ in Brazil that talks to various audiences and has thousands of followers. And he has also participated in this project and shared his own experience in digital routines. So, such as a celebrity in the internet, how does he manage his own routine? So you will find in this page a very interesting conversation with Alok. This is a journey that will last 6 months. It started in February, and I would like to invite you to follow this up. And every month we are going to focus on one aspect of the digital routines, always trying to make this a more positive experience. This was developed not only for users. Meta also participated in that. There are podcasts, there are live webinars with other companies, other technology companies, such as Safer Internet Day. This is a proposal to join efforts. It's not something that was done just by one company. The purpose is to together think more critically about the use of the internet and how that affects our emotional health. So I invite you to take a look at that. You will see that you find this on the website, also on Instagram, lives and podcasts and everything. There are also some celebrities that make internet such a rich and diverse environment. So the internet that we make is a journey that was created by the SaferNet Content, Instituto Vitarelli, and Meta. So there was a joint effort of all these organizations, and you'll find a lot of materials even to be used at schools. And you know that here at SaferNet, we try to contribute to materialize what is expected to be part of the curriculum so that this can be integrated through schools' curricular in a way that it makes sense. So there's also this invitation that we also invite therapists, physicians, health professionals, and other professionals that are related to care and mental health. And I'm sure that we could have various players working in this topic. And also judiciary branch authorities that deal with cybercrime. They could also be important voices in spreading information related to awareness and information. And SaferNet, we also have a report channel. You can report any crimes you witness. This is also a way of making sure we can reach people in different ways. People should know that violations of human rights should be reported, whether they happen online or offline. And people should know that internet is also subject to rules and laws, and it's up to us to make sure the human rights are respected in the digital world as well. So now I would like to turn over to Miriam, who on behalf of NIC.br and also SET.br is going to share with you some resources that can be accessed free of charge to improve safe internet initiatives to make this such a powerful environment.
Rodrigo, agradeço pelo convite de estar aqui novamente com vocês.
Thank you, Rodrigo. It's great to be here once again. I had the chance to participate in the prior initiatives. Well, I'm here just to share some of the material that we develop at NIC.br. Part of this material has already been presented before, but we have some novelties. We have a couple of initiatives, and one of our flagships, they have to do with awareness throughout this project, which is a network citizens. This is part of a SaferNet.br area, which is also part of NIC.br, that was launched on October 2020. Currently, we have over 60 videos. They are very brief. They have around 60 seconds where we tackle upon a topic that is very relevant. The idea is to be very brief, straightforward, and with some supporters. I mean, companies that would like to develop an internal campaign, just get in touch with the SaferNet.br throughout our web page, and we'll be able to develop and make some videos with your logo.
Olá, infelizmente tivemos
Unfortunately, we had some connections problem, but let's wait a few more seconds and see if Miriam is able to reconnect. But anyhow, we are making available over the chat the material content that Miriam is introducing. So these projects, they are open to many other organizations to get inspired with this material and maybe develop similar ones more related to their own realities or which is part of their own context. We have those youngsters here who are following us digitally. And it's great to see that we have youngsters working with this material. We have those more remote communities also dealing with that. We have urban outskirts that also benefit from these flexible materials that would make sense into those specific areas where they will be developed. In a nutshell, that is the main goal of all projects that we have in mind, that we develop in-house and that we also help our partners to develop. After all, we want to have a final product that is flexible, adjustable, and that can be dealt by our local players and the youth, which is part of this digital format program. They were able to recreate new materials, and we get astonished with the power of the internet, with all the memes, all the gifs. That is a language that can be translated throughout safe internet in a much more fun language that will impact those who are younger. we also make available material for the third age. This is a very active public in the internet, and they are quite vulnerable. They have a higher economic power, but they haven't got the same level of knowledge as young people would have. Well, unfortunately, I think Miriam is not able to reconnect, so we have to conclude and close this panel. But now we are going to break for lunch, but shall be back at 2 p.m. And today is the day we are celebrating a safe internet. But as I said, we will celebrate for the whole month. Students, they are going back to school, and you are all invited to conduct your own activity to celebrate the day of safe internet. Visit our website. Over the chat, we have shared several materials. And why don't you develop your own action activity that can be a class, a lesson, a talk, different actions? Do it and register them in our map. We had today over 30 registered new events where over 21 Brazilian cities are participating and studying this idea. And it's still time. You do have time to participate. If you don't do it today or this week, you still have the whole month of February to include your actions in our great actions map over our website.
Ainda não, mas
no, we don't have Miriam back.
Preparando para o almoço.
Yeah, I guess it's almost lunchtime, isn't it? In the meantime, we would like to share today's rather say, if you had missed some of our panels, everything has been recorded. So just rewind the video and follow the discussions. And this whole material will be available online next week, so you'll be able to follow whatever you had missed during the day. That will be available for the whole year, and you may even retrieve the file of all the prior editions of Safe Internet in our website .org.br.
A gente pode também acolher algumas perguntas da audiência, se vocês tiverem.
If you have any questions, you may address them. I don't know if the adolescents, the youngsters that are with us, if they have any questions, we are still at your disposal.
Eu queria aproveitar esses 5 minutinhos, então, e passar um vídeo de uma campanha que a gente
tem. Let me share a video that we have developed thanks to a methodology that they developed for a digital internet, like a reggaeton, where they include youngsters. And we had named it as a rackathon. That was a project where the whole public education system was involved, and that has been financed and mentored by this group of companies that monitor and mentored this group of youngsters. And we have someone in the group who developed this brief 5 minutes video. So you'll be able to learn a bit more about these children's experiences and those adolescents that were awarded for making the best video, and that video was recorded in the state of Paraíba in the northern region of Brazil. This is the name of the city in the state of Paraíba. We are here participating from Queimadas city in the state of Paraíba. In terms of accessibility, we have to concern about privacy. This is a very important topic. You leave your trace whenever you navigate on the web, so please be alert to it. Try to have a safe access. You have to be a reference to others. You have to avoid fraud. Do not give your passwords to your friends. Do not use the same passwords to all websites. Maybe you may find a solution if you have a password manager. We should never share the places we go. We should never post the places we visit. We should avoid the use of public devices, and if you do so, we have to be really careful. Take a look at the network, check what you post, and please clean all the websites you had visited before. And if there is any sort of provocation over the internet, you may block that person, you may follow comments and interrupt any undesirable follower. You may remove them, you may report any sort of abuse. Websites and apps, they have to assess any sort of permission. You should read even those small letters to ensure the safety of the information. By doing that, you'll be putting into practice internet safety, which should be preserved. So please, all students, you have to look after yourself. This is a very important topic. You should not play around it. Let's not ignore it. And with this sort of rhyme, we were awarded with the first place and got the prize for this project, which is called Educaton. This is a project for digital citizens where schools or communities, they develop an agenda that becomes a part of our digital agenda. There is a tutor and educator. During 2021, for 3 weeks, 15 Brazilian states were represented by 37 selected teams, and 25 of those were in the finals. Over 100 adolescents concluded the challenge with amazing results. More than 9,000 people were impacted by the results, and wonderful content was developed, such as privacy, respect, network empathy, and how to defeat any sort of internet abuse. We had a virtual meeting with all educators and teams where they had a chance to share, to carry out activities and exchange experience with educators from all over the country, developing actions in the community schools. The 5 winners got awards and some scholarship to participate in capacity building technology course that was offered by a foundation. This is a way to show our talents. I believe that all of you have enough stamina to contribute to this project that involve a number of schools, and thanks to all our joint efforts, we have created this digital citizenship. And although you have already been introduced as the winner team, let's learn a little bit more about the winners. I am Gabriela. I was the Educaton winner. And we decided to make use of this sort of typical rhyme literature, which is peculiar in the northeast region of the country. And by doing that sort of music, we are able to share information, to communicate and convey relevant goals in terms of awareness to students and to all employees of the school. Everyone really enjoy it, and we can tell how much they were learning, that once they would get home, they would change the way they would behave in face of a screen. In the beginning of this project, I thought, how about doing it? How are we going to do it? But that was not very hard. We were later on invited to show and share our project to other schools, as it was very original and creative. I believe that this will keep going and it will not stop here. I had to reinvent myself, to learn to work in teams. In the very beginning, I decided to do it to raise people's awareness. If, as we thought that for being part of a small school, we might believe that wouldn't be able to be winners, but that was not the case. We had the will and the power to keep going, and we got great results out of that.
So we took this opportunity, and while we're waiting for Miriam to return, that we shared a video here about the project. And this is also done by one of the students who's watching us. So Miriam, go ahead. I apologize. These are some of the challenges of working online. Unfortunately, I could not go to NIC.br because I'm in isolation at home. But this is a way of us to adapting to a new reality as well. I would like to highlight two initiatives of NIC.br, especially the one called Citizen in the Network. That's a NIC.br project. This is a certain project that was launched in 2020, but ever since it's been very active, been launching many things. There have been over 60 videos that were launched, and the latest ones were on the importance of blocking your screen and what kind of care should you have when you land your device to someone or when you have shared use of devices with other people. There are several topics that are covered in these videos. There are videos about responsible use of the internet, about safe internet. So very short videos that cover different topics. And they also have a descriptive test if you need more information. If a company would like to have an initiative involving that, just let us know, get in contact with us, and you can also share these videos with your own company logo. If you think that there's a topic that you would like to see covered, you can also suggest that to our page, and we can add that to our list of videos to be produced in the future. It's a very interesting material, very playful, user-friendly language. And there are several areas of NIC.br. So Internet Segura is a site that combines all NIC initiatives related to that. There are materials to different audiences. Sometimes there is the same topic, but different videos for different target audiences, adapting languages, for example, to children, to teens, to educators, such as videos topic about passwords or two-step authentication, and we adapt language to the appropriate target audience and also age group. Last year, I think it was in June, we had a site that was remodeled, a site that had different educational materials, and now they look different with a different graphics. We did that in partnership with NPD, Data Processing Authority, that also was developed for data leaks and data protection. And when you join some of the websites, on the website where this educational website, and you select a brochure, for example, you have videos of citizen in the network and how they're associated to that topic. It is easier for you to look for that and make associations. All the materials produced by NIC.br are Creative Commons materials, so they can be freely used. You can find that in specific pages. Overall, they can be used and copied and printed out according to your needs. And that's what we want at NIC.br. We want to produce materials that can be used and shared. We know that we cannot reach everyone, but we want to create materials in this program in different languages so that we're going to have more people to help us in that. So you can send me an email, and if you want more information, feel free to get in touch with us. So we also have some training sessions online. One of them was developed in partnership with FGV University, and also some for parents. And it talks about some questions and parents have. My child wants to be a YouTuber. What should you do? There are also other types of information. And if you want, you can get more information and get materials that can be used. So I apologize for the problem I had with a connection. And usually, when it's close to October, when it's Children's Day in Brazil, we launch a specific material for children, some pastime materials. We have different types of activities. There also parental control. And we want children to take that moment with their parents or teachers by having fun. And by doing that, they can also learn more about these topics. So thank you very much for this opportunity. Now I turn it over back to Rodrigo. Thank you, Miriam. Thank you for the material cert and NIC.br. Very inspiring for all of us. I think now it is time for our lunch break. Once again, I would like to thank NIC.br and CGI for being yet another partner. We are supported by Google, YouTube, Meta, TikTok, and this is what makes this event possible. Once again, we would also like to thank you for their support also for Twitter, that has also expanded their support. It's going to later on be participating in the company panel we're going to have. So we will have a keynote speaker in the afternoon. People were pioneer in the internet in Brazil, very relevant in social initiatives in Brazil. That's our keynote speaker. So we will resume at 2 p.m. Brazilian time. We will start with a panel focused to education and digital citizenship in the 4.0 internet context. Also, we have the participation of CGI, responsible for the digital agenda in the Ministry of Technology, also representatives from the Federal University of Bahia, UNICEF, that is going to participate in this panel as well. Also, Kelly Angelini from NIC.br. And a very special space so that we can talk about education and digital citizenship. Daniela Costa from Citizenship.br is also going to talk about the effects of the pandemic in digital education. Thank you very much for following us, and we will have a 1-hour lunch break, and we'll resume in 1 hour with our agenda for the 14th edition of Safer Internet Day in Brazil. Thank you. See you later.
Boa tarde a todas e a todos. Bem-vindas, bem-vindos.
Good afternoon, everyone. You're all welcome back. We're here celebrating the 14th edition of the World's Day of Internet. This is a very special opportunity. We had the opening lecture of Professor Nito, who shared some important reflections with us on well-being, digital technologies. And then we had an international panel with international speakers talking about the lessons learned during the pandemic. And now this afternoon, we have another very special panel. We're going to discuss education and digital citizenship in the future 4.0. During the pandemic, we went through unprecedented digitalization of services, social practices, social interactions. Our lives have been digitalized in a very fast way. And we know that the dimension of technology remains. We have new disruptive technologies, artificial intelligence, Internet of all things, so many opportunities for innovation, which makes us think, how can we anticipate the best way possible and educate not only our children, but educate ourselves as a society so that we can have a critical assessment, which is also safe and help us potentiate citizenship in all of its different spheres. And so we're now going to start our panel, Education and Digital Citizenship in the Future 4.0. And to do this, I would like to thank Alana Rizzo, our colleague and partner. She is a public policy manager in YouTube. Also, she adds to our efforts with the civil society companies, managers, inviting everybody to develop a more positive internet together. And this is the topic of the 14th edition of this event in Brazil. So with you, Elena Rizzo, thank you very much. And on behalf of those who work towards a safe internet, I turn over to you and thank you. Well, thank you very much, Rodrigo. This is very encouraging. I would like to wish you a good afternoon. This is the 14th Brazilian edition on the topic Together for a More Positive Internet. We cannot talk about positive internet without talking about education and digital citizenship. He has introduced me already, but I would like to introduce myself. I'm Elena Rizzo, manager of public policies here in Brazil. And for 16 years, we're committed with the creation of an open environment. We do that in partnership with the public sector, civil society, public institutions, parents, professors, teachers, users of the platform. In a recent survey with Oxford Economics, we've seen that 98% of the professors use safe content in their classes, reinforcing how important this partnership is. I would like to thank you on behalf of all of our guests. This is a virtual table. I hope you're all doing well. And I'm sure that this is going to enrich our debate. This is dedicated to you who are here with us in YouTube and the other platforms. To kick off, each guest is going to have 10 minutes for their considerations on the topic, and then we will chat. I'm going to start with José Gontijo, the CGI coordinator. Zé, you're welcome. We're anxious to hear and listen to you. Well, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I'm going to share my screen. Don't pay attention too much to the images, but rather to the content, which is more important. Digital transformation, I think you all know what's being done in Brazil in our sector. And you know that the conversion of analogic to digital may be trivial, but it goes beyond that. We have the impact of these new technologies for people in the labor market, and based on that, Brazil, with the participation of civil society, academia, and others, we have started this project with a public consultation. So if we can add transformation in the government to transformation in economics with synergism, but it will only happen if we have a transformation of people, citizens, because they are the ones who make things happen. So with this strategy, one of the main axes is the training of human resources, the trust in this digital environment where we have artificial intelligence, different algorithms available. So it's important for you to understand something so that you can trust it. We have the LGDP, we have the safety of the academic networks so that people are comfortable using it. Also, in parallel, we have to qualify people to work in this environment. Digital government and citizenship want to turn the government into a more dynamic government, closer to the population and more efficient to solve problems and facilitate citizens' life. The challenge now is to convince people based on trust in the digital environment so that they use more and more the digital services. There has been extensive work working with the Brazilian strategy for digital transformation that has been very successful. Based on it, we have to consider education, capacity building. We have the Brazilian Ministry of Education, public institutions, private, government, and academic institutions as well participating. If we look at all of the professionals in the area of technology, education, and others, we can see that this is very important. During the pandemic, a lot of people were fired, but the technology sector was the one that hired the most people, with a transformation of the labor market where technology is transforming. Way back then, being able to speak English was a differential for citizens. Today, being familiar with technology is replacing that need or that position. Now we have the MCTI Future Program with bylaw 5156, and some projects are already going on. The first one is the hacker of the good to promote capacity building of about 35,000 professionals, where we will have ethical hackers ready to respond to emergency situations along with the civil society. We also have digital literacy program with training in TIC for young students. So what do you have to teach children? I don't mean that we're going to create a robotics class or anything like that, but it can be used in other subjects, biology, Portuguese, so that children stop fearing the technology sector and learn how to use it naturally. If they know how it works and they have the digital trust required, and they will be able also to criticize whenever required. You also have the support, the training of masters, PhDs on quantic programming, among others. We have, so that we have enough professionals and professors that can treat the technicians. Also, there is a residency in TIC. This is a significant demand of the market. We train 40,000 computing engineers every year. So how do we meet this demand? Well, We have a program on residency, similar to medical residency programs, and they can program at the same level. So the idea is to train about 40,000 professionals within the next 3 years, with 14 ongoing projects, research institutions, and over 12 billion BRLs invested. Accelerated training as well, where you have a bottleneck of professionals and people sometimes who do not have higher education but have concluded high school and can speak English can be trained to work with simple computing. The idea is that with this program, we can train children up all the way to PhD, including the civil society, companies, to embrace this policy in a structured manner so that we have people who can use the technology, who do not fear technology, who can work and produce technology in our country. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, Gontijo. I forgot to give you a message. The Secretary of Conselho, Hélio, unfortunately was not able to be here. He apologizes. It's a pity that he can't be here, but I'm sure that he will be here with us at a next opportunity. I wanted to thank Gontijo for his considerations, especially in what regards to employment generation and how technology and education complement one another. I now turn over to Daniela Costa, the coordinator of research and education in ICT. Good afternoon, Alana, and dear colleagues in the panel and participants who are here watching us today. I'd like to start by thanking you for the invitation and the opportunity to participate in this very relevant event for children and education. As Alana mentioned, I am coordinator of ICT education and research. It's the CGI.br, a research center that works with NIC.br. And CGI, Gontijo just talked about CGI. He's representing CGI.br. We're linked to them, and the research we produce are aimed at monitoring, mapping, access, and appropriation of technologies and in the society, contributing with data and evidence. This work that we do at CITIC is what I would like to share with you in this panel. When I received the invitation to speak here, I was reflecting about the title of our panel, Education and Digital Citizenship and the Future 4.0. Of all the aspects to be approached, I chose 5 I consider important for us to reflect about education and digital citizenship. So one of the first aspects lies on the scope of this education and digital citizenship. According to the latest data collection in Brazilian cities, 85% of Brazilians, all ages, I mean not all ages, but 10 years of age and on, are users of the internet. In other words, we have 29% of Brazilians greater than 10 years of age who have not used internet in the 3 months before the survey. However, whenever we talk about a digital ecosystem and citizenship, we should take into account this 29% of Brazilians because they're also digital citizens. Even though they do not use these technologies, they suffer the impact of this digital system and digital culture. When we talk about a digital ecosystem, we go beyond talking about mobiles, computers, cables. We're talking actually about a language that must be understood, interpreted, and that's why we talk about digital literacy, because it really has to do with the way we interpret messages. It's not enough to use the resources. It's important to be able to interpret the messages that are produced, understand how technologies work, and what kind of impact or how they impact our lives. So, education towards digital citizenship. One of the aspects has to do with the future. Usually, when we talk about educating for this eco digital system, and we're talking about children, teenagers, and students, we're thinking about the training of individuals, adults, who will be more ethical when using technology. And that is really one of the main objectives of education, the training of individuals while they are growing up. But in the case of digital citizenship, more than thinking about the future, we have to think about today. So actually, this is for children and teenagers now. For the children who will get their mobile during the break and will have access to the world. So we have over 24 million inhabitants between 9 and 17 years of age who are using these resources, be it for fun, to learn. Our survey already indicated before the pandemic that 85% of students in urban schools used WhatsApp and instant messaging platforms. Younger children, 5 years of age, corresponded to 70%. So a lot of the young people already work with that. About 32% of young people between 16 and 24 years of age have had professional activities such as selling products and services in the social media, or they have used apps to do this kind of work. Education for digital citizenship is important for children and teenagers now, so that they can extract more opportunities inside and outside digital environments. The third aspect, which is also very important, has to do with the role of schools. Many schools have already understood what their role is. 81% of Brazilian schools have included some topic related on digital citizenship in their CV during 2020-2021. However, what happens is that the frequency with which it happens in schools is still a bit low. It happens at most once a month. We must integrate these topics with critical training, the use of these technologies, and digital literacy in their curriculum, in their CV. A fourth aspect I should mention here, especially because I work with data and data on education and the use of technology, has to do with all of the inequalities. So talking about digital citizenship, whereas we have different groups and minorities that do not have access to the internet and do not enjoy the same opportunities, is very complex. So what kind of citizenship are we talking about here? But going beyond this, we should reflect upon the inequalities in the development of skills, critical thinking. Also, we have inequalities in the preparation of those who are going to support. So the professors, the managers who will deal with the student data. There's a whole digital ecosystem involving these students, these children, teenagers, and also we have inequalities in the support that is given to these students and their opportunity for growth. So it's important
to pay attention to educational institutions. A fifth aspect has to do with the sustainability of the digital ecosystem. With this, I mean that the title of our panel mentions a future 4.0, and we are really moving on to a 5.0 future and technologies that will expand our interactions with human beings, machines, systems. However, in this digital ecosystem and in this education for digital citizenship, we need to have business models and interaction forms among users, platforms that are really 4.0, that are more sustainable, more equitable. So, thinking about that, in 2020, 51% of the Brazilian schools used digital platforms. And this happened in over 50% of the schools. In other words, it's a whole set of educational resources where children and teenagers are interacting, producing data. And then another interesting fact is that 14% of children and teenagers 10 to 15 years of age have already interacted with government apps, sites to obtain public services like issuing a document, filling out a form. All of these resources that are used by students, by children, and they need to take into account the rights of these children. So even though educational institutions are essential, they are not the only opportunity for debate. What I mean is something that has been extensively mentioned today. We need to work together, schools, universities, government institutions, civil society institutions, companies. It is all very important for us to develop a digital system taking into account digital rights, especially the rights of children and teenagers. A sustainable ecosystem involves the whole society. It's multi-sectorial, multidisciplinary, based on diversity and equity, offering effective participation opportunities to digital citizens. I know that I have limited time, so I will stop here. Once again, I thank you for the opportunity. The data I mentioned during my presentation were collected by Citizenship.br. They are available at the website, and I am available to you so that we can discuss all of these topics. Thank you very much. Well, thank you, Daniela. This is very interesting, the data, the survey, and also the reflection on the importance of this dialogue. For us to move on, I will invite Mario, coordinator of UNICEF's program. Good afternoon, Alain. Good morning, everyone. We have a very important discussion to be made here. This transition from analogic to digital. And so we're going to discuss all of the policies required for this transition. I think that there is a challenge here, which is placing school in the core of digital inclusion, because today our education policy doesn't do that. We have discussions in the area of technology, in the area of communication, in the area of the private sector, thinking about how we're going to carry out this transition, but we need to bring the school into this discussion. When I say school, I mean a specific physical area, because that's where many teenagers and children who are the digital excluded population will find a space. But to get there, we have to progress a lot, especially around this idea of digital inclusion. There is no way for us to have sustainable development in our country. There is no way for a mid-income country like Brazil to develop if we do not promote digital inclusion. And digital inclusion depends, number one, on establishing this idea of free connection as a right to social inclusion. During the pandemic, we had very shocking data. Over 5 million children and teenagers did not have access to school content because they were not able to connect. And most of them ended up abandoning schools, abandoning their education. This data is from October last year. It was a survey held by UNICEF along with IPEC. And then on the other hand, a survey by IBGE. IBGE. So we have important information. We could explore more. Daniela has also shared important information. We have a digital inclusion problem that must be solved. We need to include social inclusion as a right. If we have a teenager who does not have access to the internet when compared to a teenager who does, this difference will become more serious as they grow and will become an obstacle to social inclusion. And so today or during the pandemic, we were able to generate a lot of opportunities for teenagers. But who were the teenagers who had access to these opportunities? Those who were connected. Those who were not connected, not only did they not benefit from these opportunities, but they also had a situation in terms of income, access to public services that was much worse. So digital inclusion makes social inclusion a more serious of a problem. We have a project at UNICEF. We have been able to provide access to the internet to over 7,000 teenagers. It was more the work of creating a policy. How does digital inclusion take place? By connection. How do you connect? We had an experience with different projects, and we worked with the ones that were most excluded, focused on the indigenous peoples, those who live in the outskirts of our large urban centers, so that we can understand how we connect these teenagers. We offered a digital inclusion kit, like a smartphone, a data package of 50 BRLs for 6 months. In this kit, we included alcohol, gel, masks, also an anti-racist guide, a whole kit to connect these excluded students. And we realized that when we connected them, they needed to have a taxpayer's ID of their parents or somebody so that they could have access. There are problems to be overcome from a legal point of view, logistic point of view, funding. So we had a discussion on using part of a fund which is obtained by the taxes paid for by companies. And this is way back in the past, but we're now regulating it. But the idea was having part of this fund to use towards digital inclusion in school-age children, starting with the children and teenagers that are benefited by the income transfer program. This is a challenge.
I have this public policy which aims to address digital inclusion. The goal is to reach it. Otherwise, in addition, not to be included, they will have a much more serious poverty and exclusion situation. Second, we have to concern digital education. Once technology is available in the classroom, but also we have to reflect upon technology as a classroom. During the pandemic, lessons given in the classroom, they were given in front of a screen, in front of a camera that would broadcast that lesson. Everyone got so worn out by screens and by the Unicore platform, where there are over 120,000 teenagers connected in that platform. And sometimes we ask about their opinion, and that automated transfer, once teachers would do that in the classrooms, but now they had to work in front of a camera. Teenagers, they find that so hard because that's not exactly the technology working as a classroom, but rather to make use of technology resources to be able to convey messages to a certain public that would like to reach. And we have some players in the social media which are quite savvy on tech resources. And it's up to us to empower such a technology, methodology, technical resources to be able to take that virtual or digital universe into a real classroom to allow a better interaction and understanding of that setting. Conversely, I believe that we should increase scalability among teachers, policies towards that digital universe. Rodrigo, Daniel have probably heard several times while participating at our CETIC meetings when we keep saying that we spend so much money prohibiting the use of cell phones in the classrooms. According to our last survey, there were 27 projects in the different levels of the chamber, of the National Congress, of different levels of the offices. Imagine how much money has been spent to prohibit the use of cell phones in the classrooms. And how about solutions that were found or given by students? They would just get into the classrooms, they would put a node, they would place a node cell phone over that box, but they would get into the classroom with a good working cell phone. So there was no way that the use of cell phone would be prohibited, because there was a sign of resisting to technology by the schools. But it's known by everyone that we have to encompass the use of tablet, computer, or any other sort of devices which allow connection to this digital environment. They are part of our daily routine, and we have to accept them in a healthy and intelligent manner. Digital education and transformation in terms of methodology, languages, and process is somewhat required by all these stakeholders. I would suggest you that you visit this website, which is an initiative developed by UNICEF, by OIT, and a number of many other companies which are collaborating with us. This productive inclusion allows teenagers to connect to a number of chats, capacity building sessions, workshops, courses, dialogue platforms, debates, forums, and they can take a language courses such as English, Spanish, a number of options are available. And companies, they may announce if they have any available vacancy for those teenagers that are more vulnerable. So there is a type of prioritization. And just last year, there were around 30,000 new vacancy opportunities for training. Some of those teenagers, they underwent any type of course or workshop to improve their capacity building. The goal is to reach 1 million opportunities, where the idea to share content and new ideas, they all have to be part of this imaginary teenagers universe. It's so useless to get our own universe and deal with our own language. That's nonsense. We have to hear them, we have to involve, engage, and include this generation to be able to allocate proper changes to adapt the past century content and adapt those to our current century. This transition is key, and we do need to hear this generation. And this productive inclusion, which aims to allocate 1 million opportunities, is being very effective in terms of a positive transition. The idea is not teenagers to leave or abandon the schools. Today, there is a public hearing here at the chamber discussing once again all these recommendations to decrease the working labor or to decrease the labor age for maybe 13 or 14. But that's totally nonsense, because this is a debate that started taking place even before the first industrial revolution. The first law that is stated age, the labor age for children to start work, I mean children and adolescents, they would never work before they would conclude their school journey. And we still see that challenge in Brazil, which is to overcome that idea that you have to work, because if you work, that will give you that mission of become free. You have to work because you have to afford your own living. And the more prepared that teenager is, the better that person will develop and it will grow in his or her career. If that teenager does not conclude its school journey, they will depend on compensatory policies to overcome and close the gaps. So, as you can see, we still have a huge challenge, which is to develop to Brazil a digital inclusion policy, which will ensure that schools will be the hub of the process. And from that on, from that digital inclusion perspective, children and teenagers will be able to develop their full potential. It's high time that we stop thinking about those solutions that will keep children and adolescents underdeveloped, underutilized. No, we have to consider the analogical transition to the digital scenario, where the best potential of our children and adolescents are taken. Having said all that, I thank you for your time and attention, and I appreciate my participation. Thank you. Thank you, Mario. It's always so enriching, all your comments and perspectives. I'd like to emphasize the importance of UNICEF as a partner for connectivity and some other tasks. Of course, that with the pandemic, we had some additional challenges and many others showed up, and we are still kind of learning how to deal with all of them. Now I hand over to Deborah and Juliana, representing the Federal University of the State of Bahia.
Olá, então meus cumprimentos a todos da mesa. Estão me ouvindo bem? Porque eu estou com a conectividade pouco instável.
I have kind of unstable connectivity. I apologize, she says.
Ótimo, ótimo. Então, conectividade, né, para todos.
Well, connectivity to all.
Estou aqui na região metropolitana de Salvador e aparece super instável. Já coloquei até antena via satélite, mas o sinal não chega corretamente. Bom, é um prazer estar aqui, agradecer o convite pelo pessoal da SaferNet, que é nosso parceiro aí desde o início, né, da criação da SaferNet, e compartilhar aqui com vocês o que a gente tem realizado sobre educação digital.
And let me share what we have been doing as part of this digital wave in the research
pode estar contribuindo nesse processo,
and how universities and academia can collaborate within this very important universe,
principalmente no Brasil, onde estamos
and the Brazilian reality. We are living in
algumas situações no 4.0
connected
e em outras realidades
world. In some regions they have 4G connections, even 5G connections, whereas some other locations they are still analogically connected. So who are we? We are a group of 6 professors. We have PhD students, master degree students, graduated and undergraduated students. Currently, we are around 60. And there are some landmarks here in our journey. Our research group was created in 2014, but since 2004, we started conducting some actions towards digital inclusion. In 2009, we included curriculum activities in the community throughout the society to emphasize that extension of the curriculum, and we are able to involve a number of students. In 2016, 2 special projects were carried out, and the aim was to address minorities in the computer setting, feel Black women participation.
In 2018,
according to the educational ministry, according to the Ministry of Education, 10% of the whole school time should be devoted to extension, and that should be implemented as of 2021. There is, we should have the participation of the society in designing shared recommendations. However, with the pandemic, we had seen an urgent, exacerbated need for better stewardship about the digital implementation. The pandemic had to just speed up something which was already ongoing. So we promote and disclose all these courses. We have also digital inclusion programs. We also had promoted free software, and we are closely working with some vulnerable groups, those with some socio-economic vulnerabilities. More recently, we are working with inclusion, sociology. We have a partnership with the SaferNet, NIC.br, any sort of available free resources, we work with.
Nossas ações. O nosso cenário, né? Desde outubro de 2021,
What is the current
atuávamos como departamento de ciência da computação
Since last October, we were a department of the Institute of Statistics and Mathematics, but more recently we have a new institute, which is Department of Communication, Interdisciplinary Computation, better say, Department, DCI in Portuguese. Within this computer department, we have some other departments, such as new technologies, strategic development, and some digital technologies to be addressed by the society. We count on IT professionals that will address the impact of technologies in our society.
Já atuamos, né, com diversas parcerias com organizações.
We have been working with several civil societies. As you can see here, all the logos. We have a youth group. We have currently, we are in another outskirt area with the educational center. We work in partnership with some other group which supports oncological patients. Well, a number of different partnerships full of diversity.
A gente faz ações através de editais que a gente divulga para a sociedade em geral, e com isso a gente consegue atrair uma diversidade
via a number of editals, and we are able to reach rural communities, children with cancer, children with hearing impairment. We visit public schools. We try to help those who are going through resocialization programs, elderly people and adults in general. I mean, we try to include people not only from Salvador, the capital of the state, but people from the metropolitan region as well.
Lá nos espaços da UFBA, nos laboratórios da UFBA, onde a gente recebe
our university labs, we welcome our community, and that exchange with youngsters has been just amazing. We have students who underwent that digital project in the past, and now they have their certificates, they got a degree, and we can prove how effective such an interaction can be to leverage our youngsters' career.
A universidade, através dos projetos de extensão,
throughout extension projects, universities can be much closer to our university students, graduated students, I should say, and that becomes a breakthrough for future professionals. In our projects, we work in addition to computer science. We also have a bachelor degree in health, in computer and technology. We have computer science, we have computer engineering, communication, psychology, pedagogy, social communications, a number of interdisciplinary interaction among them, where they are able to experience a number of different situations where we have to adapt all the didactic material, and by doing that, they become much closer to their reality, and they end up having a totally different kind of experience as part of their background. Now I will hand over to Juliana, who will keep sharing some other projects.
Olá, gente, boa tarde.
Hello, I am Juliana Oliveira. I have just concluded a course by the University of Bahia, and I'm a director of this regional project addressing digital Black girls. At my university, we have a science computer course with few women participating, let alone Black women. Meninas Digitais Regional Bahia is a program that is partner of that same program, Digital Girls, with a credential by the state of Bahia. Black people in computer science is a project which has in the leadership white people. We have two professors representing Black people projects in computer science. But projects, they are so flexible and they become kind of labs, kind of demo labs, naked labs, where actions may be designed, draft, and improved. But we have autonomy to have the leadership of our activities. In all projects, digital girls, students, they are in the leadership of that mission. So our goal is to include more Black women working in this field of computer science. Here are some activities which are developed by our students, where they are educators that develop courses, workshops, they exchange that among them, among universities. And we believe that was important to mobilize that community in the virtual. We have testimonial of many of them saying that participating was essential, so they knew that they want to keep working in this area. Some girls that were kind of lost without knowing where to go. We develop videos motivating the participation of others in the computer science field, what sort of challenges they have, Black women who inspire, and they gave their testimonial saying how it was to participate in computer. In addition, we have workshops to the community, especially for computer developers. We organize events, lives, we produce videos, podcasts, talks, such a content diversity that help in the choice and stay of courses, allow opportunities in the market, work, allowing to get new jobs, exchanging knowledge, developing capacity building. It's a way to connect and to improve binds. And we have also a project for transsexual. There was 10% of share for transsexual women, where we get a denial of some people. What do they have differently that they do need a share? And that has to be discussed together with the society. The project meant all of this to them. The extension project gives a return back to the society. Black women and men was a project developed by Professor Marcos, where they studied the participation of Black people in computer courses. The idea is to amplify the debate in public schools so they will be able to see computers as a place to be. And to conclude, next February 19th, we will release a documentary telling a history about 7 people sharing their challenges. You'll be able to access. And this is our website, our social medias, and that's it. Thank you. Thank you, ladies. Amazing projects. Any additional information about our speakers and their projects are available at our website. Don't miss it. Our last speaker, Kelly, who is a NIC.br consultant. Hello, everyone. I'd like to thank for the opportunity to participate. It's always an honor to be here again.
Como você falou, sou Kelly Angelini, advogada atuante na área do direito digital.
I am a lawyer. I work in digital law, and I am a NIC.br consultant and advisor. I would like to say how engaged NIC.br is in actions for teenagers and children, adolescents for the use of internet throughout events like that in the symposium of children and adolescents available in the internet. That is the 7th year that we carry out a debate about the use of internet with children and adolescents, which will be held next September. And that is available at SaferNet.br. You'll be able to get all sort of information over there. We have really rich and interesting material, including a guide that aims to improve educators' missions to understand if they need any additional adjustment to be really skilled and able to help their students about the best use of internet. So I would like to invite you all to visit our website and guide. Now let's proceed directly to the topic of this panel, which surrounds digital transformation. And to complement what has been said so far, I would like to share some practical cases that will illustrate what is happening with the children and adolescents that are frequently using internet. We keep talking about digital natives, and we believe that for being digital natives, that they are mature enough to make use of that technology. But indeed, that's not quite the case. They lack of additional information.
Minha apresentação. Eu trago aqui o primeiro caso, que são casos que acontecem na prática. Esse caso.
This is the first case. It is something that happens in the practice. This is the case of a student who didn't like his grade. He got the picture of a teacher, manipulated it in his app, and linked this picture to drug use and published it in the social media. Needless to say that the image of this teacher, after the dissemination of this picture, was affected. The teacher had its activities discontinued, and can you imagine how difficult it is for families to deal with something like that? And the teacher, to prove that it wasn't him, had to file a lawsuit because a student, just because he was not aware of the responsibility of his act, ended up causing all of this trouble. I have another case here, a girl. She published a picture to produce a meme. It went viral. Everybody was laughing at her. And then She even tried to kill herself. All of this because a teenager thought it was funny to use somebody's image to create memes and laugh at this person. This is another case, a teenager in the US. It was found that he was behind a Twitter invasion, and because of their law, he was convicted to 3 years in juvenile imprisonment because he was not aware of how important it was to have an ethical use of the internet. And here another case, which is more common than we think. A teenager, after breaking up with his girlfriend, he published one of her pictures. This picture went viral. He wanted revenge, but he also wanted to show off that he was empowered. He exposed his former girlfriend. She had extremely inadequate exposure. She was socially judged by the group that participated in it. She no longer wanted to go to school. She abandoned her school education. She was isolated, and so many other things happened. And then after that, it went to the legal system. The judge had to apply penalties to this teenager who ended up using the internet inappropriately. I have stopped my presentation, but I wanted to show you that these are things that happen in the practice. We see this all the time. So what was said today is very important, and I want to complement what was said earlier about digital transformation. It's also important to talk about instructions for a more responsible use of the internet. In this scenario, it is clear that we need to invest in the training, in the education of children and teenagers so that they can learn on how to use the internet responsibly. At the end of the day, the internet is not a lawless world. We have people, we have the victims of these conducts, but the consequences for these teenagers are huge and devastating, and they could be avoided if these children and adolescents had been instructed. So we can use the internet for education, among others, but at the end of the day, we have teenagers being punished for infractions, and we also have social, educational, and punitive actions that are given to these teenagers, and their parents also have to pay the families of the victims. A lot is said about Education 4.0, whose objective is to offer an involving learning environment, and also in education, including online interactions. But if this technology is not used respectfully and responsibly, the damages for this generation is going to be enormous. What could be a gain ends up being a damage to all those involved. And today we're talking about a positive use of the internet. So it's important to realize that we need efforts for a responsible use of the internet. It must be safe, responsible. We must know that there is accountability in the use of the internet. And also, as said by Professor Mario Volpi, we need to invest in the capacity building of teacher as a maximum priority because educators are at the front line on the day-to-day of children and adolescents. They are the ones that apply these new technologies. There are studies indicating that whenever we have any problems with the use of the internet or any questions, frequently these children and teenagers do not talk to their parents. They talk to their educators in the classroom. It's no use for us to demand it from them if we do not provide training, capacity building. But it's also important to train psychologists, among other professionals who work in the school environment. Otherwise, all of that technology that we talk about, we think that it's going to be the tool for a successful future. It ends up being very damaging. I will show you some practical cases to demonstrate what happens in the practice and also for you to pay attention to how much or to how important it is to train these adolescents and also to show you how important it is to train our educators so that they can help include our teenagers. I thank you for the opportunity and I would like to wish you all a good afternoon. Thank you very much, Kelly. We finished right on time. It's a pity. I wish we had more time for discussion of such an interesting topic, and especially with all of these wonderful speakers. I wanted to use this opportunity to reinforce the importance of this dialogue so that we can, in fact, have digital transformation, prioritizing, reducing inequalities, empowering our teenagers, but placing responsibility and safety as a priority. Remain connected. We have a lot of good things coming next. And for those who are going to remain with us, a good afternoon. Excellent. Alana, we have some good news from the team. I think we can have a quick round of questions if our colleagues can stay a few more minutes because we started a bit late. So if you accept it, we can have a quick round. We have a team of teenagers who are with us live. Oh, what good news. Yes, excellent. So we're back with you. Could you invite Carla? Because I think we have a question from the group of teenagers who are connected with us. She's muted, I'm sorry. This is a classic of digital events during the pandemic. A microphone is off. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Oh, hello. Good afternoon. I am Carla Giovanna. I am from the state of Pará in the north of Brazil. I am part of the Amazon program for Digital Inclusion 2020. And one of the things that really encouraged me during this panel is that you talked a lot about young people, which is really cool, but I admit that I wish young people were participating in this debate. In the Amazon region, our exclusion is tremendous. Actually, I want to give you a tip so that you can follow the web documentary on the multi-voices in the Amazon region, talking about a very important perspective. Carla, your voice is gone. Your microphone is not working. We could hear you before.
Não, ainda não.
No, not yet. Okay, now it's working. Okay. So, I wanted to give you a tip. It's gone again. Wow. Okay, is it working now? Okay, there we go. So I want to give you a tip for you to follow the web documentary on the multi-voices of the exclusion in the Amazon region with an indigenous perspective of the digital exclusion we undergo here in this region, which prevents us from creating better perspectives. But this is based on our vision, and it must be taken into account in different areas, especially in terms of digital exclusion. When I think of the Amazon region, I think that this should be worked more intensively because of the degradation process we go through, which prevents us from mobilizing and connecting with other young people. And so I would like to hear from you based on this perspective of lack of exclusion. How can we better include young people in these debates? How can we include more organizations such as Acor Jovem and other organizations that are leading initiatives so that we can have an active listening process to start programs that are really effective and representative for us? I thank you. Well, we thank you. Thank you very much for your contribution. I'm going to ask you a question. Where is the web documentary going to be available? It is available in YouTube. You can have access to it by dialing Amareta Pré-Juventudes, the multi-voices of exclusion in the Amazon region. Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to submit your question on a more effective participation to all of the participants here, but I would like to ask Kelly because she was talking about this in the end, and also Mario because he has an experience with this active listening, and your mics are open, Juliana, Daniela. Hi, Alana. Well, I think that this was very important, Carla, Giovanna, because in my lectures in schools, I can see that they often bring in this issue. They say they are not heard, not even at home. They say things like, my parents are always using the internet, but I'd like to be able to have a conversation with them. I need to be heard. So it only shows how important it is to give a voice to them. A lot of initiatives are already focusing on that, and it's very important for us to encourage and to listen to them. To be very honest, they have a lot to teach us. Alana, I'm going to come into the discussion. We urgently need to create a debate forum for teenagers and adolescents. In a network, I am familiar with different initiatives all over the world, but we have not been able to connect them so that we can bring these young people into the public space or to public arena for discussion. We need to be better connected. It is time for us to have a national forum which is well articulated on this topic. And there are different networks of teenagers. We can help them with this articulation, but we need to connect these groups. There are two important elements. One of them is the deconstruction of this idea that the young people are not responsible when they use the internet. They are there for bullying. But if we look at these events and if we look at it, the main problem with the internet are crimes committed by adults. And so we have to try to identify all of these income generation opportunities, learning, dialogues. There are thousands really of opportunities, all of them working at different universes. I also wanted to answer to Santiago's question. on how we can guarantee the participation of the more vulnerable adolescents. I think that it is by creating opportunities for discussion, because in these spaces, we will see topics such as content, safety, mediation. We will see these topics that we're discussing here in the language and the questions asked by these teenagers. I will have to leave, but I wanted to say that I want to support different initiatives for the creation of a network of young people for the discussion, for this debate on the education and on digital inclusion. Excellent, Mario. Okay, bye-bye. Do I have some time? Yes, please. Well, I just wanted to reinforce the importance of the participation of our youth. So all of the problems that involve us is that the most brilliant ones are run by young people. We should allow them to be the players here, and our role is to support them. I have often tried to think of solutions, crazy solutions, but then when we're in contact with these young people at school, the solution is totally different. The idea is different. The pace is different. And so we need to learn how to listen, give them an opportunity, because I'm always impressed at how capable they are, how much content they have. We think that we know a lot. Okay, we know about our generation, but this is a different reality, and together we have to support them. Well, I wanted to thank you. And also, Juliana, I would like to know if you want to make any comments, because this has a lot to do with the digital girls. Yes, it's true. I was thinking about this. In our group, we have a lot of girls. They are already in the university, and I think that that has some influence, but we do have some students in high school, and some of them are very young, have just entered the university, and the project is totally open to all ideas. There are things that I don't even think of, and they bring in for the discussion, and they move on forward with this, and the project turns out to be wonderful. So we're open for this partnership, and we do want to include these young people. One of the objectives of the project is to bring in more girls. We want to work from middle school, elementary school, working with this project in schools, doing things that the girls want to happen. We've had some projects. We prepared to start these projects in 2020. We bought materials and things for our workshops, but unfortunately, it wasn't possible. As soon as possible, we're going to the schools. We have a project on a network of computers, digital safety for women and activists. There's a lot that we want to share, not only in the academic environment, but also at schools. We're open, and I thank you for your participation. Excellent. Thank you very much. I think that our time is over now. Daniela, would you like to make another comment? No, I just wanted to let Carla know that in the case of Satihi and the surveys we have carried out, we have two of them, Kids Online Educação, which are dedicated to children and adolescents. So they answer to the survey. It's not the teacher or their parents talking for them. They answer it very quickly. And a tip to Carla and all young people here with us. When the society does not open an opportunity, we do. So go after it. Write to Satiki and say, hey, listen, I want to learn about these surveys, this research. I want to talk to company X or Y. Open opportunities. This is how things should work. If they don't give you an opportunity, you have to create one. congratulations for the initiative. Excellent. Well, thank you very much. I told you this topic was going to be very interesting. I wanted to thank Carla for her participation. This has been a very important discussion on participation. Once again, I wanted to thank our speakers. Stay well. Good afternoon. I know there is a good lecture coming up. And then we also have the closing session. Thank you very much. Excellent.
Olá, boa tarde novamente.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening for those that are connected from different time zones. You are all mostly welcome to our 14th edition of the SaferNet. So lessons learned, new challenges, and digital tools. This is a panel that has been taking place since the first day of Internet in Brazil, and we have the honor to hear from some companies and platforms about their initiatives, actions, and efforts to allow a positive, safe internet and users who are conscious about its use. And it's important that companies, they are liable to offer services which will include privacy, safety, and users' well-being. And to moderate this panel, I would like to invite our colleague, Mr. Moreiras, who is a project manager for SAPRO and also NIC.br. And it's a great privilege to have those incredible, great women who are now occupying places of high relevance and helping to bring together platforms in a rather safer and more positive way, carrying out human rights. So once again, Moreiras, thanks for being with us. I wish you all a great panel, and let's keep going. Thanks, Rodrigo. Indeed, it is a privilege. It's up to me to thank you for the invitation. Although I work for NIC.br, that is a co-organizer of the event, I am not an organizer, and I was invited to be a moderator of this panel, which I am pretty sure will be very enriching. Not just because we have women in this panel, but also because we have relevant companies involved. We have here representatives from Instagram, Google Brazil, Twitter, TikTok, Tinder, Vivo. Really important and relevant companies and platforms, well known and used by many of us. And the goal here today is to talk about lessons learned, new challenges, and new tools to allow the better use of platforms and internet. What have we learned during the pandemic, where the use of internet and the use of all these tools had increased? People, they spent much more time at home, and we became more dependent on the network. The network became a mean to perform whatever we used to do in presence in the past. Well, let me introduce our speakers. I will not read their bios, otherwise we would end up with the panel time. But if you'd like to get any additional information about their CVs, just visit the website. Well, Natalia Paiva, she worked with public policies for Latin America, Instagram. Flavia Annenberg, she works for Google Brazil, governmental affairs. Marilia Monteiro, she works for Twitter. Marilia Monteiro, TikTok. Then we have Natalia Neres, she works for Twitter. Blessing, she's director of social advocacy at Match Group for Tinder. She will speak in English, but we'll have a translation into Portuguese. We also have Marsuri Romero. She's an executive of sustainability for Vivo Carrier. With no further ado, I will hand over to our first speaker, who will have 10 minutes each one of you to talk and share lessons learned, new challenges, and digital safe. And in the end, we're going to open for a round of questions. So shall we start with Natalia Paiva from Instagram for Latin America? And we know that Instagram was one of the platforms that became so popular in Brazil during the pandemic for entertainment purpose, for study purpose, sales. And now we would like to ask you, Natalia, what sort of news available in the platform that you have to throw to improve users' experience? What were the lessons learned during this period of time? Hi there. Good afternoon to all of you. It's important to stop, reflect, and think upon strategies that will help to build up a better internet to all.
Imagino que todo mundo consegue ver, certo?
I guess you can all see my screen, right?
Tá bom.
Okay.
Então, eu achei o tema desse painel super interessante, né?
The topic of this panel is very interesting, as it is lessons learned, new challenges, and tools for digital safety. What has been Meta strategy? Meta is the owner of Instagram and Facebook. What have we been doing in terms of users' well-being? Well, that has been divided into 3 pillars. First, policies. What can be shared, what cannot be shared over our platforms in accordance to a number of principles in respect to human dignity, privacy, and security. And also, what sort of technology do we use to detect a violation and remove them from our platform? And there are 1,000 people working daily for that. We also have control tools that users may apply for their own control. And third pillar are partnerships that we have with some international organizations that together we can think about how to better promote digital safety. So my suggestion is to reflect upon the main lessons learned in the past years from Instagram perspective. The first pillar is to talk about protection. We have to design and develop a product considering users' experience in terms of risk. Today, we have different sort of protections to vulnerable groups that are applied by default. Right after users register to a platform, there is a default protection for those who are younger than 16 or 18 years old. Someone who is 15 years old that opens an Instagram account, that account will be private by default. It will be recommended to be a private account, and users will have to go to settings to change it. Also, a user who is younger than 18, the sharing setup is turned off by default. In addition to facial recognition in case of Facebook, also the posting setting will be defined by default in the private mode. And information such as contact, school, date of birth, they are not available for research if we are talking about a user younger than 18. In addition, we have a quick promotion, which are educational warnings for youngsters while they are running their online experience. We also increased our protection since last year. Adults cannot send messages to youngsters to whom they are not connected with. If they are not followers, if they are not friends, they cannot send messages. We also developed another technology that is able to detect users with a potential to have inappropriated contact with some youngsters. For instance, if a user older than 18 that is reported by several teenagers, this is a sign that we may have to guarantee that that person will no longer search for an account of a user younger than 18 in the Instagram, in addition to some security warnings that we make available to our teenager users. We have the nudges tools that will take users to a more healthy and positive approach. For 2 or 3 years, we have this tool that is named comment warning. Anytime that someone tries to post something that may sound offensive, not necessarily might be, but there is a potential to be, we are going to show that message. Are you sure that you'd like to post it? And then the person has a chance to go back to the text editor and to change it. And 50% of everyone, they repost it, they change the comment. So we help users to reach more positive comments. Simultaneously, we show that message to say that Instagram is a warming place. And we try to promote the pedagogical effect, and that has been very useful so far. Another example of nudge is this tool, make a pause. If you activate this tool, and we are taking messages, especially to our youth, for them to turn that on. You may choose 10, 20, or 30 minutes. Anytime that you open your Instagram app, once you reach 10 minutes, you are told, you are asked, better say, would you like to make a pause? Then maybe you can, listen to some music, you can stand up, you can do homework, whatever. This is a very new tool, but it sounds to be very promising. In our preliminary tests carried out last year, 90% of those tested, they stick with it active for a while. So they see an added value with this reminder tool, which is to turn off from the social network, because a positive internet is not just the risk of a harm that may cause to our that comes to our minds, such as harassment, but we are talking about a positive environment and not to drain youth health, mental health. In addition, we have a support resource to prevent suicide. If they search for any specific hashtags leading to suicidal ideation, we work with this support resource, but not only for suicidal ideation, but also for food disorders. And we allow some professionals to help those that have food disorder. If someone types bulimia, if they are bulimic, then a professional will step in. We also have education. Education And the main challenge here is to go beyond the guide. How can we indeed reach youngsters and the general population to talk about safe, positive internet to all? At Instagram, we have several programs which would include some in-presence events that was conducted for public or with the public schools, and we talked about suicidal prevention, and we had a rapper a gig by the end of the presentation. We also put together a exhibition at a museum, to talk about body weight or gaining weight or losing weight. We also have another project where parents, they should help their children to have a healthy internet use. And we also work on digital well-being. We have some partnerships with a number of creators, and this is an example of that. And this is such a strength because we bring together content creators that have a very relevant, rich. Here is Ju Romani and Sophie. Sophie, she's an expert in food disorders, and she's here talking about this issue. We also carried out a documentary about new imaginations being done throughout the internet. And by vulnerabilities, we are talking about the likelihood that these people can be seen, represented, and they are able to reconstruct new stereotypes and get rid of those old ones. And last but not least important, this is a new program which was released just last week. So we want to promote a positive internet, not just free of harm, but rather an internet that can be positive, can help people to connect to others positively. And internet can be this area for inspiration and connection. And I'd like to invite you all to participate to this discussion throughout lives, videos, posts, podcasts, guides, and just visit all our channels. And to close, another important learning is the co-creation. In the prior panel, someone from the audience asked about teenagers' participation. And we believe it's important to hear their opinion. So we are developing some parental tools where we not just listen to experts, but also parents and youngsters. So we are organizing some focus groups with our young users to better understand how we may co-create considering different considering all the disparities. This hearing process should be not just a formal one, but a place for co-creation that we are suggesting. And I guess that in our next Safer Internet Day celebration, we'll be able to share more information about that. That's it, guys. Thank you. It was a great honor to be here, and I am at your disposal for further questions. Thanks, Natalia. We are going to save questions to the end of the panel, okay? Great presentation, and I really liked listening to Instagram initiatives. You know, this idea of developing or designing a product considering risk absence. If we are talking about gaps or breaches. Whenever we are developing a software, we develop a software trying to forecast any possible breach, and you are doing exactly the same, considering standards, nudges. They are all good lessons that all of us can take to our online services and to some other platforms. Thanks a lot. Now, I'd like to hand over to our second speaker of the day, representing Google Brazil, Flávia Annenberg. During the pandemic, there was an increasing number in the use of Google. Google has a great range of products, and we all make use of them. And we know that Google has a number of efforts to improve digital well-being. I quite like this expression, digital well-being. So, Flávia, what have you got to share with us? The floor is yours. Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. First, let me thank you for the invitation. I'm so happy to be here celebrating. I also like to congratulate SaferNet, CGI, NIC.br. I had the chance to participate at some of these very interesting sessions that you have held this morning. And I also would like to greet all these amazing ladies that are being here today representing a number of companies. And thanks to you, Moreiras, of course, to moderate this panel.
Que vocês só me Bom, vocês conseguem me escutar e ver a apresentação? Tá ótimo. Então, vamos lá. Bom, eu inicio a minha apresentação trazendo algumas informações que...
Well, I would like to start sharing some relevant information about a positive internet. Google has disclosed a survey conducted with parents in Latin America, including Brazil. Online safety became a topic mainly during the pandemic, a very relevant topic, mainly during the pandemic, during social distancing, social isolation. Children, they anticipated, we had to anticipate it somehow, this conversation with children about safety, privacy, because they became tech savvy, and we had to discuss about that. According to this report, 67% of those who participated in the survey, they feel more comfortable to see their children being connected in the internet for educational use before the pandemic. In addition, 88% of them believe that their children would talk to them if they had been exposed to an online problem. And what has been done to help with this problem? 82% they said that they had a meaningful talk with their children about the topic, and 95% of them, they say they follow their children's activities throughout the devices. Despite all this positive scenario, thanks to dialogue and discussions, we have some other issues. Among the main worries, we have privacy, safety, inappropriated content, access, and we have children harassment. Brazil is a country where children would get their first smartphone when they are really young. In average, they are already 9 years old, much earlier than any other Latin American country. In Google, we believe that technology may have a positive impact to develop children's skills such as freedom of expression, among others. But we also acknowledge that technology may be undesirable in some age stages. As children, they have to play, they have to express and learn online. And this panel is very timely because it emphasizes such a learning, and it's a challenge to balance both. And for that, we have been working over 4 main pillars: building up innovative products, privacy protection, and to work closely to experts to implement efficient policies and to create innovative products.
And they are translated into 4 main pillars, as you can see here. They are including empowerment, policies, education, and products. I'm going to choose some of them, but we can talk about the other ones later. Empowerment is aimed at empowering the users. We have the Family Link, an app for download. It helps update users, and it enables those who are responsible for the family, create rules for the family with apps that children can use, define bedtime, and also a daily limitation. In terms of policies, Google has developed solutions, for example, to prevent the use of the new platforms for the dissemination of children's abuse. It included the development of new technologies that enable Google to quickly and efficiently identify children's abuse in its platform. Also, there are actually activities to reduce the exposure of harmful or inappropriate content. According to the guidelines, content that may be harmful or risky can be removed. Now, in terms of education, Google believes in education as a means for prevention, and the main program is the one we see in the internet, and perhaps you're already familiar with it. It's a program developed by specialists to train children so that they can use the internet safer and wiser. Also, we have an online game which teaches internet or how you can have a safe use of the internet, and it also provides tips for the parents so they can have access to content and help them talk to their children at home. Finally, in terms of product, we have a resource which helps filter contents, preventing the risk of finding undesirable sites. And this is a standard for all content, for all access of individuals younger than 12 years of age. Also, there is YouTube Kids with a different experience that can be controlled by parents. And also, since last year, we have a Family Link that enables children to access YouTube with a supervised account. Choice can be made according to children's age. For example, we have transmissions, comments, live chats that are deactivated, also the possibility of controlling content, among others. And then whenever I talk about a differentiated approach, I'm also talking about the use of language and the visual communication that is appropriate for this content. I have some examples here. Seja incrível na internet. Be amazing in the internet with games to deal with difficult topics as, for example, bullying. There's the privacy guide for teenagers with information on privacy and the use of data in the question and answer format, which is easy to understand. Also, we have the privacy guide of the Family Link for children and adolescents, and they are adjusted to all of these age groups. Based on this, last year, we announced some updates. This has to do with the topic of this panel, since we're talking about lessons learned learned. We're talking about this ability to talk and learn from the specialists and how we can improve our products. I'm going to make part of it available, not everything. Regarding the location, the location history is deactivated for all of the accounts, and children with supervised accounts cannot activate it. More recently, this was extended to those younger than 18 years of age who do not have the possibility of activating their location. Also, we have updates where the automatic reproduction of video was deactivated as a standard. That thing that links one video to the other. Also, we have a reminder of bedtime. Also, the videos that focus only on the packaging of the product or encourage children to spend more money. We have prepared a guide for the family to help children understand how content is displayed in YouTube, including these promotions. Changes have been made on uploads. Now with private submission, we can make better informed decision about their online presence, and it also encourages young people to choose content and whether they want it to be public or not. You can change the setup, and in this case, we send reminders to send information. Also, we created contextualized notices to remind them of who can see these comments, the posts. Finally, in Google Play, efforts have been made to promote quality content. A new session on safety has enabled us to see what kind of content is available. With that, the apps have to better inform how they collect data, making it easier to make decisions. And now to wrap up my presentation, I will talk a little bit about safety and privacy. We're talking about children and teenagers, but actually privacy and safety is something which works for everybody regardless of age. We have central safety with the YouTube's photos, assistant. It's a one-stop shop. In this page, you can update all of the setups, the devices that are connected, make sure how the passwords work with a complete safety check. Also, it's important to understand information on the collected data for video history, location history, and how data is collected, stored, and excluded. And that enables users to define whether they want data to be shared or not. With that, I would like to reinforce Google's commitment to making the internet safer for people in general, and in special to children and adolescents. It's a pleasure to be here in this panel. Thank you very much. Well, we thank you. We thank you for your presentation and your participation, Flavia, and Google's goodwill to be present here and collaborating. It was a very interesting presentation. I will not make any further comments, and I will invite our next panelist because time is going very fast. Natalia Neres, who is responsible for public policies in Twitter. We know that recently Twitter launched materials, safety guidelines, and it has adopted new protection measures for users with a highlight to the safety of women. I wanted to ask Natalia to let us know a little bit about these actions, what changes have been made during the pandemic. So Natalia, the floor is yours. Thank you, Antonio. And I thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here discussing such an important issue, and this has been expected by our community, actually. So I thank you very much for this space and the opportunity to talk about the new challenges and learning experiences we've had in the last year of the pandemics. I would also like to greet my colleagues. It's a pleasure to share this space with you. I will share my screen. Can you see? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Well, I am Natalia Neres. I coordinate the area of public policies, and I will not talk too long, but we are going to talk about 4 different things. First of all, I'm going to talk to you about Twitter's characteristics. One thing that is very clear whenever we make joint presentations on the platforms is that they're different among them. And I will start talking a little bit about Twitter and what we've done to protect our conversations, our evolution. And then finally, I will talk about safety tools and the control of the experience. There is more than one way to deal with safety. This doesn't mean just strict rules on abuse, but it's important to offer different experiences to those who use the control platform. And they reinforce the safety and may have a preventive effect, actually, regarding any problems that we may have on inadequate use of the platform. So Twitter is where people go to find out what's going on. It is an opportunity for a conversation, for entertainment about large political events. And the idea, actually the perspective we have is that the healthier this conversation, the more diverse it will be, more people will be heard. And whenever we have an abusive behavior and inadequate conduct in the platform, we usually discourage people to talk, and the public conversation has its value decreased. And so everything that we have experienced in terms of rules and improvement of the rules, or even new tools, according to this perspective, that we need to have a public or a quality public conversation so that people really want to be there. And so it is based on this that we have our main question: how can we protect the health of the conversation? The most efficient way to do this is by addressing challenges. We have 3 main challenges to deal with it and to guarantee safety and health. First of all, the first challenge has to do with disinformation. Number 2, with robots. A third challenge has to do with abusive behavior. I will quickly share with you what we have already, what has been improved, to cover the other 3 aspects I was talking about in my introduction. One important aspect to highlight is that any kind of improvement that we may have, we always have these principles behind them. Number 1, decreasing potential damage. Number 2, reducing prejudices and harmful incentives. And later, when I tell you about the active efforts we've made, these things will be made more clear, especially regarding abusive behavior. It's important to improve public responsibility, accountability, improve the diversity of perspectives. Now, let's talk about the challenges based on what we have today and what we've seen in the last few years. Regarding this first challenge, we can approach it under two main topics. We have civic integrity policy that has to do with civic processes and elections. Unfortunately, I do not have enough time to talk about all of them. The most important thing here is to say that they exist and they are part of the improvements we've made recently. A second topic is COVID. A major lesson learned is that for the development of a specific policy or a specific rule, we need a lot of time. We prepare our policies on COVID when the pandemic was announced and started. And then we've been learning a lot about this, what kind of content, what kind of tool can be made available. And this is perhaps the policy that was implemented the fastest, taking into account the urgency of this topic. These two lectures are actually here. We have our policies on synthetic media and manipulated media. We have the prompt COVID-19, some specific keywords on the pandemic, which will provide information about this. In addition to that, we have the support to mediatic education initiatives. Regarding robots, an important aspect that we've learned is that we have a lot of research done about this, but we have learned that there are other signs that are very important for us to detect automation. We have been proactive about this. Our report informs that we have challenged a lot more than in previous years. We have some kind of automation, and we have also implemented some proactive activities to deal with challenges focusing on COVID-19. The pandemic situation has made all of our policies to be reviewed more frequently. A third challenge, abuse. We have our own rules. I invite you to give a look at them. They are available in Portuguese, and they are divided into three main axes: privacy, safety, and authenticity. Regarding privacy, we prohibit the dissemination of private information. When we talk about safety, we have a set of behaviors that are forbidden, such as violence, terrorism, violent extremism, children's sexual abuse, and we have established a partnership so that every time we have anything related to children's sexual abuse is forwarded to the helpline, which provides specific information about that, including the information on contact. We also have a policy for abuse and harassment. Goods or illegal goods and services are regulated, suicide and self-mutilation, also sensitive multimedia content. These are things that have been improving steadily but more and more we realize that it's important to include other protected categories. And our learnings have also included deficiencies or, we also have authenticity rules. I have mentioned them, and they are part of the information we share on the two topics we work with, and I have already mentioned spam, platform manipulation, election integrity, identity supply, or false or abuse content, and trademarks. For all of these behaviors, we have a mechanism for the provision of information. This year, we're going to include another category. You can see that we had the possibility of informing whether something is suspect or spam or whether it's abusive. And if we're talking about image, we have more options, including the information on fake news. Now, regarding this possibility, this tool is experimental in English-speaking countries in the last few years, and it now comes into the Brazilian context. All of this is based on a better understanding of what is reported in the platform as being potentially fake or misleading, so that we can have a proactive identification of content. This tool has this characteristic. It is a pilot so that we can better deal with this issue proactively, especially for these two types of content. And of course, I'm talking a lot about the use of technology, but we have different contexts and information, and we apply a series of measures. It's important to remind you of that, because if our focus is on the suspension or not of accounts, then we realize that there are other actions that we can take and that might have an educational effect on the people who use the platform inappropriately. What do I mean by this? We can apply our measures against tweets, against accounts, and we can label tweeters to provide more context. We can improve the visibility, or we can demand content to be removed, or we can disseminate the information if we understand that the information is important enough to be part of the public debate and that it will help with some specific topics. Also, we have the profile editing. When you include the account, which is available only for content, in other words, it is frozen, we can check that. And I was recently talking about all of these challenges in terms of automation. We also have a permanent suspension, which is in fact the most serious policy. And this is done definitively, and users can no longer come back to the platform. So this is our evolution. I have told you a little bit about what we've done. We have the new platform for the information on inappropriate content, but it's also important to note progress regarding the identification of this content. Until 2017, nothing that we had reported on abuse was taken to the technology team. They have learned a lot based on this content, and in general, and based on our latest report, 65% of what is considered abuse has been found proactively by our teams. And this is an important thing. it provides users the idea of how important it is to inform about all of these factors. Also, these data represents a little, very little, 0.1% of the content violates our rule. Also relevant is the fact that 8% of the tweets that were removed had more than 1,000 impressions. These actions show that in general, this is a healthy conversation, but we have also dealt similarly to Google and others with those tools for safety. Here you can see different types of tools that can be used if an individual is having a problem with an individual account with different people. And also regarding the feed, I don't have enough time to describe each one of them, but it's important to include these mechanisms for the blocking, discontinuation, who can send DMs regarding the conversations. You can determine who can answer or make a comment. These are important tools, and they may have a preventive effect regarding toxic content. In addition to that, this is important information. So what do other people know about me, especially if we have activists, journalists, people who are very vocal. So this is very important for the protection of tweets, visibility, and even what data is shared that could be chosen by this person, and in turn, making this experience a little bit better. Recently, we announced the harmful language tool, similar to what Natalia mentioned. Many surveys indicate that once somebody tweets something that might be potentially harmful, we ask, would you like to revise this? Frequently, they change their answers. Over 30% of the times they are asked to do that. So that's an important tool. And they happen before potential abuse. Also, there's a recent policy on sensitive content. So Twitter is where things happen. People like to talk about things such as natural disaster and so many others. But it's very important that we are aware of it so that we can keep our conversations healthy. I don't have enough time to talk about the different policies more specifically. One important thing that we have done, however, is to communicate, to make this information as available as possible, especially for the people we believe to be more vulnerable. These are people who have different markers such as race, gender, sexual orientation, and so we have supported initiatives by the civil society to help with that, making it more accessible. Today, we're launching and supporting Minas program. This is for girls in Twitter. We believe that it's important in a good communication as opposed to what happens in our blogs and traditional media. And last year, we also launched a safety guide with the support of Internet Lab that also translates all of the efforts. The guide for journalists was done after a global survey with the civil society. And I would like to say that all of these strategies are combined so that the conversation and the health of the conversation is adequate. And I would now like to invite you to access this material and our policies. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado, Natália. Foi uma apresentação excelente.
Thank you very much, Natalia. It was an excellent presentation. I didn't want to be in your place dealing with the safety of all of these platforms. It's very challenging. Many of these tools lead with people's opinion and things that we think that are not controversial. Today, for some people, things are controversial and for others not. Even if science will say something, and I'd like to remind you that when they found that the Earth turned around the sun and not the other way around, it was scientists who went there and said, no, this is wrong. So things evolve a lot. It is very challenging, it's very difficult, but we have to move forward. We have to create these tools, and it's really nice to see the efforts made by the platforms and your goodwill to be here discussing this publicly and being transparent with all of the actions that are being taken so that everybody can say something, voice their opinion. It's excellent, and I think that together we'll be able to develop a better internet and a better society.
Next, I would like to hand over to Marília Monteiro, representing TikTok. She is a public policy manager, where we see a significant growth in the usage of TikTok. TikTok is still a bit informal. It's used rather for entertainment. And how do you deal with privacy and safety considering users' engagement? This is such a formal and strict content, and how to guide your users within this content. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Moreiras. I'd like to greet all my dear panelists, and I feel so honored to share this panel with you ladies. It's great to see my colleagues from NIC.br, and I'm here on behalf of TikTok, as we are also part of this dialogue, and here I am to share our efforts, measures, and tools to be able to keep internet within a positive and health environment. Is always a challenge talking after powerful women and those important platforms that were exposed before my talk. So the TikTok is a different product. Each platform has its own identity, its own proposition, with different instruments that may expand users' safe. So our goal is to inspire creativity and joy. This is a global entertainment platform. We had created a new content, and we know that TikTok is leading to some cultural trends, and we see that as an opportunity to raise a safe and positive setting, so users, they keep coming to TikTok to express themselves creatively and freely. We are a quite young platform if I compare ourselves to other platforms addressed here before myself, and since at the very beginning of TikTok, we strengthen our technologies to be able to offer security and safety for everyone to keep expressing themselves fully in a genuine manner. So I will try to share what we place to have a better control during TikTok experience and still to keep our community feeling safe to express themselves. And I will also disclose some specific measures that we have in place for our teens and some new learnings that we had, especially in the past year. So what do we do to be able to support well-being? Our digital well-being tools, they help users to have a better control to monitor the time spent during TikTok. That is a screen time monitor. And the goal to have a screen monitor time is to give user the possibility to entertain in a healthy manner within an appropriated time frame. In addition to have that possibility in the settings where you can define how much you'd like to be connected and navigate in the TikTok daily, we work together with our developers. If we see that there is a user that is spending too long at the TikTok, we send some incentive messages to motivate them to give a break, to pause for a while, to do something different offline, maybe read a book, spend some time with the family, stand up, stretch. We understand that our users, they have a very creative way to express, but we wanted to avoid burnout of that experience. Still addressing well-being tools to generate kindness, as we usually say here, we say that we create content with our soul, and people do love watching and sharing that. Therefore, we are very conscious about control tools and interaction tools during the content creation. Therefore, we make available some tools, especially about comments which are made about contents. We are able to filter any sort of comments that are made on a video. And if those comments are edited, they are not shown except if users decide so. And that will complement some additional resources that we have for comments, which are spam filters and comment filters with some specific words. In addition, we are able to exclude simultaneous comments in block. We know that comments are very important for community members to connect with the creators and to keep developing meaningful ways to please those who watch their own videos. And throughout those comment control, we believe that we are able to develop a conscious way to promote a more respectful way to interact with the TikTok users. We have also developed some other specific tools to offer not only to our creators, but also to parents and to those who are responsible for our users. Parents and legal responsibles, they are key to guarantee their safety. They cannot do that by themselves, neither can we do it without them. So we are after different ways to include that experience within TikTok. So we had released a family synchrony tool, which allows to customize privacy and safety tools. There are some other platforms that have similar resources, and they offer the same sort of participation to enhance a dialogue between youngsters and parents. Family Sync at TikTok allows that a parent or a tutor will allocate your own account to your son account and activate screen time management, establishing how long that youngster can spend in front of the screen. And in addition to it, that adolescent undergoes those videos based on that perception that he spent quite a while at TikTok, so he'll get one of those incentive videos to switch to an offline activity. Family Sync allows that parents may activate a restrict mode where they are able to restrict some contents which may seem not to be appropriated to that adolescent. There is also a possibility to directly block messages or to select or restrain those who can or cannot send a direct message to that person. We may also restrain search to certain types of content. And here we're talking about any sort of accessible content. By that I mean accounts, hashtags, audios, videos that can be accessed in our platform. In addition to manage and restrain interactions throughout comments and the videos. Similarly to Instagram, we have a number of guides, and we have just updated a specific guideline to parents, offering additional tools for parents to better understand the way TikTok works, so they can get additional information about general topics regarding internet safety, so they can discuss openly with those who are responsible to develop the platform together with parents. We believe this is an additional way to help these different generations to get together in the TikTok platform. Our youth is growing under constant changes, and we believe that we have a relevant role to play, which is helping them to manage their safety and guarantee that they are growing with a certain level of awareness. And for that, we offer appropriated control settings according to their age range, and they were developed by TikTok carefully. We had split adolescents by age group between 13 to 17 years old, together with experts, science prevention, and youth prevention. And our prediction is based not just in that knowledge acquired by experts, but also in the evidences found in the literature and local experts.
Adotamos uma distinção de diferentes faixas da adolescência. De início da adolescência, que
so we have to make some distinctions between those who are in the beginning of the adolescence, those who are between 13 to 16 years of age, and late adolescence from 15, 16 to 18. Accounts for those who are younger than 16, 13 to 15, that is private by default. So once they accept that group of that friendship, and that account is no longer active, so we deactivated that account. direct messages are not active for those who are younger than 16, and for those between 16 and 17, direct message is defined as the default to anyone. But no one may send images or links throughout direct messages. We reached that decision to protect not only our community as a whole, but also our adolescents, to prevent some kind of intimidation or any other problems. We know that this type of content is usually shared by direct messages. TikTok lives, they are not active for those under 16, and the function all or the feature all is not active. We can just download the videos for those who are older, 16 or 17. The default setting of download is off, but they can change it to the on mode. And similarly to what Flavia told us, in Google, we implemented some features within the experience of a continuous creation, so they can reflect in a more conscious way throughout the pop-ups that are uploaded anytime that they upload a video. At the time they see all the settings and they have to choose privacy and other features. We have other features at TikTok, which is the thread and duetto, that is not on for those under 16, and for those older than 16, that is able just for friends. Mainstreams that is blocked for any user under 18. In the past year, we have learned a bit more about this group of adolescents that navigate at TikTok thanks to their concerns, and to be able to help them to develop a more positive and health routine together with our platform. We no longer made available notifications by push to those between 13 to 14 after 9 p.m. and to the older ones, they no longer get notifications in the app after 10 p.m. And to close my talk, I have one more learning to share that had reflected in a number of changes in the TikTok policies. 2 months ago, we released a global project to better understand how those youngsters, they get involved in some sort of gossips and some kind of narratives in the platform. How can we develop more effective answers as we work different ways to support parents, educators, and kids? In the meantime, we interviewed over 10,000 adolescents, parents, and educators: Brazil, Argentina, Germany, Indonesia, UK, Vietnam. We had hired an independent consultancy agency to write a report about the main learnings that we had right after we had compiled all the answers we got from this global survey. The report written by the Safeguard Presidium may be assessed by our website and blog. In addition to have that independent advocacy consultancy, and after interviewing 10,000 people, we count on two great experts with a number of recommendations after they read this report. And in Brazil, we had Dr. Fabiana Vasconcelos from Mercurio Institute, which is an institute specialized on online challenges. What have they told us after assessing online risk? Well, they deploy a number of methodologies to understand those risks that may be or not related to those canards or gossips, reading comments about contents, talking to friends. We know that to guide adolescents and to tell them how to assess potential risks may be a relevant way to keep our adolescents safe anytime they find any sort of in play. Many of them told us that they would like to have more information about risks, about rumors, and what is supposed to go too far away. Parents and educators are not always able to approach adolescents about some rumors that are being disseminated over the internet. They have an active worry that if they mention the name of any rumor or of any challenge, adolescents will learn about it and they might get motivated to do it. So 60% of parents and educators, they say that they prefer not mentioning self-mutilation rumors, except if the adolescent talks about it themselves. And a great percentage of parents told us that it's very difficult talking about rumors without raising their children's interest in it. After all these answers that we got from our survey, what have we perceived? We understood that they all want to get more information about rumors and about any other sort of tittle-tattles that may have. We had then developed online challenges properly written to parents and educators, helping them to better approach these ideas with their adolescents. In addition to it, we also created an alert on videos that can be uploaded in the TikTok videos if we see any necessity for additional caution. And if we see any harmful potential content, we also raise a warning about that. If a user searches for that content at our platform, we encourage them to access our safety belt to learn more about the theme, and we also go after rumor regarding suicide, mutilation, and then we involve a institution that addresses topics regarding value to life. We have also guidelines written after the survey. Our guidelines, our community guidelines, they would address issues regarding harmful rumors in our policy of self-mutilation and suicidal ideation. But in our community now, we have a new item in our policies to address that classification of harmful rumor, to try to be more transparent in the way we can better deal with that online content. We are all doing whatever we can within this field, and we want stop doing whatever we can to keep a safe and positive environment to all. That is a collective and joint effort. And it's great to be here with all platforms, to know that we are working collectively with the platforms, adolescents, parents, experts, organizations, and other interested stakeholders that are interested in turning internet into a positive environment. Thank you. Thank you, Marilia. That was a great presentation. We are running really, really late. With no further ado, I have a Blessing Okorogo, our next speaker.
Match Group, o Tinder. Ela vai falar em inglês, mas nós contamos
She
com...
will speak English, but we have a simultaneous translation in real time. So if you are in the YouTube broadcast and you need the translation, just look for the proper translation channel and you'll be able to get the whole talk, either in English, native language, or in Portuguese. Now I hand over to you, Blessing.
Thank you so much, Antonio. Hello, everyone. My name is Blessing Okurugo, and I'm the Director of Social Advocacy at Match Group. Thank you so much, especially to SaferNet, for having me here today. And I'm so excited to hear from so many leaders on this panel in terms of how companies are thinking about and progressing digital safety. For those who don't know, Match Group owns and operates one of the largest global portfolios when it comes to online dating and social connectivity services. And that includes Match.com, of course, Par Perfetto, and Tinder. And in total, that's over 45 dating apps worldwide. Today, particularly, I'm going to be focusing on Tinder, which is our most popular app for meeting new people. So I wanted to start really by providing an overview of what Tinder is all about, the mission of Tinder, and how we think about Tinder's philosophy for social connectivity before we dive into safety. So I wanted to talk about Tinder in terms of how Tinder started. And Tinder's goal really is focused on simplification. It's really the process of simplifying how people meet online. And that's really, you sign up, you add photos, and then you start swiping in one direction or the other. And the idea is to have a conversation that's really meted on a need to think about liking and mutually extended minds and the ways in which you think about connection. And really that simplicity in terms of how people connect is really core to the Tinder experience to this very day. And when we think about the mission of Tinder, ultimately that mission is really to ensure that we're keeping the magic of that human connection alive. That fundamental belief that everyone deserves the ability to find meaningful connection with anyone new. And so people often ask, what is Tinder for? And it's really up to each individual, each member of the Tinder community to decide what they wanted out of that experience. And Tinder's really built on that whole world of possibilities, which is really rooted in an individual's ability to present themselves authentically, to be treated authentically, and to have an authentic experience. And when you think about COVID having turned the world upside down over the past 2 years, Tinder's really played an important role in how people have been connecting and stayed connected. So I really wanted, though, to focus on how we think about the relationship with safety. People really need to feel safe in order to really present authentically and put themselves out there. And putting yourself out there is really in the hopes of meeting not just that person new, but it's that act of vulnerability. And so we want Tinder users to really know that we're here to help them. And that while we can't control every experience, we can at least foster and protect that environment of safety and respect. And so that essentially the bottom line is that everyone feels comfortable being themselves and having a great experience. And so I'm just going to sort of move into the philosophy of Tinder, which is really rooted in that cornerstone of having a good relationship that is founded on trust and respect. This is extremely critical in how we think about the relationship between Tinder and its members. And I think as Gen Z will tell you, trustworthiness is very important and it's key. It's key to not only this generation, but it's really the majority of our member base. And it's really what we use to describe how to be successful as a brand or really think about our product today. At Tinder, the priority is really built on that authentic experience, but also making sure that the experience is equitable, of course, and that we're really focusing on not only giving members a great experience, but really making sure that members don't feel unsafe and that they're having a good time. And that, we are really setting an example of what trust and safety should be, and really, making sure that we embed that in the impact of Tinder's future on the platform as a business. And when we talk about safety, it's really important that we're clear on the role on what Tinder plays in its members' lives. We think of Tinder as a place where people can not only just come and meet, but almost like a party, we're host to what that engagement looks like. So it's really our job to make sure that our guests, our members, are comfortable and having a great time. And so, like any good host, we're often asking those who are making others uncomfortable in the party to leave. We're making sure that people take accountability for their behavior, and we're making sure that we're setting an example of what responsible and respectful interactions and healthy interactions and engagement looks like across our platform. And this is why really the first message that members receive when they sign on to Tinder is focus on safety and respect. Every new member is presented with a set of community guidelines, which members must agree to before they're able to create a profile. And providing members with that simple code of conduct really helps people think twice before they consider any potentially bad or harmful, or I would also add exclusionary type of behavior that really increases individuals' inability to have a great experience. And so we have online safety tips that are available on our platform, and we continue to highlight what our safety commitments look like to ensure the preservation and protection of our users' experiences. So in full transparency, it's really our job to make sure that we continue to make this our focus and our priority. And it's really embedded not only in that mission of keeping the magic of Tinder users alive and the connections that they're trying to make, but also making sure that our actions are guided by a sense of responsibility and accountability. And so really wanted to sort of switch into what that safety looks like, and some of the initiatives that really have been gotten off the ground over the past couple of years and what that's looked like. Sitting at Match Group, our parent company, we essentially put together an advisory council several years ago, which includes a number of anti-sexual assault and trafficking leaders, including Me Too Foundation, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. We also work with the National Sexual Violence Resource Center, among another of public policy and safety experts. And it's really these partners that really help with prioritizing what member safety looks like. And in Brazil specifically, Tinder's partnered with a number of local NGOs, including SaferNet and Phonotrans and ABGLT, among others, to make sure that our content is locally relevant and that we are also, taking account into different cultural variations when it comes to what members need to feel in order to be safe. In addition, we've also introduced several really exciting product features over the past couple of years that are essentially being rolled out globally to continue our mission for providing and essentially preserving that trusted space to meet new people. So I'm just going to, for the sake of time, share a little bit of what some of that work looks like. For Tinder in particular, we've rolled out photo verification, for instance, and this really helps to ensure that fellow members' profile images are genuine and authenticated. In fact, we recently launched an Explore Hub where members can now take more control over who they would like to match with, and by choosing to see only photo verified profiles. We also have introduced video chat, which helps to screen a match and get to know who and what that match says, and where that safe sort of virtual distance it's coming from. And we've also improved ways in which members can report and notify to Tinder any suspicious or inappropriate behavior. We've just very, very recently launched a number of product updates to make sure that our reporting is survivor-centered and trauma-informed, and that's in partnership with RAIN, which is a US-based American sort of focused nonprofit that really does a lot of great work on anti-sexual dating violence and really combats and focus on the prevention of any form of rape and abuse and assaulted behavior. And we also recently sort of redesigned how the members think about how we can provide better care, not just for all of our members, but also specifically thinking about survivors of abuse and harassment and how we make sure that we have a dedicated commitment to survivor safety. We've also recently launched a couple of great features to essentially influence and essentially make sure that we are proactively holding people accountable to a pro-respectful and pro-social culture where we're reinforcing positive behavior. And this includes Are You Sure? And Does It Bother You? Both of these features have each been provided to help reduce inappropriate language and messaging and increase reporting of what this inappropriate behavior looks like during its testing. And lastly, we've also rolled out our introduction to wanting to make sure that we improve and include ID verification. And this is something we're really excited going into 2022 to roll out across our, not only Tinder, but some of our other dating and social connectivity apps. And this is really going to serve in deepening our commitment to creating that safe and authentic experience among our member community. And also in Brazil, and not just in Brazil, but everywhere, but really in Brazil, we've launched to date our largest safety center, which really gives Tinder members easy access to safety-related education and resource and tips, essentially guidance on how to have the Tinder experience that individuals want to have. In Brazil, this really features a really great, robust, and invaluable number of services that have been provided by local NGOs, including SaferNet. And we're really excited about our commitment through these partnerships to continue reinforcing safety and working with local organizations to better serve our local communities and deepen our understanding of the needs that our members have articulated and the needs that we may not be seeing as a company. And this really, I think, as we think about our product roadmap and our policy roadmap going into the future is really important and significant, which is why we're really excited to be a part of SaferNet, which is such a critical institutional and industry organization when it comes to the protection of digital safety across a lot of our platforms. And so I just really wanted to say in closing, you know, meeting new people is really exciting, and we're really excited that Tinder has had such a growing and progressive role in how people connect, not specifically to date, but to make friends, to have the social experiences that people are looking for. And so we really want to make sure that we're providing our membership with guidance and advisement on how to exercise caution when they're interacting with someone that they don't know, and encouraging members to use their best judgment while they're putting their safety first. And so we have a number of online dating tips that can be found in our safety centers, and really reinforcing that people check out these safety centers and continue to follow Tinder to learn more about some of the really exciting product and policy updates that we're going to be rolling out in the next year. And then again, just really excited that we're able to sort of deepen this commitment and lean on our industry partners and cross-sector leaders to really make sure that we're sharing best practices, and we're including these best practices to make sure that we are preserving that respectful culture and we're reinforcing safety across our platforms. So in short, I just really wanted to thank everyone for the invitation to present and share a little bit about what Tinder's about and Tinder's mission when it comes to reinforcing digital safety. And thank you again for your time.
Nós aqui agradecemos.
We are the ones to thank you. We thank you for the excellent presentation. Thank you for sharing all of it with us. Now, I would like to invite our last speaker of the day, Masuri Romero. She is the Sustainability Executive at Vivo. Masuri, I turn over to you now. Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm also happy to be able to share with you work that we really treasure a lot, and also to introduce to you a little bit I will complement what my colleagues in the panel have said, because they were showing how companies have to be connected to their business. At Vivo, we're talking about a technology company that provides internet access, and because of that, it is our purpose that people are connected and can always have the best technology available at all times. I will now talk a little bit about the project we have. We've been working with it for a while. It's called Dialogando, dialoguing. It was developed by our sustainability department, and we're really committed with the whole society. And this is meant for everybody and not necessarily only clients. We know that data is very important. I followed some of the lectures this morning, but worldwide, we have 4.5 billion users in the internet. In Brazil, we have 150 million users. We spend a large part of our day connected. Mean time is 6 hours worldwide. And 9 hours in Brazil. We can see how much we are connected. And at the same time, other people arrive. We talk a lot about children and teenagers, but we have other populations like the elderly who are migrating in this direction, especially during the pandemic. And so we had to use the network oftentimes, and it was very powerful initially. Now we have a new model. We have all of the protection measures, including people, but people have been using the internet more often, being more present. And so what is the role of this project? It was launched in 2015 to promote a discussion on the responsible use of technologies. What is it? The Telefonica group of the Vivo brand includes other countries as well. We have a panel in Portuguese where Telefonica operates. And we have some access for discussion like sustainability, education, innovation, safety, and behavior. We have, in fact, seen that if we have tools available in our environments and in our platforms, and we do not feel very safe, at the end of the day, we will have to be able to explain this to the public in general so that they are informed about the consequences of what they're doing. With this approach, we deal with education, conversations. Every year, we reinvent ourselves, sharing more accessible language, talking about different aspects, different topics, and also discussing how this works and how we can have quality content supported by specialists. And we have a lot of information available. It's important to have an environment that we can use. And what is our proposal? It's important that we have partnerships to explain how things work, to share content with healthy digital behavior, and what can be done to prevent, and how we can work in this environment so that the network is really safe. So we propose that people connect, and that Vivo want people to be connected, but that they can have the best behavior possible. So the objective here is to promote a debate on a constructive manner, discussing how these things can take place, provide services to the society with digital inclusion so that people have an exchange environment to exchange ideas, facilitate access to information. There are tools, there are safety tools that we use. For example, we have a lot of partnerships with Instagram or different platforms and how they work, what should be used, quality control. We have different target publics. We have instructions for children, teenagers, young people. We have instructions for parents, the elderly as well, or Tinder even. We had a publication talking about it and trying to demystify issues, what is safe, what is inappropriate. So we try to encourage people to use what is best in the internet, and at the same time that they are careful about what they can or not do. For parents, children, should I do it or not? What is the best way to go? What replaces a conversation? We have a clear purpose to provide better connections, and we propose to share all of this information with the people at the network in an easier and accessible way, trying to have the support that we can provide to our users. In terms of safety, we have publications on virtual crimes, data protection, technology, hackers. We also talk about issues such as Black Friday, how to avoid traps, digital safety. Is it safe or not to buy crypto coins? So we're trying to talk about these very current issues and how this could be positive or negative, and how these things can be used on everyone's behalf. Now, talking a little bit about behavior, having tools and having opportunities for discussion will help people have positive experiences. And now talking about the last couple of years during the pandemic, when we first started with the COVID-19 in Brazil, we were one of the first to talk about things that were very close to people. For example, mental health, mobility. Overnight, people had to be locked in. So we had a lack of entertainment options. We discussed about games, things like that. People were bombarded by information. They were trying to keep as normal as possible within that context. We talked about online dating, about apps that could help us with meditation or reading apps. We also discussed how we can have a digital signature, since we could not even go to public notaries. So all of this was done. We tried to be a hub that facilitates people's lives at specific moments or not. We also talked about mobility, about how you can have a healthy environment, how you can keep the balance between conciliating the digital life and home office with your children, how to raise them, how to have homeschooling and things like that. So these things were very important and based on people's expectations. So we proposed to talk about anything, information, so that people could dialogue and use the network the best way possible. We also had to reinvent ourselves. But things change. We have novelties, we have had expansions since 2015. In other words, we have been working with this for 7 years. We have made publications, we evolved to videos, to podcasts, and we know that a lot of people use this type of information. What we want is to make it easier for people to follow what we're doing. So we have short series to talk about different topics. And this month, we're celebrating the safe internet. We're going to talk about safety. We're going to talk about fake news, which is very important. We're going to talk about the 2018 elections as well. And we already had publications on fake news way back then, how we can fight fake news. And we have a lot of questions. People don't know whether they should delete it or not, and what we should do or not. Sort of like counseling. And we have tips. Also, we have a little bit of everything, actually. We talk a lot about different things, but the most important thing is for us to access different things. We focus on children, teenagers, elderly dating, and we can see that our public is diversified. Today, we have very good results. We have over 700 publications, and we can see that we have very accurate numbers so that people come to us. We have examples demonstrating that people want to remain connected, so that when we have relevant topics that are interesting for people, we're happy to be able to provide that. We want the use of the internet to be positive and healthy. We want to align our proposals to different nice activities. We want to network with everybody, and we do believe that the success of this project and our ability to reach so many people is that we have a mix, a little bit of everything, and they end up talking directly to the target audience. And then one thing I wanted to mention in terms of safety and talking about partnerships, we have established a partnership with WhatsApp. We have specialists who are called gurus. They will have a special campaign explaining how a safer WhatsApp works, how we can avoid cloning and schemes that we see in the internet. Also, two-step confirmations, effective checking systems. We also invest in digital protection. The proposal is to have parental control, antivirus, alerts. It's very nice to be familiar with that. We are concerned about how we can have a good environment and support our clients to have better protection and digital safety. So this is it. I tried to be quick, and I would like to invite you to visit our portal. It's called dialoguing.com. I thank you very much for the opportunity. Well, we are the one to thank you, Masuri, for the excellent presentation. Actually, everybody's presentation was excellent. It was a very rich panel. We have already explored all times limitations, so we will not be able to have our Q&A session. Carlos Afonso and Demi will be here to give their conference are waiting. They have been waiting for a long time. And there are other people here waiting to watch their presentation. The organizers have guaranteed that they will gather all of the questions in YouTube's chat and share with you so that you are aware of it. And if you can answer them, you can answer using a different channel. But I want you to be aware of the questions at least. And I will make one last comment. We have such a wonderful opportunity with a microphone in our hands talking about safety. It's an honor to be in an event like this. I heard to Kelly in the previous panel, she talked about different actions to promote safety. And I've always just been watching, an interested user and interested as a citizen. But then in the last year, we had an opportunity, or my team had an opportunity to develop a awareness raising project with short videos. They are 15-second long, not only about safety, but on the use of internet in general. We want to better educate internet users so that they know how the internet works, how they can create better passwords, how they can behave, about risks, about rights and duties in the internet, and other questions, technical issues, behavior, safety. Different NIC.br teams help me. My team, even though it's a technical team with a lot of engineers and analysts, we create these videos. It's important to be able to explain technical issues. It's a little bit of advertising, but I think it's an important thing. Rodrigo, would you like to make any comments? I thank you all. And I also thank those who are here watching, making their comments. I apologize for not being able to have the Q&A round. Rodrigo. Well, thank you, Moreira. It's really a pity. Every year we suffer from this. We have eliminated one panel so that we would have more time for the other panels. And we promise that next year we'll have an even longer panel. I would like to thank Natalia Paiva, Flavia, Marilia, Blessing, Marsudi, Natalia Neres, who had to leave, and you, Antonio. I'd like to remind you that it's all recorded for those who have arrived later. The material is available at our website. And I really regret not being able to have the round of questions. We now invite you to get to know the safety centers. Marsudi ended up talking about Dialogando, but the different platforms have their own safety area. They have improved, they have educational activities, and are important spaces that we are not aware of. They share their policies. So please visit the safety centers of the different companies, and also send us your questions so that we can better use these platforms. We're not going to have a break now, and we're going to move on to the last conference of the day. And we will have the honor of having Carlos Afonso with us. He will make a very important presentation on the history of internet governance in Brazil. And to have this presentation with Carlos Afonso, who is the Executive Director of NIC.br Institute, I will invite somebody who is key to the existence of this 14th edition of Safe Internet. We have Professor Demi Getchko. He is president of NIC.br, and he is also a known advisor at CGI.br. Professor Demi, it's an honor to have you with us here to comment and to mediate the keynote lecture that we're starting in a few minutes. I turn over to you, Professor. Well, thank you very much, Rodrigo. We're moving on to the last phase of this beautiful day we have ahead of us. I have a comment. I think the distribution was strategic. We have a mean age per speaker of about 40 years, and now here we are a little bit outside the curve with these two speakers. But I'd like to start by saying that our spectrum is very large. We have technical aspects. We have, as you know, different documents that are dedicated to children, teenagers, adults who buy and sell, exchange information. We've seen different lectures on how these people must defend themselves from problems and also what they have to do in terms of prevention. And now we are lucky to have Carlos Afonso in this final panel. He participated a little bit in the beginning of the internet, also in the creation of CGI. He has a history with this, and I would like to say that another important announcement is that Carlos Afonso and Liane make a team of 5 who are in the Hall of Fame. And they were brought in last year, actually. There was a debate, and we had different candidates. Brazil included 2, CA and Liane. With that, we have 5. And this is excellent for a country as big as Brazil. So they have a lot of experience in this internet journey that has to do with safety from a technical point of view, also creating links and everything that you know of about the mythology of the internet. But this is active in terms of principles. And this is something I share with him. It's important for us to support this as much as possible. So I would like to invite him to talk about this topic so that we can guarantee a minimum of safety to result in improvements to all of us. So without much further ado, I'd like to invite Carlos Afonso, who will make comments about this area. And then after that, we're going to ask a few questions. I turn over to you now, Carlos. Can you hear me? Yes? Can you hear me? Yes, we can. First of all, I'd like to thank Demi for his introduction. I would also like to say that it's been a wonderful adventure to follow all of the reports we had today. I wasn't able to follow all of them, but in the morning, I wasn't there for the very first presentation, but I heard Dr. Ita and the final presentations we had in this last panel, and they were great. I think that it's like a summary of what was said and presented in terms of the practices that have been described. It's really precious. I would like to start by making a summary focusing on three aspects of the so-called safe internet, as Demi said. I'd like to remind you that mankind has developed different ways of communication that is supposedly safe, at least from the time when groups that were in conflict developed a way of writing to exchange secret messages. And this was described by Herod in the year 40 before Christ. He told a story that happened 480 years before Christ. There was a message by a Greek spy that was written on the scalp of an agent, and then the hair would grow. Of course, this agent couldn't be bald.
So, traveling to Greece, he would have his message revealed over his shaved head. While a secret message exchange would take weeks, today we can exchange messages and communicate in milliseconds. Now, this network allows that almost instantaneous communications, and those technologies, they may be used also to harm and to use in a harmful way and destroy such a use. We have to understand what are the current risks for a safe communication and how can we better mitigate risks. We do have decrees and acts or maybe agreements, such as those norms that are established as best practices, or without standards, and without those, communication will not work. Those that long list of RFCs, which represented the base of our internet. Regulatory framework will regard on agents that will enforce law thanks to common agreement at all layers of the internet. If we broadly consider safe internet as being a communication space where agents that interact with expected results, I was not able to make any more generic description about that. We understand safety to whom and to what for. A pedophile wants safety to exercise its perversion. Similarly, anyone wants to feel safe. We have to limit that notion. And we can do that by ethical, moral, and legal parameters throughout human interaction. And that can be in the internet setting or in our real life, outside the net, I mean.
Né? Que eu vou tratar de três rapidamente. A segurança dos dados no uso das
Data security in the use of social network.
Segurança, cadê o 2? Está aqui. Segurança dos dispositivos contra ataques.
Security of devices against attacks and safety against disinformation, which is a much broader notion than fake news. Starting by data security in the use of social media, it's such a pity that we don't have enough time. Anyhow, that has become a very serious of international reach. Small in number of companies, but giant from economic perspective, where throughout the apps, billion people interact to deliver information. They have users usage at the net to extract personal information, which is a key subtract to be monetized. That represents zero cost to users. I'm not talking about the cost of connection, financed by third parties in a way that they use those services in such a way that no one would ever imagine that to become a priority. A small dominant setting of those services, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Telegram, YouTube, TikTok, etc., with 100,000 users visualizing ads over their screens, and a small percentage, that means 100 clicks per second, visiting an ad offer, generating a percentage to a free service. In that process, the user's profile that was available for services, and they direct messages to users according their behavior, translated to personal online preferences. Any internet services during the electronic trajectory, such a traffic may be intercepted by providers to accrue and to get profits with the meta-analysis. All of that can be summed up in this service term described by YouTube, which I will read now. YouTube has the right to monetize all contents in the platform, and ads they may be in channel videos which are not in the YouTube partnership programs. There is a regular user will see ads mandatory, and that may be present at YouTube term of service. Second, devices against attacks. This is a war, and the whole firewalls that we have at CSERT, despite all the alert systems, you name it, unfortunately, we still lose that battle. Internet, since the very beginning, has some safety incidents. Creeper, that was totally unharmful, created way back in the 78 by ARPANET. Then we had Ramets in 74. 75, we had the first Troja horse called Animal. As it was a Troja horse, he was called as Animal. I don't know exactly why. Following that, Brain, that was a virus developed by software vendors who would like to sell pirate software, and they were the first ones to activate the boot services way back in 86. The first security incident that led to the international network known as CSERT and CETIC was created in 88 after the worm of the internet, which dropped most of the internet at that time. I don't know, 1988, and it claimed for a more coordinated need that allowed an unbelievable need of services. It became global and present at people's lives and leading to a not expected way of using it, especially to get data with the famous WannaCry. That was a virus that was spread to a great number of devices in over 120 countries, and that was one of the most significant data kidnapping, which dropped the NHS in England. The public health service in the UK went down. The phone carrier in Spain, the FedEx logistic company, the German bank Deutsche Bank, and even the Latin airline, because they were vulnerable to operating a very popular operating system, Windows. Not because the others are not vulnerable, but Windows is the one of a major presence. In the case of NHS, was the lack of authorization of Windows terminal at the network, leading to another important fact, which is users' responsibility, being end users or network users, to guarantee internet safety. We have a role to play as a user. We have to try to understand what are the safety risks. We cannot just wait for CERT and CETIC to solve our problems. Data sequestration is responsible for a billionaire mission and allows those drafts to keep organizing those attacks, while incident companies, they try to run after their tail in order to be able to celebrate some sort of success against attacks. They might now and then be supported by their own governments, such as the case of Israel and Rakuten in Italy, that sell to agencies or to groups the possibility to spy other groups. We know what they do, and we also know what the consequences are. In the case of NSO, which is a regulatory framework of products, is the Israel government itself, despite being a private one. Hacking Team software in Italy was said to be used by the Saudi Arabian government to spy Alain Ashak, who was murdered in the embassy in 2008. The head of government, Mohammed, who had Hacking Team shares at the time he was murdered. There is no need to say anything else, right? Now let's get straight to the point. Safety against disinformation. And once again, I have to mention YouTube. That has to do with exploitation, users' vulnerability, fake information or disinformation with a great range of objectives. An example of disinformation, which is like fake information, is a large media company that has electoral media sample, and out of 5 candidates that may run, they just mention 4 of them because it's of any interest to the company to mention the 5th name. This is a way to disinform the public, and many large media companies, they do it. Guilherme Feleca, who is a great Brazilian researcher, conducts a careful analysis in the use of YouTube within the dominant social networks. If you visit regularly all internet users in Brazil, YouTube is a baseline of media dissemination by cultural and political groups that use YouTube as a support source to drive that media to other social media such as WhatsApp, Telegram, and others. recent massive movements when videos are deleted by users, especially if there is an involvement by extreme far-right political groups and by the initiative of YouTube itself or those that have the property of those videos, they highlight the importance of those videos as disseminators of disinformation or fake news. These are instruments which disseminate information in accordance to their criteria that may be fake information, fake news, or disinformation. And they have such a reach, such as Instagram, YouTube, WhatsApp, and so on and so forth. These were my words about safety and disinformation. And last but not least important, we have the valuable safety network like the CERT.br that is sponsored by NIC.br. We have RNP. CERT coordinates lots of safety groups. RNT coordinates around 15 groups within the academia. Just the European community has over 640 CERTs registered. Unfortunately, the game is not yet in our favor. We, and by that I mean those who do not want to promote fake news, do not want to be not informed, and who does not allow to be misinformed. Let's not forget that this is part of today's network, and it became a new pillar of work in the globe, which is the universe of services, of apps, mobility, transportation, food delivery, which makes use of labor with no insurance or whatsoever, and they become highly exploited by the digital environment. So that's it for now. You know me, you know that I don't speak too much usually, but I did today and I'm at your disposal. Well, I'd like to make some comments so you can go back to the topic. I have some personal dilemmas. The word internet is applied quite vaguely. What is internet, in fact? That is a framework made of autonomous nets that are connected voluntarily, and they make that patchwork. And Brazil is the second country in the world which has the highest number of autonomous systems connected. So we are doing fine in that sense. And when it's said that we have to control, not control, what is supposed to be neutrality or not, there is a taxonomy which has not been yet well defined, such as electricity. Electricity is a source that feeds a number of things. But if you talk maybe a mixer, that is an app that needs electricity, but maybe if you are using a saw, does not mean that you have to regulate electricity, but maybe you have to regulate that instrument which requires a control or whatsoever. It would be interesting dedicating some time to define what means unique internet. Well, I believe that we do need principles, but they are loosened principles. You may have constructions over electricity that can be extremely useful, others not so much. They might have some malicious intentions or not so much. When it's said that internet is an environment that should be kept with neutrality, fine. Therefore, any sort of framework should not be touched. and they have their specific reason to exist. So we keep using the word Internet of Things, Internet of Neutrality, Internet of Expression, and we all agree on that. But let's be careful what you really mean when you say Internet. Another trap is when you use intermediates. What are those supposed to be? When I used to get letters from the traditional mail, I'm sure that the postman would not open the letter to see if that message was a real one or a fake message. That is a type of intermediate, like a phone carrier. If they call me, they are just communicating. They are making that bind between the ends. But if you call someone or if you say to others lies about someone, that is not an intermediate. This is an intermediate from a different category and not similar to that postman example. And what I believe that we could elaborate a bit more is to try to organize a taxonomy or a classification that could try to treat the inequalities in a way that would be like that. Otherwise, we are going to have trouble. Do you have any comments, CA? Otherwise, we can hand over back to Rodrigo to close the panel. Can you all hear me all right? Yes, we can, Carlos. You are totally right. I agree. We are here talking about a very complex environment with several layers, different opportunities, types of services, and a relationship between users, providers, and we see a huge diversity there. It's so difficult to have a uniform approach and to encompass that as part of one single setting. But yet there are a set of essential principles that are still valid nowadays. Today, I was honored to participate in the 10 principles of internet governance that was, not today, I'm sorry, but I participated at the 10 principles of our framework that was back in 2010, 2008 actually. And what can we do to refine it, not to change it, not to go towards a different direction, but at least to refine those 10 principles. And there is a base for it. Fair enough. Well, I love hearing CA talking because we are fully aligned. We advocate for the same principles. And I have this caveat to share as things they have to be treated differently. Infrastructure has to be protected. We build a solid infrastructure. Otherwise, we won't be successful. Each one of those constructions, they have their own merit. They have to work in a such way, but they have to be protected. I know that was a very long day with several debates. This initiative of a safe internet is a great day to celebrate, talking as how you protect the device. There is the behavioral part of it, confidence. You have to know to whom you are talking with. If you're talking to your bank, you have a certain level of intimacy. If you're talking to a friend, that intimacy level is going to be different. So we have different levels, different facets of our experience, and Internet Day aims to address all these topics, including culture, how you teach new generations. And I'd like to close mentioning an old saying. There was a CETIC survey that we conducted some years ago. ITCs on Kids Online usually asks parents, do you think internet is an environment that runs risks to your children? Same question was asked to parents and to children. and according to their sons, children, they perceived the internet as promoting much more risks than parents would perceive that same level of risks. We who are not digital natives, we seem to trust a bit more and have good faith towards internet, which is not quite the case with the digital natives. Well, at least we have or see that perspective to be a bit optimistic to the network and to the community as a whole. Having said that, I hand over to Rodrigo. I thank you for the invitation. It was a very productive and profitable day, and I hope that you have more events like that. Can I say something else, Demi? Sure, you can.
Essa turminha boa do SaferNet.
First of all, I'd like to say that I'm very glad to be close again to the SaferNet team. They are so committed, so involved, and it's great to work with this fantastic group of people. I also would like to congratulate Demi and all those who support Palmeiras team. This is a football team that played in Saudi Arabia and won today. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
Excelente, professor Carlos Afonso, professor Demi, uma honra enorme.
Excellent, Professor Carlos, Professor Demi. Well, you are indeed a reference to all of us, not just as a past history, but also a present of SaferNet. Brazil is indeed a reference in the multi-stakeholder approach, and the Day of a Safe Internet advocates for that. We want to join, to have a bind among all these sectors. So we had a very pleasant 14th edition, and I would like to summarize some of the topics that were discussed here. I wouldn't be able to mention all figures, but we had over 8 hours of broadcasting and debates, 32 guests, 20 women this time, brilliant ladies with really important job positions with country, cultural, ethical diversities. 4 continents were represented, 7 different countries sharing experiences in a global event. But in Brazil, we also see an opportunity to share that plurality and share our own experience with other countries. We have registered over 35 decentralized additional events taking place all over the country throughout 13 Brazilian states. Everyone is really tuned to it. And, you know, we are just in the beginning of February. You have plenty of time to register your activity, your company. You can do that remotely, can be a small provider, startup, regardless of your sector. Stop and think, what can you do in your job, in your position at your company to help internet to be a safer place. We also had those brilliant youngsters who had a chance to participate for 4 days in a workshop thinking and reflecting about digital culture and digital citizenship, which is a project developed by Meta with a support given by NIC.br and CGI. They are here following us digitally with their contributions. They are making a report to be addressed to those 20 states to which they represent and how they can impact their communities. internet governance is a topic which I am so passionate about. And I remember in the beginning of my mission in this sense, we had the chance to translate Tiago Tavares and those 10 principles of internet governance with a very young language to children for them to play with those games. And little by little, we empower that complexity of those 10 principles. And this is part of our mission, I guess, isn't it, Demi? The 10 principles, it is so simple, so clear. So anyone, any child, anyone who uses the internet should have or should follow and deploy those principles as internet users. I understand that is a quite bold mission, but we won't give up, and we want to foster our Brazilian 10 principles. And we are going to close this week's activities lighting up the Redemption Christ in Rio de Janeiro. So don't miss it. Next Thursday, we will be able to see the Christ being lighted up with the colors of the day of a safe day of internet. With that, I'd like to close and to thank all partners, sponsors, the event organizing team for all the brilliant work they have done, everyone who has participated, and our SaferNet team, Guilherme, who coordinated all the actions with our youth, also our media team that did a great job closer to the press, and of course, all the youngsters and companies that made this support possible, such as Meta, Google, TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, Vivo, and all supporters from UNICEF, the federal prosecution. And if I had missed anyone, you'll be able to check that out at our website. So this 14th edition is officially done, and I'd like to thank on behalf of Tiago Tavares, who is the chairman of SaferNet, who was a pioneer way back in 2009. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart, and I am looking forward for next edition. Thank you so much, and have a great evening.